Hello everyone, this is a new wonderful interesting story about Naruto. Before I start I will advertise my Patreon where this story has already been fully released and will continue to come out a lot more. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Will of Fire. Deceptive Will. After graduating from the normal school, unexpectedly not becoming a sensei, but instead ended up transmigrating into one, after organizing his memories, Matsuki could not help but complain in his mind. He felt that he had quite a fate with the word sensei. In high school, he was considered a good student in the art class, so many classmates would consult him, earning him the nickname Matsuki Sensei. Then, when he entered university, following the advice of his family to choose a relatively strong normal education major, during university, he tutored his roommates and was once again called Matsuki Sensei. Contrary to everyone's expectations, when Matsuki graduated, he rebelled and directly became a civil servant instead of becoming a sensei. What he never expected was that on his first day at work, as soon as he walked into the office, the next moment, he transmigrated and became a new sensei at the Ninja Academy. His current body is named Matsuki Yume, and the first name remains Matsuki. Only the surname has changed. Oh, this is not a safe world. There are too many psychopaths and fanatics, and they are quite powerful, Matsuki sighed in his mind. He casually observed the office, which did not differ much from the school office in his past life. However, the casually placed sharp kuni on the desk indicated that this was no longer the peaceful country of his previous life. What made Matsuki feel even more frustrated was that he not only had the identity of a sensei but also belonged to the root as a ninja. The original body was an orphan nurtured by the root from a young age. The reason for becoming an academy sensei was Dance's order, instructing him to observe and record the ninja school students, paying attention to any signs of geniuses. Under the Hokage's watch is not a good place. Just as Matsuki was contemplating how to survive in this dangerous world, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and a transparent blue panel appeared before his eyes. Teacher system activated. Congratulations, you have successfully become a teacher. Teaching students can earn you rewards. The more outstanding the students, the higher the rewards. You can provide one-on-one guidance to outstanding students as disciples. As the disciple's strength grows, the teacher can receive rewards. Note: accepting disciples requires mutual consent. One-sided acceptance is not allowed. Matsuki examined the blue panel, which currently had only two options: personal information and master apprentice. Matsuki clicked on the personal information. Name: Matsuki Yumi. Age: 18. Chakra: 4300. Skills: 3 basic jutsu. Fire Release Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire Release. Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Body Flicker Jutsu. Konoha Style Taijutsu. Evolution: among the elite tuning, plays a slightly larger role as cannon fodder in wars. After reading the somewhat disheartening evolution, Matsuki silently closed the personal panel and opened the Master Apprentice option. Perhaps because he did not have any disciples yet, it was currently blank. Waiting for the bell to ring for the start of class, Matsuki remembered he had the first class, so he packed up his things and headed towards the classroom. Although he was a new sensei, there were not many sensei in the ninja school right now, so Matsuki also became a class advisor, overseeing the freshman class. Matsuki glanced at the class roster and recognized several familiar names. There was Mitarashi Anko, as well as Heigen Kotetsu and Kamizuki Azumu, the future gatekeepers of Konoha. When Matsuki saw the name Akiya Sheshu, his eyes lit up. This one was truly an exceptional genius. Since increasing the strength of disciples could earn rewards for the teacher, it was clear that the more talented the disciple, the better. Before entering the classroom, Matsuki adjusted his expression and walked in with a sunny and cheerful smile. The design of the academy's classrooms was somewhat unique, perhaps for the convenience of students in the back rows to see clearly. The height of the student seats increased in rows. Matsuki's arrival brought a hush to the previously noisy classroom. After all, they were 5 or 6-year-old children, experiencing their first time at school. Most of them were both curious and in awe of the existence of a ninja sensei. Of course, there were individual exceptions. For instance, a little girl with purple hair, sitting in the front row with a single ponytail, spoke up in a casual and carefree manner after Matsuki entered. "Big brother, you're really handsome. Are you our sensei?" Matsuki smiled and nodded in response, saying, "Yes, my beautiful little student. I'm your future homeroom sensei." He, the purple-haired girl, pleased with the compliment, immediately felt that this blonde male sensei was a good person. Other students witnessed their interaction, and their hearts lightened. Even though it was their first day of school, they had heard some relatives complain about how strict senseis could be. Matsuki briskly walked to the podium, wrote down his full name with chalk, and then turned around to formally introduce himself. I am Matsuki Yumi. Starting today, I'll be everyone's sensei. I look forward to working with you all in the future. Great, sensei. I am Metrashi Anko. The little girl with purple hair responded first. With Anko leading the way, others also responded to Matsuki. Shizu also followed suit with a response. Matsuki sensed the silent disappointment within the system. He had hoped to recruit Shizu through this method, thinking it would acknowledge him as a sensei. Unfortunately, the attempt to bypass a bug failed. Matsuki did not let his inner emotions show on his face. After everyone finished introducing themselves, he gestured for quiet. Before we start the lesson, let me ask you all a question. Do you know how Konoha came to be? The classroom instantly fell silent again. Everyone looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Shizu, who had received education from his clan, knew a bit, but being someone who did not like drawing attention, he would not answer unless called upon. It was built by people, Anko thought for a moment and answered. Indeed, it was built by people. However, what you need to know is who built Konoha and why it was established. Matsuki did not deny Anko's response but continued on her statement. Before the era of ninja villages, there was a constant state of war in the Warring States period. During that time, even children your age might have had to pick up weapons and engage in brutal combat. The devastating wars could erupt at any moment. As Matsuki spoke of this cruel history, his voice became solemn, directly presenting the harsh reality of the Warring States period to the students. Perhaps because children in the ninja world mature early, or maybe because it was Konoha, many children felt the weight of the history, and the atmosphere in the classroom changed. At that time, two clans stepped forward, the Shinji clan and the Uchiha clan. Matsuki's tone underwent a slight change, transitioning from solemnity to passion. I know. The first Hokage, Hashirama-sama, had the surname Senju. When Matsuki mentioned Senju, the students below suddenly felt involved. They might not know much about the Warring States period, but they were familiar with the Shinji clan. Shizu heard everyone focusing on Senju, and no one noticed the Uchiha. He felt a bit disappointed inwardly. He could not quite understand why, even though both were founding ninja clans of Konoha. To protect the descendants of their clans, to ensure that future children will not have to pick up weapons and engage in combat, the two clans joined forces to create Konoha. They attracted more ninja clans to join, ultimately ending the Warring States period, and that's how our present-day Konoha came to be. Where Konoha's leaves dance, the fire of life continues to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves of Konoha sprout. It is the struggle and sacrifice of our ancestors that have brought us to where we are today, that have given us the academy we have now. This selfless dedication embodies the will of fire in our Konoha. After saying this, Matsuki's expression became somewhat solemn, as if still commemorating the ancestors. He thought Shizu would be interested in a sensei familiar with history and understanding the will of fire. So, Konoha came to be like this. Next time I pass by the Hokage rock, I'll definitely pay my respects. I also want to become a will of fire ninja and protect Konoha. The students below had already envisioned their ancestors sacrificing and fighting fiercely to establish their homeland. Their blood boiled with enthusiasm as they expressed their determination to learn from their forebears. Shizu's eyes also lit up, sensing that this sensei seemed somewhat special. He began to have more interest in the upcoming ninja school life. Originally, he had heard from his family elders that the ninja school taught what the clan had already covered, and he planned to graduate early to assist in the police force. Now it seemed that it might not be entirely accurate. So, does everyone know how many types of chakra attributes there are? 5 water, earth, wind, lightning, fire. A student from a ninja family quickly responded. Not entirely correct. There are 7 chakra attributes. In addition to the 5 basic elemental transformations water, earth, wind, lightning, fire, there are also yin and yang, 2 special elemental transformations, Matsuki corrected with a smile. This kind of question followed by correction could leave a more profound memory for the students. Following that, Matsuki began to explain the basic understanding of chakra, occasionally throwing in jokes to amuse the young students. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 class periods had passed. When the bell for the end of class rang, Matsuki paused and said with a smile, "School's out. Tomorrow, we'll talk about refining chakra." Matsuki straightforwardly announced the end of class and gave a preview of the next lesson. When the students heard Matsuki say it was time to leave, they were momentarily surprised. They wondered, was not class just starting? Upon careful recollection, it seemed they had already gone through 4 class periods. It was only because of Matsuki's guidance that they approached their studies earnestly and in a relaxed manner, so they had not noticed the passing of time. Refining chakra. I cannot wait. Anko, upon hearing Matsuki's words, was eager to fast forward to tomorrow. Her family was not composed of ninjas, so she had not been exposed to this kind of knowledge beforehand. Is not class interesting? My cousin actually lied to me, saying school is tough. I'll go home and tell my aunt about him stealing money to buy snacks. Hagen Kotetsu expressed an indignant look as if he had almost been deceived. Then you should just use that as leverage to make your cousin give you the snacks. Would not that be better? Kamizuki Azumo, beside him, shared his perspective. Hagen Kotetsu instantly had a moment of realization, patting Kamizuki Azumo on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Bro, that's a great idea. If it works, I'll share half of the snacks with you." Shishu watched as Matsuke was about to leave the classroom and thought for a moment before getting up to follow. Lecture completed, proceeding to evaluation. Rating. Effectively inspiring student responsibility and enthusiasm through ancestral stories, coherent and highly interactive teaching content, high student satisfaction. Reward settlement. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Advantages of starting as an orphan. Acquired reward sensory ninja art. First completion of teaching, acquired reward identification jutsu. First completion of a rated teaching, acquired reward mastery of fire release chakra nature transformation. Receiving 3 rewards at once surprised Matsuke. He felt a sudden influx of memories, with the most prominent being the memories of practicing fire release chakra nature transformation. Those memories were incredibly vivid, giving Matsuke the illusion that he had been a lifelong specialist in fire release. Yumi-sensei, may I ask you a question? Shishu asked respectfully. Upon hearing Shishu's words, Matsuke, who was about to reevaluate the panel ratings, paused and led Shishu to the back of the deserted teaching building. Using sensory ninjutsu to sense, he found no particularly powerful chakra presence. Matsuke relaxed and smiled, saying, "Did you not understand something during the class? Go ahead and tell me." Shishu shook his head and said, "It is not about the lecture content. It is a question I have. Sensei, as you know, the Senju clan and Uchiha clan together founded Konoha. But why is it that now everyone only remembers the Senju clan's contributions, and Uchiha's achievements are rarely mentioned?" Even though he was a child, Shishu was unusually mature and sensitive. When he went out with his elders, he could sense the peculiar looks from pedestrians on the street when they saw the clan emblems on their backs. Why is it that even though both were village founders, Uchiha's contributions are not only overlooked but it seems like the villagers dislike them? Shishu does not quite understand. Looking at Shishu's puzzled expression, Matsuke inwardly commented, "Senju Hashirama's reputation in Konoha, Uchiha Madara's reputation in Konoha, can they be compared?" "Have you only read some internal clan history?" Matsuke asked. Shishu nodded. The history he could access was limited to what the Uchiha provided. "The reason it has become like this involves many events, and it is difficult to explain in a short time," Matsuke said, showing a hint of hesitation on his face. Seeing Matsuke's difficulty, Shishu felt guilty. It seemed that this question was more complex than he had imagined. Originally, he thought of dropping the matter, but unexpectedly, Matsuke spoke again. "Never mind. If you have time after school, come find me. I'll tell you about the history behind all of this," Matsuke sighed. "After all, I should consider myself indebted to your Uchiha clan. Consider it repaying a favor." Shishu was puzzled. How could Matsuke owe their Uchiha clan a favor? So he directly asked. "My parents were surrounded by enemies in a war once, and they were saved by a ninja named Uchiha Kagami. Although they eventually died in a later war, I've always remembered that life-saving favor." Matsuke expressed his gratitude with a sincere tone. At this moment, he was grateful that the original self had become an orphan long ago, or else there would have been much less room for maneuvering. Admittedly, sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. Shishu's eyes widened, an expression of incredulity appearing on his face. Uchiha Kagami was his grandfather. He had not expected to have such a connection with Matsuke, and a strange feeling arose within him. However, Shishu was not the type to use favors for personal gain, so he did not make a fuss. Instead, he simply thanked Matsuke. Before Shishu left, Matsuke performed an appraisal on him. Name: Uchiha Shishu. Chakra: 500. Potential: S. Evaluation: possesses the 6 paths bloodline, suitable for practicing fire release and Jinjutsu. Tremendous potential, recommended as a disciple. Matsuke walked towards the office, reflecting on Shishu's prowess, impressed by the 2 Shin's rank attributes. Even the system recommended taking him as a disciple. Matsuki casually opened his own panel again to check if there were any changes in his evolution. Name: Matsuki Yumi. Age: 18. Chakra: 4300. Evolution: Mastery in Fire Release Chakra Nature Transformation. What limits your strength is your low chakra. If you can overcome this drawback, you can be considered among the elite jonin. It seems that the mastery of Fire Release Chakra Nature Transformation is even stronger than I imagined. Matsuki felt that he might have underestimated the value of those two words, mastery. He initially thought it might be equivalent to the knowledge of a jonin in nature transformation. Now, looking at it, in terms of Fire Release Chakra Nature Transformation alone, he might already be on the level of Lord Third. After all, besides 2 fire release techniques, he only knew body flicker jutsu, 3 basic jutsu, and a bit of ordinary taijutsu. With this skill level, after obtaining rewards and further enhancing chakra, he could reach the level of an elite jonin. Elite jonin something like Kakashi and Izuma's level at the beginning of the story. Despite the significant improvement in strength, Matsuki was not entirely happy. When he thought about his hidden identity, his joy diminished. First, there's the root's curse seal on his body, making him feel quite insecure. Second, that old guy Danzo seems to enjoy sending his subordinates on dangerous missions, making him even more uneasy. I need to quickly take on some disciples, enhance my strength as soon as possible. Even if I cannot reach the level of casually killing Danzo and leaving, I need to have the ability to protect myself. Matsuki set a short-term goal for himself. Entering the office, Matsuki found 3 sensei inside, 2 men and 1 woman, teasing each other about their respective students. Matsuki knew them all because the sensei had arrived early. The original self had visited the school before and acquainted himself with colleagues. Matsuki casually appraised one of them. Name: Chatani-sama. Chakra: 2000. Potential: Evolution: Cannon fodder for tuning. All 3 sensei had similar data, all labeled as cannon fodder by the system. Sigh. I am really unlucky. How did I end up with Class 4-2 meaning Grade 4 Class 2? I was originally assigned to Class 3-1, one of the sensei lamented. How am I supposed to teach when we have both Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, 2 heavyweights, all in Class 4-2? Chatani-sama helplessly shrugged. My family even arranged a blind date for me, asking me to meet a potential partner tomorrow afternoon, coinciding with Class 4-2's lesson. Ask another sensei with no classes to help, or just take a leave. After all, a blind date is important, Ueda suggested. At this moment, Ueda noticed Matsuki coming in and greeted him with a smile. Yumi-sensei, how did the first class feel? Did the little tips I shared with you earlier come in handy? Recalling that this enthusiastic female sensei was worried about him being nervous for his first class as a new sensei, Matsuki chuckled. During the lesson, he silently recited things like radish and cabbage to calm his nerves. Matsuki politely replied, "Thank you, the tips were very helpful, although after class, the students advised me not to be picky." Haha, Yumi-sensei, you're quite amusing, Ueda laughed, thinking that Matsuki must have had a comfortable first experience if he was in the mood to joke around. Chitani-sensei, I do not have class tomorrow afternoon. If you need help, I can cover for you, Matsuki said, placing the lesson plan on the desk with a seemingly benevolent expression. Unlike other senseis, Matsuki wished he had classes every day, especially with Class 4-2 having Obito and Might Guy. He wanted to keep an eye on them. Chatani-sama's face lit up with joy, quickly expressing gratitude and promising to treat Matsuki to a meal whenever the opportunity arose. Inside the Hokage's office, 3rd Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen watched Matsuki, who was earnestly speaking about the will of fire in the crystal ball. He stroked his goatee and felt that this young root member was quite good an individual who understood the will of fire. Danzo thought he concealed himself well, and although part of his force was trained by Root, those not on the official list were already known by Lord Third. However, Lord Third believed that Danzo was also contributing to Konoha's strength in his own way. As long as it was not too excessive, he left him be. But when it came to the academy, Lord Third held it in higher regard. So, he personally took a look and was pleasantly surprised to find that the first lesson by this Root member was about the will of fire, instilling a sense of responsibility in the students. This pleased Lord Third. Let's see how he performs next. If he proves to be a talent, then let him leave Root. Matsuki's current performance alone was not enough for Lord Third to demand his departure from Danzo. Although fundamentally, Danzo's recruits were also under Lord Third's jurisdiction, he still wanted to consider the emotions of his old comrade. With this in mind, Lord Third ceased his oracle-like jutsu, started dealing with paperwork, and planned to inspect Konoha again later in the evening. After finishing his meal, Shizu began searching for Matsuki's residence based on the location provided by Matsuki. Matsuki's home was situated in the sparsely built southeast part of Konoha, considered a remote area, quite far from the main city. Thanks to the limited construction in this area, Shizu quickly found Matsuki's house's single-story wooden cottage nestled in a simple yard. As soon as Shizu entered the yard, he witnessed a scene that left him dumbfounded and mentally shaken. Chapter 3. Matsuki-sensei is a good person. After returning home, Matsuki went to the bathroom and stuck out his tongue in front of the mirror. As Matsuki expected, there was a black curse mark on his tongue. This was the cursed tongue eradication seal that every root member must have. If Matsuki remembered correctly, the effect of this curse mark was that whenever one spoke about specific matters, their entire body would become paralyzed and unable to move. Danzo set the curse mark to be related to him and information about root. This way, even if an organization member was captured or betrayed, they could not leak sensitive information. If it were only that, it would be fine. Matsuki had no intention of revealing Root's information to anyone. However, he worried that Danzo could actively control this curse mark, turning it into a lethal vulnerability. Matsuki carefully pondered, attempting to find a way to break the cursed tongue eradication seal from the original work. Seems like there's no other way besides Danzo's death. However, after careful consideration, Matsuki realized that in the original work, no one managed to break this curse mark. Those ordered to leave Root by Lord Third might have the mark removed upon his orders. The only other option would be Danzo's death, causing the curse mark to deactivate automatically. Yet, Danzo was not as fragile as an Adkin MOBA game. Even if you did not bother with him during a team fight, he might still end up dying. Danzo, the sly old man, valued his life greatly. He usually stayed within the confines of the Root base, and there was even a chance he carried a respawn coin in Azanage, making him tricky to deal with. Considering his current strength, Matsuki temporarily abandoned the idea of killing Danzo. I'll have to either seek out Orochimaru or research seals on my own. Matsuki realized that at this moment, he only had two choices. In reality, it could be considered just one choice, as the Orochimaru route was currently unavailable. Glancing at the time, Matsuki felt it was about right and activated sensory ninjutsu, sensing the approaching Shizu. Leaving the house and entering the courtyard, Matsuki thought that Danzo surprisingly trusted the original owner. He had used sensory ninjutsu many times but had not sensed any root ninja monitoring him. Feeling that Shizu should be entering soon, Matsuki swiftly formed hand seals, channeling all his chakra and instantly creating a massive fireball, 8 meters high. It turned the training wooden figures in the courtyard into ashes and transformed large sections of the ground into scorched earth. Just as Shizu entered the courtyard, he witnessed this awe-inspiring scene, shocked by Matsuki's proficiency in fire release. Although the Great Fireball was only a crank fire release ninjutsu, the rank was determined by the difficulty of mastering the ninjutsu. Many Uchiha Jonin favored using the Great Fireball. However, Shizu was certain that even the Jonin in his own clan could not match this power, as they could not convert a large amount of chakra into flames in such a short time. Yumi-sensei, I apologize for interrupting your training. I recovered. Shizu quickly apologized. No problem, I just finished anyway. Matsuki sighed and laughed, inviting Shizu into the room. In reality, the current state of the Uchiha is closely related to your former clan leader, Uchiha Madara, Matsuki said as he poured 2 glasses of water. He handed one to Shizu and kept the other, beginning to narrate the story of the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara's betrayal, you should be aware of it, right? Shizu nodded. The clan's history says the clan leader left Konoha. If it were just leaving, things would not have turned out like this, Matsuki informed Shizu. He explained that if Hashirama had not been formidable enough back then, Uchiha Madara could have destroyed Konoha. Shizu fell into silence. However, Matsuki continued, telling Shizu that the story was far from over. This incident not only intensified Lord II, Senju Tobirama's distrust for the Uchiha, who he already disliked, but also led him, after becoming the Hokage, to implement various policies specifically governing the Uchiha. These policies, in turn, sparked dissatisfaction among the Uchiha Hawks, leading to thoughts of seizing power through force. Ultimately, they were discovered by Anbu and imprisoned. This series of events gradually tarnished the Uchiha's reputation, overshadowing their past contributions and making them unpopular among the villagers. So, a lot more happened than I thought. Shizu realized he had oversimplified the situation. In fact, there were Uchiha who tried to change the situation, and Uchiha Kagame was one of the most successful. Matsuki shifted the conversation to Uchiha Kagame. So, Yumi-sensei, what do you think of Uchiha Kagame? Shizu suddenly became curious about how his grandfather was perceived by Matsuki. Shizu had never seen his grandfather in person, but he had heard a lot from other clan members about Kagami being exceptionally powerful and a genius ninja. These were stories he had heard many times. Uchiha with the will of fire, he transformed himself into a bridge, connecting the Uchiha with Konoha, and easing tensions between both sides. Matsuki thought for a moment and replied. Though Matsuki's words lacked exaggeration, Shizu considered it the best and most fitting evolution he had heard so far. I also want to become an Uchiha like my grandfather. Shizu's gaze was determined, but he did not realize he had just referred to his grandfather directly. Grandfather? Matsuki looked at Shizu with some confusion. Shizu only then realized his slip of the tongue. He did not want to seem opportunistic, and not being one to hide his feelings, he straightforwardly admitted it. Yumi-sensei, you do not need to worry too much about so-called debts of gratitude. If you have the time, go to my grandfather's grave and pay your respects. I think you would be very happy, Shizu suggested. The debt of saving your father and mother should not go unpaid. How about this, Shizu, would you be willing to become my disciple? Matsuki asked. Shizu understood Matsuki's intentions and felt it might be too much in his own favor. However, he did not want to see Matsuki, a person who repaid kindness, in a difficult situation. Besides, Shizu thought that becoming the disciple of a knowledgeable and powerful sensei like Matsuki would not be a bad thing. In the end, Shizu nodded and said, Matsuki-sensei. Establish a master-disciple relationship with Uchiha Shizu. The system prompt immediately appeared, and without hesitation, Matsuki chose yes. This was a talented disciple that he had managed to convince after all. Relationship established successfully. Current trust level 2, unlocking return favor in apprenticeship and return favor in teaching. Matsuki glanced at the information and was instantly overjoyed. Return favor in apprenticeship meant that as his disciple improved through training, Matsuki would also benefit and grow stronger. The higher the trust level, the more feedback he would receive. With a trust level of 2, it meant double the returns. If Shizu gained 1 point of chakra, Matsuki would gain 2. Return favor in teaching was when Matsuki gave Shizu something, and the system would randomly reward him. The higher the trust level, the better the rewards, limited to once a day. After some consideration, Matsuki took out a small booklet and handed it to Shizu. Inside was a manual on the changes in the nature of fire attribute chakra that he had written in the afternoon. Originally, he had planned to find an appropriate time to give it to Shizu as a gesture of goodwill, but now he wanted to test the return favor in teaching function. This is a manual I've summarized on the practice of changing the nature of fire attribute chakra. Take it back and have a look. I will regularly check your training progress. As a sensei, I am strict and will not relax my requirements just because of gratitude, Matsuki said with a serious tone. If Shizu became stronger, Matsuki would also grow twice as strong. Matsuki felt the need to diligently supervise Shizu's training. Thank you, Matsuki-sensei. I will practice diligently, Shizu sincerely thanked as he accepted the booklet from Matsuki. Regarding Matsuki's strict requirements, Shizu did not see any issue with it. Instead, it proved that Matsuki genuinely considered him as a disciple, not just someone repaying a debt to his grandfather. You have gifted your disciple a manual on the practice of changing nature. Due to the disciple's deep gratitude, a critical hit in rewards occurred. You have obtained ninjutsu. Fire release a Great Dragon Fire Jutsu proficient level. As Matsuki received the reward, a large segment of memories flooded into his mind, as if he had practiced the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu thousands of times. Great Dragon Fire Jutsu was a rank fire release ninjutsu. Unlike the Great Fireball, it did not focus on area coverage but prioritized flexibility. It allowed the user to freely control fire dragons to attack enemies. Once proficient, the hand seals could be simplified to 1, enabling the simultaneous release of multiple fire dragons. Since the system provided the proficient level directly, Matsuki now only needed to form 1 seal to instantly unleash 3 fire dragons. Matsuki observed Shizu's eyes, which were no longer just eyes but resembled an inexhaustible gold mine. Noticing that the outside sky was gradually darkening, Matsuki said, "It is getting late. I'll escort you home so that your family does not worry." "Thank you, Sensei, but I can manage to walk back on my own. I am the only one at home right now." Shizu waved his hand, expressing his preference. Feeling he had troubled Matsuki enough for the day, Shizu did not want to waste any more of Matsuki's time. Upon hearing Shizu's words, Matsuki remembered that Shizu's parents seemed to have never appeared. They probably passed away not long after Shizu was born. It struck Matsuki that as mentor and disciple, they could not even make up one set of parents between them, an unusual situation. "Though my uncle comes by often to take care of me," Shizu explained, fearing that Matsuki might be concerned. Matsuki nodded and did not insist on escorting him. Today was just their first meeting, and there would be plenty of opportunities to strengthen their bond in the future. On the way home, Shishu flipped through the training booklet that Matsuki had given him, recalling the fire release ninjutsu he had seen when entering the courtyard. His curiosity about Matsuki grew even stronger. As a renowned prodigy within the clan, and with Uchiha Kagami as his grandfather, Shishu had encountered many formidable Uchiha. His perspective far surpassed that of his peers. He could not fathom why someone with Matsuki's strength would be tuning. It seemed odd for him to stay at the academy as a sensei since the ninja academy did not require such a powerful instructor. Typically, they taught only the 3 basic jutsu. As Shishu gradually moved away, Matsuki watched him with growing anticipation for tomorrow. Tomorrow, he had classes in both the morning and afternoon. He wondered what rewards he might gain. Moreover, the afternoon class was with Might Guy and Obito. What level of potential would the two of them have? Chapter 4. Might Guy and Obito's potential. Brother, how's the situation? Not good. My despicable cousin threatened me. He said if I reveal his secret, he'll tell my neighbor May that I wet the bed when I was 3. Hagen Kotetsu bitterly condemned his cousin's misdeeds. How could their affairs involve his neighbor Little May and tarnish his glorious image? Truly despicable. I have a plan. Taking advantage of our young age, we can use playing as an excuse. Go to your cousin's house, mess up his room, and even though you'll be the one making the mess, if he does not clean up in time, he'll be the one in trouble. Do this a few times, and he will not dare to be arrogant anymore. Kamisuke Izumo thought for a moment and came up with a clever plan. Hagen Kotetsu immediately lit up, expressing that with Izumo's strategic guidance, he could be invincible, much like the first Hokage with Tobarama's advice. If successful, he promised to treat Izumo to snacks. Upon entering the classroom, Matsuki overheard the conversation between the potential talents, and could not help but smile. Let's begin the class. Matsuki walked to the podium and started the lesson directly. Chakra is the basis for activating ninjutsu, generated by the combination of physical and mental energy. Most students in the audience were attentive, as this was a crucial foundation. While explaining, Matsuki occasionally demonstrated chakra personally to let everyone feel it. Throughout the lecture, Matsuki also tried to spice up the class with anecdotes and stories to prevent it from becoming dull, complemented by questions to deepen understanding. As the 4 classes were about to conclude, nearing the end of the lesson, Matsuki, observing Anko continually asking questions with a cheerful demeanor, decided to evaluate her. Name: Mitarashi Anko. Potential: After some contemplation, Matsuki decided to assess all the students in the classroom. Name: Hagen Kotetsu. Potential: B. Name: Kamisuke Izumo. Potential: B. Matsuki was amazed to discover that, excluding Shishu, only 4 students in the entire classroom had a potential rating of B or higher. Apart from Anko and the other 2, there was one student he did not have much impression of, also with a B potential. The rest ranged from C, with some at and others at C, and even a few at D. Looking at it this way, Shishu's talent was incredibly strong, overshadowing everyone else. Anko's potential also surprised Matsuki a bit. He remembered that Anko was not particularly powerful in the original work, but the assessed potential was several levels higher than the 2 gatekeepers. However, Matsuki currently had no intention of taking Anko as a disciple. He could not take in disciples without limitation, as he only had 4 disciple slots available. 1 was already taken by Shishu, leaving only 3. Although Loli Anko was cute, she expressed that he was handsome, so what's the use? Would Danzo release him just because of that? Obviously not. End of the lecture, proceeding to the evaluation. Evaluation: Obtained reward: Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. This ninjutsu is not bad, but unfortunately, it does not have a significant effect on me right now, Matsuki thought to himself. As the ninjutsu used by the protagonist Naruto from start to finish, the multiple shadow clone jutsu is undoubtedly a very practical technique. Whether in battle or training, it is highly useful if you have enough chakra. Unfortunately, what Matsuki lacks at the moment is chakra, so there's nothing to be done about it. After finishing lunch and entering the office, several sensei were strategizing for Shitani-sama, who was about to go on a blind date. A tall and slim male sensei reminded, before meeting, make sure to tidy up properly, dress formally, do not let people think you're a sloppy person. Shigito, you're underestimating me. Although I have not had any romantic experiences, this is common sense, right? Shitani-sama confidently replied. I think what you need to pay the most attention to is not talking big during the conversation. Ueda Aya, as if foreseeing the final outcome, shook her head and said, Ueda, Just wait and see. Shitani-sama, feeling underestimated by Ueda, immediately issued a stern warning. Sure, I'll be watching, Ueda responded casually. After noticing Matsuki entering, she immediately struck up a conversation with him. Yumi-sensei, you're amazing. When I passed by your class today and took a glance, the atmosphere seemed great. Hard to believe it is your first time as a sensei. Matsuki shook his head modestly. Oh, no, it is all thanks to your valuable tips and the obedient students. Although she knew it was a humble remark, who does not like to be praised? Ueda smiled, then shared some of her snacks with Matsuki. Observing this, Shitani-sama instantly felt the disparity in treatment. Despite being colleagues with Ueda for 2 years, he had rarely enjoyed her snacks. Internally grumbling about Ueda, Shitani-sama quickly greeted Matsuki. If this blind date succeeded, he would remember Matsuki's favor of covering his class for a lifetime. Matsuki responded with a cheerful smile to everyone and, after a brief chat, picked up a prepared brush and ink to practice calligraphy. Practicing calligraphy during free time was one of the few good habits he had from his previous life, developed during his university calligraphy classes. The lunch break at the ninja school was relatively short, and there was no time to find a place for training. When he felt it was almost time for the next class, Matsuki tidied up and headed to the classroom to prepare for the lesson. Ding-ling-ling. As the bell rang, Matsuki happened to enter the classroom of Class 2 of the 4th year. Hey, is not Shitani-sensei teaching Konoha history this afternoon? A student questioned upon seeing Matsuki instead of Shitani-sama. Shitani-sensei has something to attend to this afternoon, so I'll be taking the class today, Matsuki explained as he walked to the podium. Just as Matsuki finished speaking, a hurried figure rushed into the classroom. Sorry, sensei. I encountered an old lady on the way and helped her out, so that's why I am late, Obito explained, hands on his knees, catching his breath. Take a seat and let's start the lesson, Matsuki nodded and then glanced at the students, evaluating each of them. Name, Noira-ren. Chakra, 300. Potential, B. Name, Might Guy. Chakra, 600. Potential, S. Evolution, suitable for practicing taijutsu, recommended for apprenticeship. Name, Ache Obito. Chakra, 650. Potential, S. Evolution, 6 Paths Bloodling, special temporal talents, recommended for apprenticeship. Class 2 of the 4th year was similar to his own first-year class. Apart from these 3 familiar faces, only Uchiha had an A-level potential, while others were mostly at card levels. After assessing their talents, Matsuki inquired about their progress and then began the lesson. For students accustomed to the traditional style of lecturing sensei, Matsuki's teaching style came as a pleasant surprise. Obito even exclaimed, "Matsuki-sensei, you explain things so well, much better than the other sensei. If you teach us in the future, I am sure I'll pass for sure." "I'll inform Shitani-sensei, along with the fact that you were late," Matsuki said with a cheerful smile. Unlike other sensei at the academy, Matsuki had systematically learned how to be a sensei. Obito instantly wore a pained expression and quickly begged for mercy, knowing that Shitani-sama was their homeroom teacher. Obito's antics added a touch of joy to the class. During the long break, Matsuki activated sensory ninjutsu, confirmed that everything was fine, and then called Might Guy and Obito outside. Chapter 5. Exam Secrets. "Yumi-sensei, please do not tell Shitani-sensei," Obito persistently pleaded with Matsuki, refusing to give up. "That depends on your performance," Matsuki said with a sly smile, not providing a specific answer. "Sensei, is there something wrong?" Might Guy scratched his head, not understanding why he was called out, as he had not made any mistakes. Matsuki looked at Might Guy. The man almost won in the grand final and was hailed by Madara as the strongest in taijutsu, now though he is still quite immature. Although he had already put on that iconic green jumpsuit, in terms of strength and conviction, he still had a long way to go. Even though Might Guy at this moment believed that his daily training would surely make him a taijutsu powerhouse, he had not fully grasped the concept of youth and self-restraint that his father talked about. He still needed to grow, and Matsuki was more than willing to lend a helping hand during this period. "Your theoretical scores have been causing a lot of trouble for Shitani-sensei," Matsuki spoke up. Upon hearing Matsuki's words, even the bold Obito felt embarrassed and lowered his head. "It is not that I do not want to learn, but the questions are just too difficult to understand. Why do we have to calculate how many animals are separated?" Obito attempted to argue. Seeing Obito like this, Matsuki recalled his own time struggling with high school math. Fortunately, he did not have to study advanced math for his major. However, Matsuki knew it was actually Obito's issue because the math taught at the academy was the simplest kind, with fewer courses and less complexity involved. But it is not just math that you are lacking in. History, ninjutsu theory, you struggle with all of them. Matsuki shook his head. What's the point of knowing all that history? It is all in the past anyway. Obito felt that the history class should be cancelled. Maybe you could use math when buying groceries, but what's the use of history? I feel the same way. Might Guy nodded in agreement, genuinely struggling to memorize all that history. You should discuss this with Lord Third. He is the principal of the academy. Matsuki stated that his opinion in this matter does not carry much weight. But continuing like this is not a solution. It is not good for Shitane-sensei or for any of you. Do you have any exam secrets, Yumi-sensei? Obito looked at Matsuki with anticipation. Might Guy also looked excitedly at Matsuki. No one wants to be left behind if there is a chance to improve. There is indeed a secret to exams, and that is practice. Practice while studying. Matsuki revealed his secret. With the exam intensity at the academy, he only needed to apply his experience from his past life for them to easily pass, as the academy exams only required half of the class average for passing. Practice. Both of them looked puzzled, not quite understanding. You can consider this as special training to handle exams, and, if you pass the exams, I will have a reward for you, Matsuki said with a smile. What reward? A portion of dango? Obito curiously asked. I can teach you ninjutsu or taijutsu, in short, guide you in your training, Matsuki replied. Really? Both of them widened their eyes, finding it hard to believe that such a good opportunity was coming their way. The condition is that you must pass the exams a month from now, Matsuki reminded. Is this what youth is about? I am fired up, Might Guy exclaimed with excitement. We will definitely pass this time, Obito made a firm promise. Watching the two already motivated individuals, Matsuki nodded inwardly. Experienced hunters often appear in the guise of prey. They felt like they hit the jackpot, getting the secret to passing exams and receiving guidance as a reward. Meanwhile, Matsuki just needed to naturally become their sensei during the training process and profit from it. Even if the two of them ultimately do not pass, it is okay. Matsuki can easily say that seeing their efforts, it would be hard not to reward them, and maybe he can even gain some more favor. The reason he did not recruit them like he did with Shizu, besides the unsuitable background for forming such a bond of gratitude, is that Matsuki is only here to teach one class. He cannot maintain long-term contact. It would have been easier if he were their homeroom teacher. After finalizing the special training with the two, Matsuki led them back to the classroom. Obito, why did Yumi-sensei call you out? It is not a punishment, right? Noarin asked, expressing some concern. How could it be a punishment? Yumi-sensei is amazing, teaching me the secrets to passing exams. Obito immediately defended Matsuki's reputation. As long as Matsuki can help him shake off the title of being at the bottom, Obito could become the top student in the ninja school. Ren, you should also pay more attention in class. Do not let me surpass you in the next exam. Obito grinned. If you really manage to surpass me, that would be great. Noarin looked at the proud Obito and showed a helpless smile. Although she cannot claim the top spot, she still ranks among the top students. After the bell for class rang, Obito adopted an unprecedented level of seriousness. This time, he absolutely had to pass, and he had already begun researching which ninjutsu to learn. Seeing this scene, Noarin was somewhat surprised, wondering if Obito was genuinely serious this time. 3 minutes later, observing Obito slouched over his desk, Noarin could only conclude that he was still the familiar Obito. At that moment, a chalk tip traced a beautiful trajectory and hit Obito on the head. Obito looked around in confusion, saw Matsuki's face, saw Noarin's face, saw Might Guy diligently taking notes, and remembered what he had said just 3 minutes ago. His face could not help but flush with embarrassment, and he lost his drowsiness. After overcoming Obito's brief nap episode, the remaining classes went smoothly. Lecture completed. Evaluation. Reward obtained. Konoha Whirlwind. This time, the reward was not ninjutsu but taijutsu, and it was something developed by the future Might Guy. This taijutsu may seem simple at first glance, just kicking legs, but Matsuki, who has already made preliminary progress thanks to the system, found that it is not as straightforward as he imagined. The kicking posture, the burst of muscles, the release of chakra, all of these require skill. Matsuki had been worried about not having much to teach Guy later, so he was very satisfied with this reward. After school, Matsuki roamed the southern forest of Konoha, searching for a suitable place to practice. Despite his new identity, he still had ties to the roots, and Danzo was sure to know the location of his house. Considering Danzo's disdain for the Uchiha, if he were to find out that Matsuki had not reported and was teaching Shisui ninjutsu, he might suspect Matsuki of betrayal. Although there was sensory ninjutsu, it could not be kept active all the time, and chakra support had its limits. So, Matsuki planned to take Shisui outside for training in the future. Eventually, Matsuki found a nice spot by a small river secluded and suitable for practice. Matsuki noted down this location and headed home. As it turned out, Matsuki's caution was not in vain. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed a ninja with an animal mask standing there. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Danzo's Obsession. Night. These are the latest instructions from Danzo-sama. A root organization ninja handed a scroll to Matsuki. Matsuki nodded as he took the scroll. Night was his code name within the root. Without much exchange, the root organization ninja swiftly departed after handing the scroll to Matsuki. Matsuki was like a hidden piece for the root, and it would not be good to be discovered by Anbu through too much interaction. Before the departure of the root organization ninja, Matsuki performed an appraisal. Name: Hirasu. Potential: Chakra: 7,000. Evaluation: a jonin with some strength. Looking at the impressive 7,000 chakra, Matsuki could not help but feel a bit envious. He did not even have 5,000, lagging behind someone like this by 5 or 6 years. Once the sensory ninjutsu could no longer detect the root organization ninja, Matsuki entered the room and opened the scroll to see what latest orders Danzo had issued. Uchiha Shisui in your class is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Monitor his actions, assess his character. After reading this, Matsuki could not help but feel a bit emotional. Danzo's apprehension towards the Uchiha seemed almost pathological. Shisui is only 6 years old this year and has just entered the academy. Yet, just because he has a bit of a genius reputation within the clan, Danzo wants Matsuki to keep an eye on and assess him. Of course, it is not ruled out that Danzo has some plans for Shisui, perhaps wanting to recruit him into the root. However, Matsuki does not believe Danzo's plans will come to fruition. Lord Third will make sure Danzo knows who the true Hokage is. Lord Third can tolerate the existence of the root organization but cannot tolerate an excessively powerful root. The potential of a genius Uchiha is too high. Who knows to what extent he might grow. So, a genius Uchiha should either stay obediently within the Uchiha clan or join the Anbu. After reading, Matsuki used fire release to destroy the scroll. The new instructions were within Matsuki's acceptance range. Even if Danzo did not specifically send someone, Matsuki would still report Shisui's genius when giving updates. Matsuki believed that, given Danzo's attention to the Uchiha, hiding the fact would be pointless and would only draw attention to himself. Matsuki created a shadow clone to practice ninjutsu, while his main body began the practice of enhancing chakra. Currently, chakra was his biggest weakness. No matter how many ninjutsu techniques he learned or how proficient he became, without sufficient chakra, it would be challenging to unleash their full power. A ninja with little chakra, no matter how strong, has limitations. On the other hand, a ninja with abundant chakra, even if weak, is not weak to a significant extent. It can be said that chakra determines the upper and lower limits of a ninja. The next day, as there were no classes in the morning, Matsuki took the opportunity to visit the archive room at the ninja school. He intended to organize the exam papers from the past few years, and since the process went smoothly, he also took out the papers from the first year. His main purpose was to take on apprentices, but improving the theoretical scores of both was not a mere fabrication. Matsuki studied and found that the exam questions each year did not differ too much. Each question fell into a certain type, with variations in wording or data. Some papers even had identical questions. Matsuki nodded, confident about the passing grades for both. He felt that practicing more questions was unnecessary. Having them go through the papers from the past 2 years should be enough for them to pass. After taking a few papers, Matsuki left the information room and went to the office. Yesterday, she kept listening to me, clearly showing interest in me. Is there a possibility that she simply did not want to talk to you? Yesterday, when we paid, she insisted on splitting the bill, showing concern for me. Is there a possibility she's afraid you might use the excuse of treating her once to ask her out again? As soon as Matsuki entered the office, he saw Yueda arguing with Shitani-sama. Matsuki glanced at Kimura Shugito, who was watching the drama unfold. Yesterday, Isama went on a blind date. He was just talking about the experience and wanted us to help come up with some ideas to pursue the girl. However, Yueda thinks the girl from the blind date is not interested in him and advised him to move on to the next one. Kimura Shugito briefly explained the situation. Yumi-sensei, you came at the right time. Do you have any special techniques for pursuing girls? Chitanya-sama, upon seeing Matsuki's arrival, did not bother arguing with Ueda and quickly asked. He thought Matsuki looked like someone who had a lot of girlfriends. Special techniques. I think as long as the other person feels your sincerity, that should be enough, Matsuki thought for a moment and replied. Whether there were actual techniques or not, Matsuki would not tell Chitanya-sama. That was not the person he should portray. Sincerity? Chitanya-sama looked puzzled. How exactly could he make the other person feel that? Give it up, Chitanya. Look at what Yuma-sensei looks like. Even if he has useful techniques, they might not work for you, Ueda said with a hint of sarcasm. How is that possible? I admit Yuma-sensei is indeed a bit more handsome than me, but not that much, Chitanya-sama retorted, unwilling to concede. You really will not give up until you hit a wall, will you? Ueda looked somewhat frustrated at the stubborn Chitanya-sama. Being a woman herself, she understood women, and after hearing Chitanya-sama's words, she knew the blind date was a lost cause. However, Chitanya-sama insisted on not believing it. Good luck, Matsuki smiled in encouragement. What else could he say? Even Ueda, his friend, could not persuade Chitanya-sama. Moreover, Matsuki actually hoped Chitanya-sama would stay busy so that he could substitute for class 2 of the 4th year again. Looks like Matsuki-sensei has a good eye. Ueda, you just wait and see, Chitanya-sama said with increased confidence, fueled by Matsuki's encouragement. During the afternoon class, Matsuki made a small attempt. He intentionally lowered the quality of his teaching. Based on previous system feedback, he speculated that teaching ratings were divided into two major components: the quality of the lecture content and student satisfaction. He aimed to receive a B grade evaluation this time, as there was an additional reward for the first time receiving an A grade evaluation. Following the logic, there should also be an extra reward for the first time receiving a B grade evaluation. Teaching completed. Settling evaluation. Rating. B. Rewards. Chakra 20. First completion of B grade teaching evaluation. Mastered chakra form transformation. A plethora of memories about him practicing chakra form transformation instantly flooded Matsuki's mind. Matsuki was pleasantly surprised. In the chakra system, form transformation was a presence that could be effectively strengthened alongside nature transformation. Although he had only become proficient, not mastered, in form transformation, it was not limited by chakra attributes. Speaking of form transformation, it inevitably brought to mind Naruto's Rasengan. Crafted from beginning to end, Rasengan could be considered a representative ninjutsu of peak form transformation, wielding tremendous power without the need for nature transformation. It is time to start developing Rasengan. Matsuki planned to self-develop this useful of rank ninjutsu, which had a detailed training process in the original work. Coupled with his knowledge of form transformation, the process should not be too difficult. The chakra rewarded for a B grade evaluation made Matsuki reconsider his future teaching approach. He thought about occasionally aiming for B grade evaluations, as each instance might not give much, but it would accumulate over time. Adding the development of Rasengan to his schedule, Matsuki found his life to be particularly fulfilling. Matsuki really wanted to maintain this peaceful life and develop steadily for a few years. Unfortunately, he did not transmigrate into a peaceful period, destined to find it hard to enjoy quiet days. On the 4th day of Matsuki's arrival in the ninja world, some unwelcome news arrived in Konoha from the front lines. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Shadow of War. Frontline friction escalated, conflicts erupted, and the hidden cloud mobilized ninja forces into the land of hot water, bordering the land of fire. The silhouette of what seemed to be the Eighth Tail's Jinchuriki appeared. Upon hearing this news, Matsuki knew that the Third Great Ninja War was not far off. Or rather, it had already begun, just not in full swing yet. As an original root ninja, he knew there was something a bit more to it than for ordinary ninja. Since the suicide of White Fang the previous year, the ninja world had been in a state of turmoil, with both the hidden cloud and Awaduture, as well as the sand, showing signs of unrest. When Matsuki used to watch anime, he simply thought White Fang was no different from other renowned strong individuals. But after inheriting the memories of the original owner, he understood the true significance behind the title of White Fang. While others became famous for defeating or surpassing a well-known strong individual, White Fang was different. He gained fame through killing, exhibiting an extremely high efficiency in taking lives. Wielding a chakra short knife, he directly transformed into an emotionless neck-cutting machine on the battlefield. Whether you're a Genin or a Jonin, a flash of white light, and it is game over. It is not that White Fang's strength surpasses everyone, making him the strongest in the ninja world. Rather, his fighting style is particularly suitable for overwhelming weaker opponents. As long as they are weaker than him, they are easily taken out by him. Seeing Konoha lose such a formidable warrior, other ninja villages would naturally harbor desires, especially the Hidden Cloud village and the Iwadikure village, as these two ninja villages suffered minimal losses in the Second Great Ninja War and have developed to the point where they believe they have the strength to challenge for the top spot. Those annoying Hidden Cloud ninja, cannot they just behave themselves? Feels like we are heading into another war, sighed Yuda. If White Fang-sama were still here, they definitely would not dare to be so arrogant, complained Chaitanya-sama. It is fine. We still have Lord Third Sama and Orochimaru-sama. We'll surely be victorious, just like before, Kimura Shigita said, trying to uplift the mood. If a war breaks out, will us senseis also receive combat missions? Matsuki asked the question that concerned him the most. He did not want to leave the ninja school. Although he could get stronger by training on his own, it is not as enjoyable as having some overpowered abilities. Depending on the intensity of the war, if it gets too intense, some senseis might be assigned to various units based on their specialties, replied Yuda. Upon hearing Yuda's words, Matsuki could only pray to the gods in his heart, hoping to draw a mission later or, better yet, not draw one at all. Because in the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had fought against all the other 4 major ninja villages, and it was exceptionally intense. At that time, the force of the ninja school senseis would definitely not be spared. Matsuki was not afraid of going to the battlefield. What he feared was going to the battlefield before he fully matured. This Third Great Ninja War was indeed exceptionally dangerous. Firstly, the 5 major ninja villages were fighting recklessly, going all out, and in the shadows, Uchiha Madara and Black Setsu were plotting something. You do not need to worry about Yumu-sensei. We are the top ninja village. It is impossible for us senseis to be sent to the battlefield. Kimura Shigita expressed confidence in Konoha. I am not really worried about going to the battlefield. I just wanted to ask and be prepared for combat when the time comes, Matsuki smiled. Even though he did not really want to go, he knew such sentiments could not be voiced. Matsuki fell silent, starting to practice calligraphy until the bell for class rang, and he headed towards the first-year class. Standing at the door, Matsuki looked into the classroom. The shadow of war had not affected the joy of the children. The classroom was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Brother, how did my brilliant plan work out? Did you manage to handle your cousin as I suggested? It had been 2 days, and Kamizuki Azumo was curious about Hagane Kotetsu's results. Oh, do not even mention it, brother. Your plan was good, but my cousin is just too cunning. After I followed your strategy, he unexpectedly took the exact same actions as me, Hagane Kotetsu said, looking quite frustrated. At first, the plan indeed worked well, and his cousin received a scolding from their aunt. However, what he did not anticipate was that before he could take the next step, his cousin retaliated with the same trick. They were both kids. After all, with his cousin being just a year older, it was a childish affair. In the end, the result was a back and forth of scolding and hitting until they had to call a truce. They jointly declared this deceitful plan as a forbidden technique not to be used. To think there could be such a cunning fellow, remarked Kamizuki Azumo with some emotion. Your cousin is really crafty. I cannot think of any other strategy for the time being, apologized Kamizuki Azumo. It is all right, Azumo brother, you've helped me with several ideas. Now, tell me about your troubles, and I'll share the burden with you, Hagane Kotetsu offered in gratitude. I have a neighbor girl I am interested in, but I do not know how to get closer to her. Kamizuki Azumo hesitated for a moment but eventually revealed his concern. This is easy. Just give her something she likes, suggested Hagane Kotetsu. Kamizuki Azumo pondered for a moment and found the advice reasonable. I noticed she often looks at the flower bed in front of my house when passing by. She seems to like flowers, and their house does not have any. Then give her flowers. She'll surely appreciate it, affirmed Hagane Kotetsu. Cough, cough, let's begin the class. Matsuki lightly cleared his throat, reminding everyone that it was time for class. The initially noisy classroom instantly quieted down, leaving only the sound of Matsuki's lecture. Though they had only spent 4 days together, everyone enjoyed Matsuki's relaxed and engaging teaching style, willingly paying attention. Lecture completed. Evolution. Rewards. Water release. Water wall. Seeing the name of this ninjutsu, Matsuki recalled information about water wall. It was a rank water release ninjutsu that created a water barrier in front of the user. It is worth mentioning that Tobarama's water wall is different from others. Tobarama's water wall forms a complete circle, providing 360-degree protection without any blind spots. Examining the sudden influx of knowledge in his mind, Matsuki discovered that he now possessed the ability to manipulate water-release chakra nature, something he could not do before. Matsuki thought it through. Without a bit of knowledge on nature transformation, he would not have been able to use water release at all. Matsuki silently gave a thumbs up to the attentive system. After school, Matsuki took Shishu to a training spot he had found by the small river in the southern forest. Your great fireball technique is coming along nicely. Today, I'll teach you a new fire release ninjutsu, Matsuki announced, outlining the training plan for the day. Finishing his words, Matsuki clapped his hands, and instantly, he spat out 3 enormous fire dragons. Controlled by Matsuki, the dragons circled in the sky before plunging into the water. They caused a significant amount of the river to evaporate, filling the air with white steam. Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Shishu recognized the fire release technique at a glance, having seen an Uchiha Jonin perform it before. It was precisely because Shishu recognized it that it surprised him even more. Matsuki managed to effortlessly unleash 3 fire dragons with just a single hand seal. Shishu's curiosity about Matsuki's strength continued to grow. Pay close attention. I'll demonstrate it again for you. Matsuki could tell from Shishu's expression that he had achieved the desired effect. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Explosive Returns. The difficulty of this ninjutsu lies in compressing a large amount of chakra into the shape of a fire dragon in an instant, Matsuki demonstrated while explaining the ninjutsu release techniques to Shishu. Coincidentally, Matsuki had recently achieved a proficient level of chakra transformation, and took the opportunity to share many insights into the operation of chakra transformation with Shishu. I see. I think I understand a bit now. Shishu nodded and prepared to give it a try. Shishu's hand swiftly moved through hand seals, chakra surged within him, and then he compressed it to shape the form. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Shishu opened his mouth and spat out a 1-meter-high fire dragon soaring into the sky, spinning once in the air before diving into the water. Clap, clap. Matsuki smiled, applauding Shishu, and said, I thought you might need a few tries to succeed, but it seems I underestimated your talent. Matsuki was genuinely surprised. Without activating the Sharingan for replication, Shishu had quickly learned a rank ninjutsu. Could this be the true value of the double strike talent? It is because of your excellent teaching, Matsuki-sensei, Shishu modestly said. He did not deny that he learned things a bit faster than ordinary people, but he genuinely felt that Matsuki taught with great dedication and effectiveness. During the demonstrations, Matsuki, except for the first time when showing off, used a complete set of hand seals, slowing down the pace to explain the process. Moreover, I cannot say I've mastered it now. I can just use it, Shishu thought. Reflecting on Matsuki's great dragon fire, he felt there was still a considerable distance to go, both in terms of the size and quantity of the fire dragons. Let me demonstrate the mastered great dragon fire jutsu for you a few more times, Matsuki smiled. He was satisfied with Shishu's humility and diligence. Seeing the chakra constantly increasing on the panel, he knew Shishu had not been idle when he returned home. When Shishu immersed himself in Matsuki's teachings, time seemed to pass quickly, and the sky had quietly darkened. As Shishu unleashed the great dragon fire, he noticed the flames were unusually bright. It was then he realized that evening had fallen upon them. A curious thought crossed his mind. Could Matsuki-sensei's gentle voice be some kind of ninjutsu technique, capable of making people forget the passage of time? Sensei, I am going home, Shishu bid farewell to Matsuki, preparing to leave. I've recently summarized my experiences in practicing chakra transformation. Take a look when you get home. Matsuki handed Shishu a small booklet. Shishu hesitated for a moment, then accepted the booklet Matsuki offered, bowing in gratitude. Although he did not express many eloquent words, Shishu now held a greater respect for Matsuki. He felt that Matsuki, as a sensei, was exceptionally outstanding. Despite only knowing each other for 4 days as master and disciple, Matsuki never held back. The more important the knowledge, the sooner Matsuki taught it, never keeping anything to himself. Watching Shishu's departing figure, Matsuki's lips curled into a smile, revealing satisfaction. Truly, he was a rich source of talent, always bringing in good things. You have gifted your disciple a manual on chakra transformation. Due to the disciple's deep appreciation, a critical hit reward has been triggered. Obtained ninjutsu. When release pressure damage proficient level. In Matsuki's mind, numerous experiences for using wind release. Pressure damage instantly appeared, along with some knowledge of chakra nature changes related to the wind attribute. Matsuki was quite pleased with this reward. Wind release. Pressure damage was a formidable ninjutsu, considered top tier in wind style, boasting wide-ranging destructive power. It could also be synergized with his fire release ninjutsu. Furthermore, the system's gift of the wind attribute nature change was advantageous for his development of nature changes in Rasengan. Originally planning to develop the fire attribute chakra nature change for Rasengan on his own, he now intended to focus on incorporating wind, starting with the Rasen Shuriken. After these days of exploration, Matsuki had likely figured out the mechanism for returning rewards from teaching disciples. The rewards were influenced by two factors: the quality of the gifts he gave and the disciple's level of gratitude for the gifts, with the latter carrying more weight. On the second day, he gifted Shizu a string of snacks, and the system rewarded him with 10 shuriken. On the third day, Matsuki personally made and gave Shizu some food, and the system rewarded him with 50 chakra points. Both gifts were related to food, but the reward on the third day was noticeably better, apparently because the third day had a more meaningful touch, and Shizu liked it more. Having figured out the mechanism, Matsuki began planning for a bigger reward for Shizu. He intended to check Shizu's information when he went to school tomorrow, specifically looking for Shizu's birthday. On the 5th day in the Naruto world, Matsuki originally had only one class today, but an issue came up with a third-year sensei in the office, who needed someone to substitute. Given the chance to help others, Matsuki naturally did not miss it. For teaching 2 classes, he gained 20 chakra points and received the Great Fireball Jutsu as reward. This was Matsuki's first time obtaining a ninjutsu that he knew. However, what surprised him was that the repeat ninjutsu system directly increased the experience of practicing that ninjutsu. In a gaming context, it would be something like a level 1 Great Fireball or a level 2 Great Fireball. Yume-sensei, you're too kind. If you keep this up, other sensei will surely ask you to substitute for them. Ueda expressed some concern. Matsuki thought to himself that this was also a good thing, and he quite liked it. We are colleagues. It is no big deal. Besides, I really enjoy teaching students. Matsuki smiled. Ueda was momentarily at a loss for words because, judging by Matsuki's expression, she felt that he genuinely meant what he said. She found it quite surreal. Could there really be such good people in the world? Substituting without extra pay was like working for free. The weekend quickly arrived. The academy was similar to his previous life, with classes from Monday to Friday and weekends off. Due to the prior agreement, at 8 am, Matsuki brought Obito and Might Guy to the training area he shared with Shizu, starting their special training. Why do we have to get up so early even on a day off? Obito moaned, leaning on the desk that Matsuki had prepared in advance. Early. I think it is fine. Might Guy scratched his head, unable to empathize with Obito's complaints. Matsuki handed them the prepared test papers. These were tests Matsuki had created based on their learning progress, considering that they had only been in class for 5 days. It would not be fair to give them last year's exam right away. Moreover, given the circumstances of Obito and Might Guy, Matsuki did not plan on having them tackle difficult problems. Getting some easy points would be sufficient for them. Passing was enough. Matsuki-sensei, what is this? Before long, Shizu, who was ready for practice, arrived. Seeing Obito and Guy struggling with the test papers, he looked puzzled. They are 4th grade students. I am giving them extra lessons. You focus on your training. It will not interfere, Matsuki explained. Shizu's arrival was not a coincidence. Matsuki had invited him last night. As for the purpose, Matsuki thought that it would be interesting for the senior students to engage in the mundane task of solving test papers while observing the junior students practicing ninjutsu. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Obito's surprise. Obito, who was working on his exercises, could not help but lift his head upon hearing the conversation between the two, then froze. He recognized Shizu. The Uchiha clan lived together, all residing in the family land divided by Konoha, so people of the same generation more or less knew each other. After all, being from the same family, even if they had not met, they had heard about each other. Geniuses like Shizu often appeared in the conversations of various elders as children from other families, making it difficult not to recognize them. Obito was somewhat puzzled. Why would Shizu appear here, and why did he seem so familiar with Matsuki? Could it be that Yume-sensei is a distant relative of Shizu? Obito came up with an unreasonable conjecture. Sensei, I am done. While Obito was daydreaming, Might Guy next to him suddenly shouted energetically. So fast. Obito was bewildered. He remembered not taking a long break, so why did Might Guy suddenly say he was done? Curious, Obito peered over and saw that Might Guy had only answered the first 3 multiple-choice questions. The rest were left blank. Obito did not know what to say for a moment because the entire test paper had only 10 questions, 4 multiple-choice, and 6 open-ended. Although he did not know how to answer many questions, he would choose to fill in the test paper a bit to make it look better. Upon hearing Might-Guy's words, Matsuki walked over and helped Might-Guy check his answers. He got two wrong, only the first question was correct. Sorry, Sensei, Might-Guy looked at the two mistakes and the only three questions he attempted, momentarily unsure of what to say. It is okay. It is normal not to know. If you already knew, you would not need me to teach you, Matsuki comforted with a smile. Do not feel down about your low scores. Look at it from a different perspective. You have a lot of room for improvement. Going from 5 points to 25 points in your score is definitely much easier than going from 80 to 100. Upon hearing Matsuki's words, Might-Guy's body trembled. He, who had always been treated as the tail of the crane and left to fend for himself, received encouragement for the first time, excluding his father. Sensei, you're right. I have a lot of room for improvement. Might-Guy's momentum instantly peaked. Next, Might-Guy listened attentively to Matsuki's explanations. Even if it was challenging to understand, he made an effort to comprehend. Next in line was Obito, who answered 6 questions but got only 2 right. Matsuki treated Obito in the same way as Might-Guy, first comforting, then explaining the questions. After the explanations, Matsuki handed 2 more sheets of similar test papers to the two. We still have more to do, Obito said, unable to take his eyes off Shishu, who has started practicing fire release. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Shishu swiftly formed hand seals, instantly spewing a 2-meter-high fireball towards the river. Watching the enormous fireball, Obito was deeply impressed, acknowledging Shishu as a true genius renowned within the clan. As an Uchiha, he could also perform the classic ninjutsu, the Great Fireball. However, whether it was the size or the might of his Great Fireball, compared to Shishu, it could only be considered a small fireball. Is he another genius like Kakashi? Though Might-Guy did not know Shishu, judging by Shishu's appearance and figure, he was at most 6 or 7 years old. The fact that he could wield such a powerful ninjutsu astonished Might-Guy. This reminded Might-Guy of Kakashi, whom he had considered his arch-nemesis. The academy had 3 terms. The first term was from April to July, followed by a summer break. The second term was from September to December, followed by a New Year break. The third term came after the New Year break. Kakashi did not even finish the second term at the academy. He directly applied for early graduation and got approved, showcasing his exceptional level of genius. At this moment, Shishu gave Might-Guy the impression of being a peer to Kakashi. Following this, Shishu began practicing the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Watching Shishu perform other fire release ninjutsu, Might-Guy became even more astonished. After practicing the 3 basic jutsu taught in school for 3 years, he felt he had learned them with great effort. Observing Shishu controlling the fire dragon dancing in the sky, Obito felt a deep sense of envy. If only he could master such a technique, he was certain it would earn Rin's admiration. It is evident that there has been significant progress in form changes compared to the first time. The fire dragon is a bit faster now. You must have practiced a lot since yesterday, Matsuki commented, praising Shishu. Mostly thanks to your training manual, Matsuki-sensei. It has been a great help to me, Shishu replied with a smile upon hearing Matsuki's praise. Let me demonstrate it again for you. Matsuki walked in front of Shishu, clapped his hands, and rapidly compressed chakra within his body. Instantly, he opened his mouth and spewed out 3 enormous fire dragons. Watching the ferociously burning 3 gigantic fire dragons, Obito was a bit dumbfounded. In the previous moment, he thought Shishu's Great Dragon Fire was impressive, but after witnessing Matsuki's Great Dragon Fire, Obito's perspective changed. The two did not seem to be releasing the same ninjutsu. The fire dragon unleashed by Shishu and the one released by Matsuki were as different as a snake and an eel. Moreover, why were they so fast, as if they did not need hand seals? The 3 enormous fire dragons swiftly flew in the sky, leaving behind flaming trails in their flight path, eventually forming several large characters in the air. Do not just stare, hurry up and do the exercises. Obito read out the characters in the sky and then noticed Matsuki looking at him with a mischievous smile. Obito was instantly startled and quickly explained, I was just taking a break and looking at the sky. Glancing at Might-Guy, who had been watching with him, Obito found that Might-Guy had already picked up his pen and started working on the exercises, reacting very swiftly. Have you seen enough now? Matsuki asked. Seen enough. Obito quickly picked up his pen and started doing the exercises. After working on the exercises for a while, Obito could not resist stopping and asking, Yumi-sensei, what's your relationship with Shishu? The relationship between a sensei and a disciple, what do you think it is? Matsuki glanced at Might-Guy's paper and answered. I also think it is like a master and disciple. Obito did not mention his initially unreliable speculation. Yume-sensei, if I pass the exam, can you teach me the ninjutsu you just used? Obito continued to ask. In his mind, he was already envisioning scenes of showing off the new ninjutsu to Nohara-rin, essentially preparing to pop open champagne. Of course, Matsuki nodded. Really? Obito looked pleasantly surprised. Really? Yume-sensei, have you mastered any taijutsu? Might Guy looked at Matsuki with eager anticipation. Although he also thought that Matsuki, who released the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, was impressive, Might Guy had a clear goal: he only practiced taijutsu. Matsuki did not speak. Instead, he walked up to a large tree, condensed Chekro on his feet, tightened his muscles, and then kicked out a whirlwind kick at an extremely fast speed. With the sound of a thud, the large tree quickly toppled, kicking up a cloud of dust. Do you like this taijutsu? Matsuki gathered his feet, dusted off the dirt, and smiled at Might Guy. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. I wonder who's lucky here. Watching Matsuki's incredibly swift and clean whirlwind kick, Might Guy's eyes lit up instantly. He felt like he had encountered a dreamlike technique, fulfilling all his fantasies about taijutsu. Simple, fast, powerful, and handsome. I like it. Be sure to teach me this one when the time comes. Might Guy expressed his satisfaction with Konoha's whirlwind with full enthusiasm. As long as you like it, Matsuki smiled and nodded. Might Guy's reaction was within Matsuki's expectations. After all, this taijutsu was developed by Might Guy himself in the future, and he even created a whole series, including techniques like Big Whirlwind and Just Whirlwind. It would be strange if Might Guy did not like it. With Matsuki's assurance, both Obito and Might Guy were very pleased. Even the exams, which they usually found extremely troublesome, seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Watch as I unleash all my firepower. This time I am definitely taking on more than 4, Obito exclaimed, excitedly rubbing his hands together. If someone did not know better, they might think he was gearing up for a battle. It must be more than 3, or else tonight, we'll run 500 laps around Konoha. Might Guy, determined to master the dreamlike technique, got serious and resorted to self-discipline. He planned to challenge Kakashi once he learned this taijutsu, testing how much his skills had improved. However, the sudden enthusiasm faded quickly. After attempting a few problems, Obito understood a harsh truth. If pushed, he might unleash a bigger great fireball or accurately throw 5 shuriken in a single breath. But when it came to exam questions, no amount of urgency seemed to help. Propping his head with one hand, the other hand playing with the pen in various poses, Obito, frustrated and distracted, could not stand even the swaying leaves, feeling like they were mocking his inability to solve the problems. Unable to resist, Obito glanced at Might Guy beside him. Although Obito has been classmates with Might Guy for over 3 years and shares Kakashi as a mutual friend, their relationship is quite ordinary. They are not strangers, but they cannot be called friends either. They are more like friends of friends, coincidentally being in the same class. When thinking about Might Guy, the first thing that comes to mind is being at the bottom of the class. Even though he is also labeled as such, Obito believes that he is just somewhat specialized. His ninjutsu and shuriken throwing skills are decent, but his theoretical knowledge is particularly lacking. It is just that the other Uchiha are too outstanding, excelling in every subject, making him, an imperfect Uchiha, seem like he's lagging behind. Might Guy, on the other hand, is different. He's not good in theory, and his ninjutsu is lacking. He ranks near the bottom in most subjects, widely recognized as the class tail ender. However, at this moment, Might Guy is displaying more patience than Obito, diligently tackling difficult problems even when it is making him scratch his head in frustration. Obito recalls a bold declaration Might Guy made once when he was being mocked. I believe that with this kind of effort, I will surely become the strongest taijutsu ninja in the future. Although Obito was not among those mocking him, when he heard these words, he did not think much of it. He did not believe Might Guy could become the so-called strongest in taijutsu. But now, his perspective has changed a bit. Whether or not Might Guy can become the strongest taijutsu ninja is uncertain, but he should be considerably stronger than those who mocked him. Becoming friends with him might not be a bad idea, Obito muttered. This way, they could team up against that annoying Kakashi. Watching Might Guy diligently working on problems, Obito also started writing with determination, brainstorming. Observing this scene, Matsuki showed a pensive expression. He had not expected that these two individuals together could create such a chemical reaction. Obito, who was usually impatient and restless, was influenced enough to calm down and focus on the questions. In the future, similar methods could be used to motivate Obito to train. Once the two finished, Matsuki helped them correct their work. Obito got 3 correct, and Might Guy got 2. Sigh. Still not up to 4. I've done my best. Obito slumped on the desk, looking exhausted. Tonight, at another 500 laps to the run, Might Guy incorporated the punishment for failure into his training plan. Seeing this, Matsuki consoled. You're only 5 questions away from passing, and you've progressed 1 question in just an hour. Thinking about it this way, is not it much better? As Obito and Might Guy pondered, it seemed to make sense. Success and mastering ninjutsu were within reach. After offering comfort, Matsuki, with a smiling expression, once again took out 2 exam papers. Looking at the fresh papers on the desk, Obito, considering the 3 weekends left before the exam, could not help but feel a bit overwhelmed. But he had no choice but to pick up the pen and continue, because giving up now would mean the previous papers were done in vain. Meanwhile, Shizu, having restored his chakra, started another round of fire release practice. Fire dragons danced in the sky, capturing Obito's attention once again. Yumi-sensei, after learning your ninjutsu, are we considered your disciples like Shizu? Obito thought for a moment and asked. If you want it that way, then sure, Matsuki replied ambiguously. Since we are eventually going to be disciples, why not teach us now, sensei? Obito, at wit's end, revealed his true intention. Matsuki looked at him skeptically. Although it was the result of his deliberate sit-up, Obito's eagerness seemed a bit too hasty. Obito patted his chest and assured, Matsuki-sensei, it is not that I do not want to study. I just think these 2 can be done simultaneously. After saying this, Obito pulled Might Guy beside him and asked, Guy, you agree, right? Sensei, I think Obito is right, Might Guy chimed in, eager to learn Konoha Whirlwind early to challenge Kakashi. What if you both do not pass when the time comes? Matsuki did not hastily agree but posed a counter-question. When the time comes, sensei, we'll follow your lead. I trust you for sure. Obito still had confidence in passing. Me too, Might Guy nodded in agreement. Alright then. Matsuki wore a conflicted expression, seemingly hesitating about something. Matsuki-sensei, just trust me. I'll study hard with you and will not let you down, Obito continued eagerly when he saw a chance. Same here, Might Guy added, clenching his fist to emphasize his commitment. Well, I believe you can live up to your words. Once you finish this paper, I'll teach you both the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu and Konoha Whirlwind. Matsuki looked convinced. That's great. I always knew you were the best, Matsuki-sensei. I will not disappoint your trust, Obito exclaimed excitedly. He felt today was indeed his lucky day, improving his theoretical scores and gaining an impressive sensei for free. Quite a catch. Matsuki-sensei, I will definitely work hard to master your taijutsu, Might Guy declared earnestly. He also felt fortunate today, encountering someone willing to be his sensei and teach him taijutsu. Establish a mentor-disciple relationship with Akira Obito. Establish a mentor-disciple relationship with Might Guy. Looking at the 2 pop-up windows, Matsuki displayed a satisfied smile. I wonder who's lucky here. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Small and cute. Relationship established successfully. Current trust level 2. Relationship established successfully. Current trust level 2. Looking at the trust level being 2, Matsuki secretly nodded. It was not in vain that he went to great lengths to disguise himself as prey to lure others. Matsuki felt that it was quite difficult to raise the trust level. It seemed to require time to grind. If it were trust level 1, the early gains would be considerably lower. 2 disciples with so higher potential gained the skill teaching. Teaching. Knowledge you impart is more easily absorbed. A very straightforward but powerful skill, enhancing the effectiveness of lecturing and teaching. Matsuki gave it a try, and it turned out to be a passive skill that could be toggled. However, for something with no drawbacks, Matsuki naturally chose to keep it on unless one day Danzo thought he was good at teaching and asked him to teach at the root base, then he would have to turn it off. The only thing that disappointed Matsuki was that the number of times disciples returned with rewards did not increase with the addition of disciples. It remained 1 opportunity per day. He also thought that preparing some food for Shizu would earn him 50 chakra. Every day, he cooked for 3 disciples, ensuring a minimum daily increase of 150 chakra. This was much faster than grinding lessons, but the result was not as he had hoped. Nevertheless, with 3 disciples, even if there was only 1 chance, it was still better than when he was alone. Because human emotions have a threshold, under gradual stimulation, the threshold slowly increases, making it less likely to be moved to a great extent. With 3 people, they could take turns to hit the jackpot, not only increasing the chances of winning big but also slowing down the growth of emotional thresholds. And The current growth rate is not bad, Matsuki thought to himself, glancing at his own panel. Name, Matsuki Yumi. Age, 18. Chakra, 4405. Skills, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, Water Release, Water Wall, Wind Release, Pressure Damage, Teaching. Compared to when he first crossed over, Matsuki has gained a total of 105 points of chakra. 90 points were obtained from teaching and disciples returning with rewards, while the remaining 15 points came from his own training. These are the results of Matsuki's efforts over 5 days, mainly because most of the rewards he received were various ninjutsu techniques. If Matsuki focused solely on obtaining chakra, attending classes alone would guarantee a minimum of 100 chakra per week, without even considering the rewards from disciples. However, Matsuki believes that, at this stage, it is better to focus on obtaining A-level rewards or splitting between A and levels. The ninjutsu rewarded by the system from teaching is learned directly, not just at a basic level but mastered, suitable for use in battles. For ninjutsu that he has not mastered with his attributes, and even comes with nature changes, the system is considerate enough to grant experience for that element nature. This is truly thoughtful. If he were to spend time practicing those ninjutsu, it would consume a considerable amount of time, and figuring out the practice methods is also a problem. However, once he has more means at his disposal, Matsuki believes it is still essential to focus on obtaining chakra, as chakra is the fundamental essence of a ninja. Sensei, I've finished. Obito, eager to learn new ninjutsu quickly, earnestly completed his exam with 120 effort. I am done too, Might Guy, not willing to fall behind, also reported in. Two of them. Matsuki was relieved that this was the world of Naruto, where clone jutsu was a common existence. Matsuki created a shadow clone and said, "You go first and explain the principles of the Konoha whirlwind to Guy," then demonstrated a few times. Because one was learning taijutsu and the other ninjutsu, Matsuki could not teach them simultaneously, so he had to create a shadow clone. He planned to personally teach Obito ninjutsu while the clone explained to Might Guy. After half an hour of teaching, they would switch. The original Matsuki would teach Might Guy, and the clone would teach Obito. Matsuki did not want to be a sensei who only focused on one person. He wanted to share his warmth with each disciple. Matsuki, just like when he taught Shizu initially, carefully explained and demonstrated, almost hand-holding them through the process. You imparted the Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu to the disciple. Due to the disciple's immense gratitude, the reward critically struck, granting the ninjutsu Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu Proficient level. Matsuki fell into contemplation. He remembered teaching Shizu the Great Dragon Fire as well. Back then, why did not he consider it as part of the disciple's returns? He thought of one possible reason. His Great Dragon Fire had come from Shizu as a reward, and it might be that rewards obtained from the same disciple could not be used for subsequent disciples' returns. Matsuki silently noted this hidden rule. It better not be the Water Dragon Bullet with 44 hand seals. Matsuki recalled Kakashi and Sabusa's Water Dragon Bullet and could not help but complain inwardly. While performing hand seals might look cool in anime, in reality, it is challenging to execute ninjutsu that requires so many hand seals unless someone else is there to distract or restrain opponents. Matsuki was not disappointed with the proficient level granted by the system. He only needed 6 hand seals, and with continued practice, he could further streamline the process as he became more proficient. After teaching Obito for half an hour, Matsuki went to guide Might Guy while instructing Obito with his clone. They both took turns teaching Shizu, constantly moving among the three. By noon, Matsuki personally went to the river and caught 4 fish. He then started a fire to grill them, one for each person, as their lunch. It is really delicious, Matsuki-sensei. If you opened a barbecue restaurant, it would definitely do well, praised Obito while eating. Shizu and Might Guy nodded in agreement. Be careful not to swallow the fish bones, Matsuki laughed and shook his head. Is it really delicious? Matsuki thought it should be quite ordinary since he did not have much skill in barbecuing and rarely did it. The reason they found it delicious might be due to the good atmosphere and the unique experience. Shizu usually ate alone at home, rarely dining with so many people, especially outdoors. Obito typically ate with his grandmother, and Might Guy shared meals with his father. Adding to the novelty of never really having grilled fish before and experiencing it under various favorable conditions, the originally ordinary grilled fish became surprisingly delicious. After finishing their meal and resting for an hour, Matsuki, along with the three, resumed their training. This ninjutsu is not really that difficult, Obito said, looking at the chubby fire dragon he had summoned, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was much smoother than when he was practicing the Great Fireball Jutsu before. Coincidentally, Shishu was also practicing the Great Dragon Fire, summoning a fire dragon. Observing Shishu's fierce and toothy fire dragon, Obito silently controlled his cute little fire dragon to hide behind himself. Might Guy, who had performed countless whirlwind kicks, wiped off some sweat and was about to take a break when he happened to witness this scene. Perhaps because of the shared difficulties in the morning, Might Guy walked over and comforted. "It is okay. The little fire dragon is cute, and it will eventually become as powerful as Sensei's." Even though it was meant to be comforting, for some reason, Obito felt an inexplicable sense of frustration, making him very uncomfortable. This surge of frustration instantly revitalized Obito, who had initially wanted to take a break. He became energetic again and resumed practicing the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Seeing Obito so motivated, Might Guy, not wanting to be left behind, also abandoned his break and quickly resumed training. These two are oddly compatible. Matsuki, who had been watching from the side, could not hold back a smile. He realized that Obito and Might Guy were quite a pair when together. After practicing until dinner time, Matsuki instructed them to return home and informed them to continue the next day. On Sunday, after a day of training, the disciples returned him a reward of 50 points of chakra. Following that, a new week began. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Establishing a character. In the morning, after Hage Kotetsu got up, he quickly finished washing up, had breakfast, and hurried to school. "Today you got up quite early. Why the rush?" his mother asked with a puzzled look. "Of course, I want to get to school early and study," replied Hage Kotetsu without looking back. This was just a casual lie to his mother. Although Hage Kotetsu did not dislike going to school, he was not particularly fond of it either because not all senseis were as lively and interesting as Matsuki. The real reason Hage Kotetsu was in a hurry to go to school was that he urgently wanted to know if his good friend Kamizuke Azumo had taken the first step in his romantic endeavors. It was on Thursday that Hage Kotetsu gave Kamizuke Azumo some advice, but by Friday, Kamizuke Azumo claimed he did not dare to act and needed more time to think. Hage Kotetsu thought that the weekend, 2 days in total, should be enough time for Kamizuke Azumo to make a decision. When Hage Kotetsu arrived at the classroom, not many people were there, and Kamizuke Azumo had not arrived yet. However, Kamizuke Azumo did not keep him waiting for long. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he saw Kamizuke Azumo walk in looking dispirited. "Azumo, did you not sleep well yesterday?" Hage Kotetsu asked, puzzled. Kamizuke Azumo shook his head. "Did you give the flowers to her over the weekend?" Hage Kotetsu asked eagerly. "Oh, do not bring that up." Kamizuke Azumo's expression became even more gloomy upon hearing Hage Kotetsu's words. "She did not appreciate the flowers because she likes them. It is because she's allergic to pollen and was worried about it being blown over," Kamizuke Azumo explained. Hage Kotetsu fell silent for a moment upon hearing this news, then asked, "So, did you give her the flowers?" Kamizuke Azumo did not answer Hage Kotetsu's question, but his silence and the resentful expression on his face already answered Hage Kotetsu's inquiry. Hage Kotetsu patted Kamizuke Azumo's shoulder and comforted him. "No problem. I remember a cute girl I played with, me. How about we hang out together and get to know her sometime?" "That sounds great, Kotetsu." Kamizuke Azumo swept away the gloomy atmosphere, instantly smiling. "I've come up with a brilliant plan to help you deal with your cousin over the weekend." "That's fantastic. Tell me about the plan." "Class is starting." Matsuki's voice reached their ears, and they just realized that the class had already begun. They had been so engrossed in their conversation that they did not notice the bell ringing. So, the two quickly sat up and began to pay attention to the class. It had been 2 days since they last attended Matsuki's class, and they were quite eager to catch up. Matsuki did not disappoint them. The class proceeded smoothly and pleasantly, and without realizing it, they gained a lot of knowledge. Lecture completed. Evolution. Reward. Water release. Water severing wave. Seeing the reward as water severing wave, Matsuki's eyes instantly lit up. This ninjutsu was no ordinary technique. This is the water release developed by Lord Second. It can spray out a high-pressure straight water column, incredibly powerful, capable of cutting even the divine tree's roots. Matsuki felt very pleased with the results, and immediately another piece of good news appeared. "Matsuki-sensei, I remember you do not have classes in the afternoon. Can you help me substitute for my class? I have ninjutsu class for the 4th year, class 2 in the afternoon." In the office, Shitani-sama walked over to Matsuki, hoping Matsuki could help substitute his class. There's no problem with substituting the class, Shitane-sensei. Are you feeling unwell? Although Matsuki was happy about the opportunity to earn another reward, maintaining appearances was crucial. He asked with a concerned expression. I am fine physically, thank you, Yume-sensei, for your concern. Shitane-sama thanked Matsuki and explained, it is about my previous blind date. I made plans to go out with her this afternoon. Why not choose a time when you do not have many classes? Ueda teased. I wish I could, but she said today afternoon was the only time she was available recently, Shitane-sama explained. If there were other options, he would not want to trouble Matsuki. After all, Matsuki was too kind, and Shitane-sama felt awkward taking advantage of him. Ueda was already too lazy to talk about Shitane-sama. She sincerely feels that he and that blind date will not have a good outcome, because if the other person is truly interested, they would consider Shitane-sama's feelings and not let him trouble his colleagues. Well, Shitane-sensei, do your best, Matsuki smiled, encouraging him to earn more rewards. Thank you so much, Yume-sensei. If it works out, I'll treat you to dinner at the most expensive restaurant in Konoha. Shitane-sama expressed his gratitude. Then, he hurriedly left the office, needing to go home, change clothes, and tidy up. I was right last time, Yume-sensei. With your personality, people will come to you for help whenever they are in a bind. Ueda sighed. Helping others is a pleasure, and colleagues should help each other, Matsuki said with a serious expression. You are just too kind. It is easy to be taken advantage of like this, Ueda lamented. Matsuki smiled without saying anything, starting to practice calligraphy. Watching Matsuki earnestly practicing calligraphy, Ueda could not help but feel the significant difference between people. If only Shitane-sama had a quarter of Matsuki's excellence, he would not have gone this long without dating. When Matsuki felt it was about time, he put down his brush, tidied up the desk, and headed to the 4th year, Class 2 to teach. As Matsuki reached the classroom door, the bell rang. Shitane-sensei has something to attend to. I'll be substituting for today's ninjutsu class, Matsuki explained as he entered. He glanced around the classroom. Everyone was there except for Obito. About 3 minutes into the class, Obito rushed into the room. Seeing Matsuki at the podium, Obito was bewildered. Having run in hastily, Obito was surprised to find Matsuki-sensei teaching in his class. This was Obito's immediate thought. He even, for a moment, questioned if he had walked into the wrong classroom. However, seeing familiar classmates confirmed he was in the right place. Obito did not have time to catch his breath and quickly began to explain, Matsuki-sensei, I did not mean to be late. I ran into an old lady and wasted time asking for directions. Before Obito could finish, someone in the class spoke up, completing his sentence, causing a burst of laughter. I am serious. If I had known Matsuki-sensei was teaching this afternoon, I would have come half an hour earlier for sure, Obito continued explaining. He was afraid Matsuki might think he was not studying properly and stop teaching him. Go back to your seat, Matsuki nodded, acknowledging Obito's explanation, and added, you should not be late for Shitane-sensei's class either. At the academy, ninjutsu classes start from the 1st year, teaching only 3 basic ninjutsu techniques: transformation jutsu, clone jutsu, and substitution jutsu. Although it might seem like a waste of time to spend several years learning only a few basic ninjutsu, it is quite reasonable. After all, geniuses like Shizu are rare. For those who aim to become Chunin, mastering these 3 ninjutsu is not easy, especially with additional courses to attend. Despite having taken the 3 basic jutsu class countless times, Matsuki's ninjutsu class still captivates them and makes them see things with fresh eyes. So that's how it is. No wonder the clone did not look like the original. One student made progress on the spot. I really hope Shitane-sensei gets busier in the future, so we can have more classes with Matsuki-sensei. Another student jokingly expressed what was on their mind. The people around them voiced their agreement. Matsuki did not express any opinion on the matter. He just marveled at how useful the system's skills were in his heart. Lecture completed. Evaluation. Reward. Lightning release. Lightning clone. Instantly, techniques involving the transformation of lightning chakra and various experiences with lightning release. Lightning clone appeared in Matsuki's mind. Although not an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu, unlocking a chakra attribute made Matsuki feel satisfied, especially since he had already accomplished something in the morning. For the next half-month, Matsuki maintained this rhythm. When no one asked him to substitute, he studied ninjutsu theory in the office. If someone asked for substitution, he accepted without hesitation. At home, he taught Shizu, Obito, and others, and then spent time training his chakra. Perhaps because the quality of his substitute teaching was excellent, students who had been taught by Matsuki wanted to experience it again. Coupled with Matsuki's good reputation among other senseis, he quickly became a well-known sensei at the academy. Students perceived Matsuki as a perfect sensei who delivers interesting lectures, has a gentle demeanor, and possesses handsome looks. Other senseis also felt that Matsuki was a sincere and kind colleague. As the center of attention, Matsuki did not have many thoughts about it. He simply established the image he wanted to portray. Currently, he is pondering why the masked ninja is standing in his courtyard. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Minato Namikaze. Surprise second release today. Be good students and vote for this amazing story. And leave a review too while you are at it. Smosh smosh. Knight, you've done your mission well. Danzo-sama asked me to hand these scrolls to you, Harusa said, handing 2 scrolls to Matsuki. Matsuki took the scrolls with a calm nod, without saying a word. Brute ninjas did not need much communication with each other. Harusa did not speak any further. After handing the scrolls to Matsuki, he quickly disappeared, fearing that Matsuki's identity might be exposed. After sensing Harusa's presence gradually fading away, Matsuki returned to the room and opened the 2 scrolls. One scroll contained information about a fire release ninjutsu, specifically the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. The other scroll contained Danzo's approval of Matsuki's work and the latest instructions. Danzo first acknowledged Matsuki's completion of the mission, praising Matsuki for quickly integrating into the Academy's decision-making process with full initiative. In recognition of this, Danzo commended a powerful fire release ninjutsu. Following this, Danzo instructed Matsuki not to be proud and to continue developing at the ninja school. He emphasized keeping a close eye on the Uchiha Shishu in the class while also paying attention to other Uchiha students. Finally, Danzo painted a bright future for Matsuki. If Matsuki could maintain this level of performance, Danzo promised to help him rise to the rank of Special Jonin, taking on a significant role at the ninja school. After reading the scrolls, flames ignited in Matsuki's hands, turning the 2 scrolls into ashes. Special Jonin, taking on a significant role, Matsuki chuckled. If it were the original owner of the body, they might have been motivated by Danzo's praise and promises. However, as for Matsuki, the rewarded fire release was the Great Dragon Fire is a technique he already knew, and he had no desire to advance to Special Jonin. Therefore, Matsuki remained calm internally. He just wanted to laugh. While preparing for his main body's training, Matsuki, with his clone reading a book, suddenly realized that all the books on ninjutsu at home had been read. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to go to Konoha's library to borrow some books to read. Konoha has a large library with a variety of books and information, including ninjutsu, which was established during Lord Second's era. Of course, it mainly contains ordinary rank and current ninjutsu. It is impossible to find forbidden techniques or high-level ninjutsu there, and the rental prices for ninjutsu are not cheap. However, this is irrelevant to Matsuki because he is not there to borrow ninjutsu. Instead, he's seeking information related to ninjutsu, especially sealing jutsu, and more specifically, anything related to restraining curse seals. Learning ninjutsu through lectures is much faster than practicing on his own. He wants to experiment with researching whether he can break the cursed tongue eradication seal placed on him. Although this seal is not as troublesome as the caged bird seal, having someone else's seal on his body is still uncomfortable. Walking on the streets of Konoha, observing the bustling pedestrians, Matsuki feels a bit dazed. It has been almost half a month since he crossed over into the world of Naruto. This is the first time Matsuki has ventured out in person. Normally, even buying groceries requires his shadow clone to go out. Due to his unique identity and the inherent dangers of this world, Matsuki always feels a lack of security. After using cheats for almost half a month, Matsuki has acquired a bit more knowledge of ninjutsu and increased his chakra. This has given him some confidence, making him feel less vulnerable to unknown attacks. Upon reaching the library, Matsuki presented his ninja book to the on-duty ninja. The book contained some basic information about Matsuki, such as his name, ninja number, and other details. This library is exclusively open to ninjas. After checking the book, the on-duty ninja nodded, signaling Matsuki to enter. Just as Matsuki was about to search for information, a familiar figure approached him. It was a man with golden hair and a gentle smile on his face, someone Matsuki recognized. Sensing Matsuki's gaze, Minato Namikaze also looked towards him. The two nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then Matsuki proceeded to join Minato. Name: Minato Namikaze. Chakra: 43-0. Potential: Evolution: kills Jonin like slaughtering chicken. On the surface, Matsuki's expression remained unchanged, but internally, he was extremely surprised. This was the first time he had seen over 10,000 chakra, and it was even 40,000, equivalent to the chakra of 86-year-old Shishu. The evolution was also alarmingly high, as if killing Jonin was as easy as a walk in the park. At this moment, Minato did not carry the title of the Yellow Flash. In the eyes of the public, he was just a formidable Jonin. Interestingly, his master, the Sanin Jiraiya, was even more famous and considered one of the popular candidates for becoming the next Hokage. However, upon reflection, Matsuki realized that Minato's evolution was not inaccurate. Minato, skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique, could indeed handle ordinary Jonin with ease. Such a fast ninja was simply overpowering against weaker opponents. If Minato already had a son at the academy, that would be great, Matsuki thought with regret. In that case, he could find an opportunity to get closer to Minato. Actually, he just wanted to be friends with Minato because of Minato's expertise in sealing jutsu. Matsuki was a bit greedy for Minato's sealing jutsu skills. Cursed seals essentially fall under sealing jutsu, constituting one of its branches. If there is an expert like Minato as a sealing jutsu consultant, breaking the cursed tongue eradication seal would become much easier. As for Kushina, her status as a Jinchuriki is too sensitive, and Matsuki does not want to invite trouble. After obtaining 2 books related to sealing jutsu and 3 unrelated ones, Matsuki left the library after completing registration and payment. In the southern forest of Konoha, Matsuki is currently leading his disciples in pre-exam training. Have both of you not forgotten what you said before? Make sure to pass tomorrow's theoretical exam, Matsuki reminded Obito and Might Guy. Of course, if we fail, we'll accept whatever punishment Matsuki-sensei gives us, Obito confidently replied. Although they mostly focused on ninjutsu training and occasionally covered theory and paper exams, just recently, they attempted past exam papers. Obito scored 30 points. Based on his previous experience, this score already exceeded the passing mark by several points. The passing line for the academy is the average score split in half, and the average score is generally just over 50. He's doing quite well. That's right. If you fail, you'll have to run 800 laps around Konoha, Might Guy shouted energetically, having just scored 30 points himself. Not only do I have to pass the theory, but I also aim to be first in practical combat. Obito, who had been under Matsuki's guidance for almost half a month, felt confident that he could now outperform his previous self. I will not just let you have first place, Might Guy declared in defiance. Matsuki smiled but did not say anything. However, being well aware of the overall strength of the 4th grade class, he knew that these two might not necessarily secure the top spot. There was a student from the Hyuga clan in Class 1 with decent strength. Although that student's potential was only rated as a neither Obito nor Might Guy had fully realized their potential. Obito had not unlocked the Sharingan, and Might Guy had not mastered the 8 inner gates. However, Matsuki could not say for sure. The competition was unpredictable, given the low level and many unexpected factors. Glancing at Shishu, who was quietly reading a book, Matsuki was certain about Shishu's performance. It would undoubtedly be overwhelming, securing the first place in both theory and practical combat. If they could compete across grades, Matsuki could only say he might be the top student in the entire school. I wonder if the system will reward me if they perform well in the exams, Matsuki speculated in his mind. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Day of the exam. First exam. I am a bit nervous, do not know if the questions are difficult. I hope not. If I do not pass, I'll get scolded when I get home. It should not be that bad. Matsuki-sensei also gave us a mock exam, and passing was pretty straightforward. Perhaps because it was the first exam, many students in the first-year class seemed a bit nervous, worried that the questions might be too difficult and anxious about receiving poor grades and getting scolded at home. Anko, Azumo, are you guys nervous? Heigen Kotetsu asked Kamizuki Azumo. What's there to be nervous about? It is just a little exam. Watch me breeze through it, Anko said with a cheerful smile. You sure you are not nervous? This is different from usual. The results will be publicly posted, Kamizuki Azumo replied. I'm a bit nervous too. I only scored 80 on Yumi-sensei's mock exam last time. The official exam should be a bit harder. I'll probably only manage to score 60 or 70, Heigen Kotetsu nodded. My mock exam score is a bit better than yours, got 87. I feel like this time it might be around 60 or 70, Kamizuki Azumo said with a troubled expression. No way, you all scored so high. Anko, feeling a bit confused, confidently mentioned that she only scored in the 60s on the last mock exam. The mock exam scores are all fake, cannot be considered real, Kamizuki Azumo sighed. Let's strive to get better scores. If the average score is higher, I heard that if the grades are too low, they might change the sensei who teaches us, Then it will not be Matsuki-sensei. Hagen Kotetsu shared some gossip he heard. Change sensei. It is fine to change other senseis, but not Yumi-sensei. Anko did not want Matsuki to leave. Even though Matsuki is the homeroom teacher, he teaches more classes in Class 1, and not all subjects are taught by Matsuki. There are several other senseis. Other senseis' classes are too boring. Only Yumi-sensei's classes are interesting and easy to understand, Kamizuki Azumo agreed. How about we share this news with the whole class to boost everyone's morale? Kamizuki Azumo thought of a good idea. In stories, they often inspire morale before a big battle. Anko thought it was a good idea and immediately stood on her desk to announce the news to everyone. Anko's words caused a stir in the classroom since Matsuki was their most beloved and respected sensei. Everyone, let's all try our best to do well in the exam. If Matsuki-sensei leaves and we get a boring sensei, it'll be terrible, Hagen Kotetsu took the opportunity to say loudly. Let's work hard and make sure Matsuki-sensei does not get replaced. I'll just say it straight. If anyone fails this time, I'll look down on them. Matsuki-sensei teaches so well. Shishu did not participate. He did not care. He would take action and secure the top spot in the grade. With students achieving such results, there would not be a need for a replacement. Quiet down, everyone. The exam is about to start. Just do your best, Hagen Kotetsu said. Matsuki's voice suddenly echoed, instantly quieting the classroom. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, only to see Matsuki standing at the doorway, having silently walked in without anyone noticing. I believe that each of you can achieve good results, Matsuki said with a smile, not lingering for long. Soon, he headed to the class he was assigned to invigilate. Seeing so many students eager to perform well to keep him as their teacher naturally pleased Matsuki. However, he could only say that their worries were unnecessary. Even if there were a change in sensei, it would be assessed over the entire semester and academic year. Moreover, Matsuki's practice exams were actually more challenging than the real ones. Walking into the classroom of Class 4-2, he went straight to the podium and announced, "Everyone, please quiet down. The exam is about to begin." The allocation of senseis for invigilation was random, and Matsuki happened to be overseeing Class 4-2. Matsuki-sensei. Many students in Class 4-2 greeted Matsuki, and he responded with a smile and nod to each one. Not only were Obito and Might Guy in Class 4-2 his disciples, but it was also a class where he frequently substituted. Therefore, everyone was quite familiar with him, and with the presence of Shitani Esamu for comparison, the students preferred Matsuki even more. Matsuki-sensei is watching, so we must pass this time. Might Guy took a deep breath, looking as if he was facing a formidable enemy. If Might Guy had to choose between the theoretical exam and an official genin battle, he would prefer to engage in a formal ninja battle. Graduating next year, he believed that facing official ninjas might lead to a breakthrough, and winning was not entirely out of the question. However, with certain theoretical topics, no matter how urgent he felt, there seemed to be no solution. Ren, just wait and see. I guarantee this time I will change your perception of me, Obito said triumphantly in a low voice. Surely you will pass this time. I believe in you, Obito, Ren encouraged with a smile. Although Obito had made similar statements countless times before, and they had not come to fruition, Ren still chose to believe in him and offered her support. Try to get the ones you know right, double-check them, and leave the difficult ones for the end, Ren gently reminded Obito. As a good friend, she genuinely hoped that Obito could shake off the reputation of being at the bottom. Obito nodded in agreement. Soon, another invigilating sensei entered the classroom. It was Kimura Shugito, a colleague of Matsuki, and both senseis from the same office were assigned to invigilate a single exam room. When the bell rang, Matsuki and Kimura Shugito distributed the exam papers together. Subsequently, the two monitored the exam, one quiet and one active, occasionally sitting together at the podium for a brief chat. Chitane-sensei must be feeling quite uneasy. I guess the bonus for this semester is in jeopardy. Dealing with two students who struggle, Kimura Shugito sighed softly. It is hard to say. Maybe they'll make an effort this semester and surprise us by passing, Matsuki smiled, shaking his head. Matsuki believed that this time, Obito and Might Guy's performance might drop a lot of jaws. Not passing the theoretical exam even once in 3 consecutive years. If they could pass, they would have done so a long time ago. The higher the course level, the more challenging it becomes. Kimura Shugito thought Matsuki was too optimistic. Fortunately, they'll graduate after this academic year. Otherwise, Kimura Shugito pondered, dealing with students like them would be a real ordeal. After a brief chat, Matsuki continued his rounds. He felt a bit nostalgic for regular classes. Due to the exams, The entire academy had a 3-day break. The first day included various theoretical exams, the second day was practical, and the third day was also practical, culminating in a decisive battle to determine the grade rankings. For Matsuke, these 3 days off meant missing out on several ninjutsu practices and failing to refine dozens of chakra. Fortunately, the teaching scrolls were still available. After the theoretical exams, Matsuke gave Obito some shuriken, allowing him to practice and expend 50 chakra. When the time comes, Matsuke-sensei, you watch. I'll definitely use the shuriken you gave me to defeat them and take first place. Obito expressed his gratitude. The practical exams were about to begin. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The Underestimated Obito. At Training Ground 16, Matsuke is taking attendance before the exam. Since it is a school-wide exam and requires space for practical training, the school's playground is clearly not enough to accommodate everyone. Therefore, they go directly to the training ground for the exam. After confirming that all the examinees are present, Matsuke and Kimura announce the start of the drawing lots. The rules for the practical exam are simple. Students come up and draw lots according to the class roster. The drawn number determines their opponent in the battle. Number 1 fights number 2, number 3 fights number 4, and so on. I am number 1. Rin, what's your number? After drawing the lot, Obito eagerly approaches Noara Rin. I am number 10. So, Obito, you're in the first match. Noara Rin replies. Does not matter which match it is, I'll win anyway. Obito is very confident, believing that his current strength will surprise everyone. After training with Matsuke for a month, Obito felt a sense of constant improvement every day. Presently, he has left behind the version of himself from a month ago by an uncountable margin. After asking Noara Rin, Obito inquired about Might Guy's number. Number 40, replied Might Guy. In that case, we probably will not meet until the end. Obito expected Might Guy to be on the opposite side of his at the final. Do not lose before me, Obito. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up for encouragement. That should be my line. After all, I am an Uchiha. Obito did not know if Might Guy was intentionally provoking him or not, but it sounded quite challenging. Where do you two get your confidence from? A classmate nearby commented, wondering how these two trailing students ended up facing each other at their peak. The first battle is about to begin. Please prepare for the exam. The first examinee, Uchiha Obito, and the second examinee, Uchiha Tekka, Matsuke announced as they checked the time, officially starting the exam. Obito did not argue with those who were mocking him. He quickly walked to the square area marked with white lines, preparing for the exam. Uchiha Tekka also swiftly entered the exam area, exchanging a glance with Obito. Although both were Uchiha, of the same age and classmates, they had hardly spoken to each other. There were no dramatic plot twists. It was simply a lack of interest from both sides. Uchiha Tekka thought Obito seemed a bit clueless, lacking in strength, and often late. Never seen such an inexperienced Uchiha. Obito felt that Uchiha Tekka appeared cold and unapproachable. Both sides are Uchiha. This should be interesting. Someone with a sense of humor could not help but laugh. Being from the same ninja clan, the embarrassment of defeat would be shared. What's interesting about this? It is clear Uchiha Tekka will win, not Uchiha Obito. The person next to him believed it was a battle without any suspense. Keep in mind that, apart from being suppressed by Kakashi in the first year, Uchiha Tekka has consistently ranked first in the class in both the second and third years. Uchiha Obito's skills are super in theory, and his practical abilities are just average. How could he possibly defeat someone like Uchiha Tekka? Upon reflection, it seemed that the person making this comment had a point. Uchiha Tekka could be considered the epitome of an outstanding Uchiha ninja, excelling in both practical skills and theory. Except for the abnormal Kakashi who graduated in the first year, there was no one in the class who could match him. It indeed seemed challenging for the trailing Uchiha Obito to win against the excellent Uchiha Tekka from the Uchiha clan, who had both practical and theoretical advantages. Obito, be careful, Noara Rin said with concern. She felt that Obito's luck was not great. Originally, with Obito's abilities, he might not be at the top of the class, but he should not have been eliminated so easily. However, facing Uchiha Tekka, a formidable opponent who had consistently ranked first, Noara Rin just hoped Obito would not be too stubborn and risk getting hurt. Mentally, she supported Obito to achieve victory, but the reality was that there was a noticeable gap in strength between the two. Almost everyone has low expectations, but winning under such circumstances is even more exhilarating. Might Guy crossed his arms, wearing a cheerful smile on his face. Unlike others, he believed in Obito's potential to win. The commotion in Class 2 of the 4th year even piqued the curiosity of students from other 4th year classes nearby, attracting quite a few who came over to take a look. Practical exams were relatively free, as long as you did not leave the training ground. However, when it came to Obito and Tekka, many lost interest. Being in the same grade and having taken practical exams together for several years, everyone knew which class had skilled students. Uchiha Tekka against Uchiha Obito was not this just a one-sided beatdown. What's there to watch? Only those curious about Uchiha Tekka's abilities stayed behind. The two stood opposite each other, casting a symbol of opposition toward each other. This was a necessary ritual in academy battles, signaling that one was about to strike. After the fight, they would exchange a symbol of reconciliation, symbolizing that they were still good comrades. Begin. Matsuke, seeing that both were ready, announced the start of the battle. As soon as Matsuke's words fell, Uchiha Tekka swiftly retrieved 3 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them at Obito, targeting his head, torso, and legs. Immediately after, Tekka rapidly charged towards Obito. Obito also casually took out 3 shurikens and quickly threw them. The clash of 6 shurikens produced a crisp metal impact sound as they all fell to the ground together. The Uchiha clan's shuriken throwing is indeed extraordinary. Even someone like Uchiha Obito, with relatively ordinary talent among the Uchiha, has quite the skill in shuriken throwing, commented Kimura, the instructor. Intercepting shurikens with shurikens requires remarkable accuracy. Because the space was not large, Uchiha Tekka quickly closed in on Obito, launching a swift right hook. Obito was undeterred, meeting the punch with a clenched fist, engaging in a close combat struggle with Uchiha Tekka. Both sides were trading blows, raising clouds of dust in the intense battle. "Whoa, did Uchiha Obito actually have such skills in taijutsu?" exclaimed onlookers who came to watch the commotion. The Uchiha Obito, known as the trailing member of the Uchiha clan, was actually holding his ground against Uchiha Tekka. Those from other classes were surprised, not to mention the students from their own class, who wore expressions of disbelief. The normal course of events should have been Obito getting kicked away and instantly defeated by Uchiha Tekka. Obito has really gotten a lot stronger. Naoyarin's small mouth hung open slightly, somewhat incredulous. She had always thought Obito was just being stubborn as usual, but she did not expect him to genuinely become stronger this time. Uchiha Obito still falls a bit short. Kimura, the instructor, shook his head. As a chunin, he could discern more than the students. In terms of taijutsu, indeed, he's a bit lacking, Matsuki nodded. After all, with only a month of training, it was impossible to cover all aspects. During this month, Obito mainly focused on fire release ninjutsu. Under Matsuki's guidance, he made significant progress in nature transformation compared to before. As Kimura observed, Obito gradually began to be pushed back. "I knew it. How could Uchiha Obito be a match for Uchiha Tekka?" sighed the person who had just mocked Obito. If Obito had won against Uchiha Tekka, it would have made him seem very short-sighted. However, he felt that it would be better to drop the nickname Uchiha Obito, the trailing one, in the future. This performance was not quite fitting for someone labeled as such. Obito seized an opportunity to temporarily create distance between him and Uchiha Tekka. Leveraging Tekka's fist strength, he quickly began forming hand seals. He did not spend so much time practicing fire release just to engage in a passionate fistfight with Uchiha Tekka. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Trust Level Upgrade. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Obito swiftly formed hand seals, gathering chakra throughout his body, completing nature transformation and shape transformation at the fastest speed. He unleashed a fiercely burning fire dragon, rapidly charging towards Uchiha Tekka. During the close quarters combat with Obito before, Uchiha Tekka became more and more astonished. He did not expect that in just a short period, Obito had grown so much, progressing far beyond his past level during 3rd grade. Seeing Obito forming seals to release ninjutsu, Uchiha Tekka immediately started forming seals, preparing to use ninjutsu and confront Obito head-on. He did not believe that with Obito's taijutsu improved so much, there could be much progress in ninjutsu. He did not believe he would lose to Obito in a ninjutsu showdown. Fire Release. Great Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Tekka erupted with chakra, blowing towards Obito a fireball as tall as a person. On one side is a fierce fire dragon with a mouth full of fangs, and on the other side is a menacing flaming fireball. The two ninjutsu are about to collide. I envy them. They have already learned offensive ninjutsu. Many onlookers, some of whom have not even mastered the 3 basic jutsu, expressed a bit of envy. They do not have the opportunity to learn new ninjutsu beyond the basics. "No way, you call this being a tailender?" Other students from different classes were surprised. They were initially assessing Uchiha strength but discovered that Obito could perform such a well-executed fire release ninjutsu. This level could not be considered as being a tailender. It was more like an honor student. But I feel like Uchiha is more formidable. His fireball seems much larger than Uchiha Obito's fire dragon, someone commented. In a ninjutsu showdown, he believed that the one with the seemingly larger great fireball would be the winner. Truly worthy of the Uchiha. I did not expect Uchiha Obito to hide so much. Even if he's not as good as Uchiha, his strength gives him a chance to take the top spot in my class. It is a pity his theoretical grades are too poor, Kimura, while scoring the 2 side. Those students from prestigious ninja clans are indeed different. During their student days, they would feel content once they mastered the 3 basic jutsu, relying on their taijutsu performance and demonstrated ninjutsu. Even if it was just a friendly match, they would give Obito a decent score. Just as the 2 ninjutsu were about to collide, the fire dragon suddenly rose towards the sky, avoiding a collision with the great fireball. Instead, it continued to bite towards Uchiha. Obito swiftly moved, dodging the great fireball while controlling the great dragon fire. Uchiha did not expect Obito to be so unsportsmanlike, not continuing the ninjutsu showdown with him. However, he was momentarily helpless. The great fireball could not change its course. Seeing the fire dragon closing in, Uchiha tried to dodge, but it was too late. He could only grit his teeth and brace for impact, preparing for possible injuries. At that moment, Matsuke, who was prepared in advance, took action. He used the body flicker jutsu to appear beside Uchiha, took him away, and then reappeared outside the battlefield, gently placing him down. "Thank you, Sensei." Uchiha expressed his gratitude to Matsuke. Without Matsuke's intervention, getting injured would have been unavoidable. Matsuke nodded in acknowledgement and then announced the outcome of the battle. The winner of the first round is Uchiha Obito. Some of the onlooking students had not fully grasped the situation. The sudden change in dynamics happened too quickly. Originally, they were all prepared to witness a clash of fire release, but Obito played a clever move, swiftly ending the battle. If it were not for Sensei's intervention, Uchiha might have ended up injured. This Uchiha Obito is not to be underestimated. Some onlooking students stared at Obito with a sense of wariness. Uchiha's towering great fireball indeed looked impressive, but under normal circumstances, it was not easy to land a hit. Obito's great dragon fire jutsu, on the other hand, was different. Although its attack range was not extensive, it was highly flexible and more likely to hit the opponent. "Great job, Obito." Noara congratulated Obito with a delighted expression. She genuinely felt happy for Obito, winning a face-to-face battle against Uchiha in the practical exam. This victory meant that even with lower theoretical scores, no one would label Obito as a tailender anymore. In the end, a ninja's reputation depends on their strength. As Obito walked over, he heard Nohara's praise. An elated smile instantly appeared on his face, and proudly he said, I told you there would not be any problems." At this moment, Obito felt immense gratitude towards Matsuke. He knew that all these changes were because of one thing becoming Matsuke's disciple and receiving daily meticulous guidance. If it were the him from before, he might have lost in the taijutsu showdown with Uchiha. Disciple Uchiha Obito's trust level increased, current trust level 3. While Matsuke was reading the exam list, a system message popped up. He glanced at Obito, who was currently wearing a full-faced smile, engrossed in a conversation with Nohara. It seems having a love-struck brain is not without its benefits, Matsuke thought inwardly. Increasing trust levels is exceptionally challenging because even a one-level boost results in a significant increase, doubling the benefits directly and enhancing the effects of teaching disciples. Despite the relatively low chakra returned during previous disciple training, it was because individuals like Shisui had not entered a period of rapid strength growth. In that phase, if Shisui gained 10,000 chakra, raising one trust level, it meant an additional 10,000 chakra. Matsuke's expectation was to have at least one disciple reach trust level 3 within a semester. Obito's unexpected advancement to level 3 within a month was a pleasantly surprising gain. The subsequent battles were not as intense as the first round, with almost no situations requiring Sensei's intervention. Matsuke sat in his chair, evaluating student performances and casually chatting with Kimura. If it were not for the need to proctor the exams, Matsuke would have wandered around, using his appraisal ability to see if there were any overlooked talents. He had 4 disciple positions, currently utilizing 3, leaving one still vacant. Uncertain about whether it is possible to increase the number of disciple positions, Matsuke is not planning to allocate this slot to someone with potential below this rank. The higher the disciple cap, the greater the rewards he can obtain in the future. With numerous talents in Konoha and a vast ninja world, there is no rush to fill the position. Having an additional disciple in the short term would not bring about significant improvements. Matsuki opened the panel to check his own attributes. Name: Matsuki Yumi. Age: 18. Chakra: 5,300. Skills: Water Release, Water Severing Wave, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, Water Release, Water Wall, Wind Release, Pressure Damage. Evolution: You've mastered various ninjutsu, including several advanced ones, allowing you to handle a variety of situations. A regular jonin is no match for you. In reality, his progress in enhancing his abilities was relatively fast. He increased his chakra by 1,000 points in a month, and his repertoire of ninjutsu expanded from just 2 to dozens, including powerful techniques like Water Severing Wave. Judging by the panel alone, he could easily surpass his initial capabilities when he first arrived in this world. One morning passed swiftly, and the first 2 rounds of battles were quickly concluded. However, Miike could not quite establish his reputation like Obito did. His opponents were relatively ordinary, and while Miike handled them with precision, it did not reach the point of overturning everyone's perception. Yet Matsuki knew that it was just a matter of time. In the afternoon, the internal practical exams within the class would come to an end, and by then, a class champion would be determined. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Miike's True Power. At noon, inside the office, various sensei were discussing their observations during the exam. Hyuga Kamen from class 1 of the 4th year is really amazing. He deserves to be a ninja of the Hyuga clan. Almost no one in the first class can last a minute against him, said Chaitanya-san with some envy. I reckon he'll be the top in the practical combat rankings again this time. Chaitanya-san wished he were the homeroom teacher for class 1 of the 4th year instead of class 2. That way, he could casually take the bonus and have money to go on arranged dates to high-end restaurants. But it was impossible. With such good grades, it was naturally impossible to switch sensei. Not necessarily. I think Uchiha Obito from your class is quite strong too. Maybe he can compete for the top spot, Kimura Shujito interjected. Chaitanya-sama wore a puzzled expression and asked, Shujito, did you mention the wrong name? It is Uchiha Tekka, right? His strength is indeed impressive. How could I mention the wrong name? I am talking about Uchiha Obito. Kimura Shujito asserted that he was still very young and not suffering from senility, and he was indeed referring to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. That's impossible. What kind of strength could he have? Chaitanya-sama looked at Kimura Shujito with suspicion, doubting that he was trying to deceive him. Uchiha Obito was known for being the weakest among the Uchiha, and how could someone with real strength have such a nickname? I cannot fool you. Uchiha Obito's first opponent was indeed the Uchiha Tekka you mentioned, and he won decisively, continued Kimura Shujito. Seeing that Chaitanya-sama still had some doubts, Kimura Shujito directly brought Matsuki into the conversation. Matsuki-sensei and I were invigilating together. If you do not believe me, ask him. Chaitanya-sama looked at Matsuki. Matsuki nodded and said, indeed, what Kimura-sensei said is true. Uchiha Obito defeated Uchiha Tekka in the first round. Hey, this is really strange. Chaitanya-sama scratched his head, feeling quite incredulous. He believed Matsuki's words. After all, Matsuki-sensei had gained the recognition of all the sensei within just 1 month of joining. He was incredibly reliable. Why could he defeat Uchiha Tekka? Chaitanya-sama, scratching his head to the point of breaking the skin, could not figure out why things had turned out this way. What happened to being the weakest among the Uchiha? How did he manage to defeat the former top student in the class? It could not be that a mysterious sensei secretly taught him advanced ninjutsu, right? Watching Chaitanya-sama's reaction, Matsuki thought to himself, just because Obito showed some strength, and you're already this perplexed. If Miike were to demonstrate his strength, you might suspect you're under a genjutsu. Chaitanya-sama could be considered to have won without much effort in this situation. Matsuki estimated that his bonus was probably secure. Thinking it over, Matsuki acknowledged that Chaitanya-sama did not entirely win effortlessly. He had contributed too. Chaitanya-sama often asked him to substitute teach, assisting him in recruiting students and earning rewards. It was a bit of merit, and on top of that, he indeed did not skimp on treating him to meals, a savvy way of navigating things. Yumi-sensei's class is really impressive. Ueda Aya, who had been silent, spoke up. She was invigilating Matsuki's first-year class. The overall level of the 3 basic jutsu feels almost on par with the second-year class I teach, Ueda Aya exclaimed. Especially this super genius named Uchiha Shizu. He reminds me of that Hatake Kakashi from a few years ago. He's definitely going to be the top in practical combat for the first year this time. Can it be that exaggerated, comparing him to Hatake Kakashi? Shitani-sama looked surprised. Being the top in the class was one thing, but being on par with Kakashi was terrifying. Keep in mind that Kakashi is recognized as a super genius by the ninja school in recent years, and his subsequent performance has been outstanding. He was promoted to Chunin directly within a year after graduating. It is just that extreme. He is simply on a different level compared to the other first-year students. Aya nodded. This is too cool. Yumi-sensei, you're really lucky. You just casually get outstanding students. Shitani-sama, wearing an envy-filled expression, wished he had that kind of luck. He would be content if he could secure his bonus. What luck? It is because Yumi-sensei teaches well. You cannot say that all the talented students end up in Yumi-sensei's class, Aya corrected. She did not think that Class 1 of the first year had such strength because there were more geniuses. Instead, she believed it was due to Matsuki's excellent teaching skills. Otherwise, why would students from classes where Matsuki occasionally substituted hope for Matsuki to come more often? It is not just one or two classes. All the classes where he substituted received positive feedback. My bad. I certainly know Yumi-sensei's teaching is excellent. My students even wish I am busy every day so that Yumi-sensei can take the classes, Shitani-sama said, correcting himself. As he spoke, Shitani-sama became a bit disheartened. He only occasionally had Matsuki substitute for him, with most of the time being spent teaching by himself. However, the students preferred Matsuki. It is alright. It is because the students work hard on their own, Matsuki modestly remarked. After chatting with colleagues for a while, Matsuki quickly began practicing calligraphy until the afternoon exams started. The location remained Training Ground 16, but there were considerably fewer people compared to the morning. Because the exams do not force students who have already lost to continue participating, they can decide whether to come or not on their own. As time passed, the battles unfolded one after another. Noa-ren, who was not very adept at combat, was eliminated in the first round of the afternoon. Might Guy, who could cleanly handle any opponent he encountered, finally caught everyone's attention. So Might Guy's taijutsu is this strong. His speed is incredible. He defeated Daisuke with just one kick, exclaimed the students watching. What a significant change. I remember in the 3rd grade, he was just okay, not this powerful. A student who knew Might Guy expressed some confusion. Maybe he worked harder on training during the summer break and the new semester. He could only speculate about this possibility. For the final battle, number 1, Ache Obito, will face off against number 40, Might Guy. Prepare for the fight. Candidates, Matsuki announced the lineup for the final round of the class practical combat exam. Might Guy and Obito exchanged a glance upon hearing this, swiftly walking to the exam arena, ready to begin their battle. Guy, I will not let you have this first place. Obito glanced at Ren standing outside, his determination instantly reaching its peak. In front of Ren, he absolutely did not want to lose. I feel the same way. If I am going to become the strongest, I have to take all the first places that I can, Might Guy replied with heightened determination. They really made it to the end. A student who had criticized the two before felt a bit regretful. It felt surreal to them. In the 3rd grade, they were both considered underachievers, and who could have thought that in the 4th grade, they would suddenly become so powerful? Before the exam started, who would dare to think this way? Everyone assumed Uchiha would be the top in practical combat in the class. They could not imagine what these two had become over the vacation and the new semester. After exchanging harsh words before the match, Might Guy and Obito fell silent. The two of them stood facing each other, creating an atmosphere of confrontation. Begin. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Water Attribute Chakra Nature Mastery. The moment Matsuki announced the start of the exam, Obito quickly began to retreat, forming hand seals and performing ninjutsu as he moved backward. Knowing that Might Guy excelled in taijutsu, Obito naturally avoided a direct taijutsu confrontation with him. Clone Jutsu. Puff, puff. After completing the ninjutsu, 2 clones identical to Obito appeared by his side. The 3 Obitos continuously swapped positions as they ran, attempting to confuse Might Guy. Konoha Whirlwind. However, Might Guy's speed surpassed Obito's expectations. He instantly caught up and, with an incredibly fast spinning kick, dissipated the 2 clones. Obito's main body also staggered backward more than a meter from the impact. Such immense strength. Obito's arm trembled uncontrollably a couple of times. He had used his arm to withstand the kick, and now his arm was subtly aching. Might Guy gained the upper hand and immediately pressed forward, forcing Obito into close combat with him. However, in a pure taijutsu confrontation, Obito was no match for Might Guy and quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Who do you think will win? Onlookers among the students began discussing the potential victor. It is probably going to be Might Guy. It looks like Uchiha Obito is about to be defeated. One student analyzed the situation. Not necessarily. When Uchiha Obito fought Uchiha Taika before, they were in a taijutsu showdown, and Obito was at a disadvantage, but he eventually won with fire release. Another person argued that Obito, who wielded powerful fire release, might not have unleashed his full strength yet. After all, Obito had decisively defeated the former top Uchiha Taika, showcasing an impressive record. Matsuki-sensei, who do you think will win? Suddenly, Kimura asked. Might Guy, I suppose, Matsuki pondered and replied. Yeh, that Uchiha Obito may have powerful fire release, but this exam arena does not suit his strengths, Kimura agreed. Matsuki nodded. In reality, the two of them were evenly matched in strength. However, Obito currently seemed like a mage without much close combat ability, unable to perform non-chanting spellcasting like a turret mage. In this flat and open terrain, it was challenging for him to surpass Might Guy, a high-speed warrior. As expected, in the next moment, Might Guy seized an opportunity, and a Konoha whirlwind kicked Obito directly, sending him flying. Might Guy is the winner, Matsuki announced the final result of the exam. The students who had thought Obito would win could not help but cover their foreheads. Obito never failed to disappoint in disappointing aspects. When you thought he would lose against Uchiha Taika, he won. When you thought he would win against Might Guy, he lost. Might Guy, you're amazing. How do you train? A classmate could not help but start asking for tips on getting stronger from Might Guy. How do I train? Probably waking up at 5:30 in the morning and running around Konoha until class, then practicing taijutsu against wooden stakes all night. On weekends, Might Guy thought about his daily schedule and then answered. Farewell. The inquiring student, upon hearing about waking up at 5:30 in the morning, was deeply impressed by Might Guy. However, when it was mentioned that he practiced taijutsu against wooden stakes all night, the student no longer wanted to hear more. He felt that even a formal ninja would not practice like this every day. Obito, are you okay? Rin walked over to Obito with concern. Obito brushed off the dust from his body and casually replied, I am definitely fine. It was just a narrow defeat. I'll definitely win next time. In front of the girl he liked, he had to act like everything was okay. However, Rin was not so easily fooled. She grabbed Obito's arm, rolled up his sleeve, and saw some bruises. Staring at Obito, she said, Do you think acting tough helps? Injuries will not heal just because you act tough. Hurry up and go to the medical room to apply some ointment. Saying this, Rin pulled Obito towards the medical room. Obito protested verbally about being fine, but he did not resist and followed Rin. The mouth may be rebellious, but the body is indeed honest. The practical exam, which followed the day after ranking first in the class, came to an end. Tomorrow's exam would involve the top 2 students from each class in a practical test, determining the overall top student of the year. After the exam, Might Guy prepared to bid farewell to Matsuki and head home. He wanted to share the good news with his father, Might Guy, envisioning his father shedding tears of joy and shouting about youth. However, Matsuki did not let Guy leave immediately. Using the excuse of having something to give him, Matsuki took Guy to a secluded place and smiled. Guy, congratulations on securing the first place. After saying this, Matsuki handed a small booklet to Might Guy. This is a taijutsu training manual I casually wrote recently. It also contains some of my thoughts on the further development of the Konoha whirlwind. Consider it a gift for being the top student in your class. Might Guy looked at the manual, but he also noticed the hand Matsuki was using to hold the booklet. Matsuki's hand appeared clean on the surface, but the keen-eyed Might Guy noticed some faint specks of dust, as if diligently washed but not entirely removing traces of ink stains. Glancing at the contents, Might Guy instantly understood everything. This was not just casually written. It seemed like Matsuki had invested considerable effort and contemplation into crafting it for him. Even if he had not secured the first place, Matsuki would have found another reason to give it to him. The ideas regarding the further development of the Konoha whirlwind inside made Might Guy feel like it was tailor-made for him. If it had not taken time, Might Guy would not believe it. Matsuki-sensei, I will definitely not let your efforts go to waste. I will become the strongest taijutsu ninja in the future. The emotionally charged Might Guy was moved to tears. Matsuki took out a piece of tissue to wipe away Might Guy's tears, patted his shoulder, and smiled. It is great that you think that way. For Sensei, the best reward is seeing the disciple grow stronger. As Matsuki spoke, his expression was incredibly sincere. Man, Might Guy nodded emphatically. At this moment, his conviction to become stronger grew even firmer. Watching Might Guy gradually move away, Matsuki glanced at the system messages and a smile appeared on his face. You gifted the disciple a taijutsu training manual, and due to the disciple's deep gratitude, the reward triggered a large critical hit, gaining mastery in water attribute chakra nature transformation. Disciple Might Guy's trust level increased. Current trust level 3. Not bad luck at all. Matsuki felt the additional memories in his mind, in a very good mood. Typically, the rewards returned from the disciples were related to what they excelled in. For example, Shizu and Obito returned him many rewards related to fire release, and Guy returned many related to taijutsu. However, there were also unexpected rewards that were sometimes unrelated. Compared to proficiency in a particular taijutsu, mastery in a chakra attribute was undoubtedly much better. Matsuki was very satisfied. With more of these, he might even develop his own Kikki Jinkei. As for the increase in trust level, that's an additional pleasant surprise. Matsuki felt that in the future, when giving out high-quality items, it would be wise to plan carefully to maximize emotional impact, making it easier to trigger better rewards. For example, if he had casually given Might Guy something ordinary this time, it probably would have resulted in a modest reward, maybe proficiency in a ninjutsu or taijutsu. But by presenting it to Might Guy in the midst of his excitement over achieving first place, subtly revealing the ink stains on Matsuki's hands that could not be washed away, and adding a bit of motivational talk, the effect became entirely different. Giving a gift when achieving first place would remind Might Guy of Matsuki's guidance. Without Matsuki's guidance, could he have secured this first place? This would initially stir some emotions. Then, showing Might Guy the ink stains, making him aware of the difficulty involved in the gift, imagining Matsuki's efforts, intensifying the emotions, and finally adding a bit of motivational talk would make the emotions explode instantly. After tomorrow's exam, the results should be out in a couple of days. Matsuki was still pondering whether the system would issue rewards for the exam. In theory, when students perform so well, the sensei should receive commendation. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Graduating early. The exams on the third day are coming up soon. After all, only 2 students are selected from each class, and there are only 8 classes in the entire academy for each grade. Today is the same as the second day. Non-candidates can choose not to come. However, quite a few students have come today to watch the exams and see who will be the first in grade 4. Am I seeing things? Is not that Uchiha Obito? Why is he standing on the side of the candidates? Someone wonders. Did not you pay attention to the news from class 2 yesterday? The person next to him asked. Yesterday I had bad luck and encountered the strongest in our class in the first round. I lost and went home. That's normal then. Uchiha Obito has become very strong now. He defeated Uchiha Tekka from their class. The students watching discuss the participating students from each class with relish. Sometimes, debates arise over who has stronger abilities. At such times, even those who had criticized Obito and Might Guy before would try their best to defend them. After all, they represent their own class. I guess the only one who can be the first in his grade this time is Shizu, Matsuki says after watching the first round. He feels that Obito and Might Guy are in a precarious situation. Kamen Hyuga, who practices the gentle fist, is doing well. Coupled with the advantage of the Byakugan, it is difficult for Might Guy to win, let alone Obito. Matsuki can only say that the early stages of the Hyuga clan's ninjas are still advantageous. The Byakugan is not as difficult to awaken as the Sharingan, and the family's gentle fist is also an excellent taijutsu. The time they spent practicing with him is still too short. Now, their strengths are not enough, and there are still many weaknesses. As time passes, they enter the final 2 rounds of battles. Obito fights against Hyuga Kamen, and Might Guy faces a ninja from the 4th year, 3rd class. As Matsuki expected, in front of Hyuga Kamen, Obito is beaten by the gentle fist even before using a single ninjutsu. During the final match, Might Guy's performance was indeed better than Obito's, but his moves were completely anticipated by Hyuga Kamen's Byakugan, and he could not escape the outcome of losing. Obito, feeling somewhat disheartened after losing the match, had hoped to compete for the first place but unexpectedly did not even make it to the top 2. As Matsuki happened to pass by, he consoled, "Do not always dwell on your failures. You should think about how much you've improved since the last time and work hard for the next opportunity." Upon hearing this from Matsuki, Obito's mood instantly improved. After all, during the previous 3rd grade final exams, he was ranked around 20th in his class. This time, he almost made it to the top 2 in the entire grade. Considering this, his progress was substantial, and the first place seemed within reach. Matsuki then walked over to Might Guy. Surprisingly, Might Guy also appeared somewhat disheartened. Matsuki had initially thought that someone like Guy would not care much about a win or loss. Upon closer consideration, Matsuki found the reason. It might be because he had given Might Guy a taijutsu training manual yesterday, causing Might Guy to feel the weight of Matsuki's expectations. Failure always runs through life from beginning to end. That's life. Do not let one failure bring you down, Matsuki comforted. Might Guy's body trembled. When it came to failure, he indeed had the right to speak. From the initial entrance exam, where he almost missed becoming a ninja, to challenging Kakashi and being defeated in one move, consistently ranking last in every course and being dubbed the tail ender. Although he was only 8 years old, Might Guy had already experienced too many failures. It seemed like he was starting to understand what his father, Might Guy, meant by youth never fading. I understand, Matsuki-sensei. Might Guy's gaze became more determined. He realized that his focus should not be on being disheartened by his wins and losses. Instead, he needed to train hard to win the next battle until he became the strongest. Matsuki nodded approvingly and then went on to pass by Shishu. When Matsuki found Shishu, Shishu was surrounded by a group of students asking questions left and right. Seeing Matsuki approaching, the students greeted Matsuki one after another. Yumi-sensei, I managed to get second place in the grade. Is there any reward for me? Anko walked over to Matsuki with a cheerful smile. Matsuki smiled, patted Anko's little head, and thought for a moment before saying, how about treating you to some dango? Great. Yumi-sensei is the best. Anko immediately transformed into Matsuki's #1 fan upon hearing about the dango. Shishu, even though you got first place in the grade, you have not asked for a reward. Anko, you're too eager, Hagen Kotetsu commented from the side. It is not that Kotetsu really thought Anko was too impatient. It was just a bit of teasing. Matsuki chuckled and sent the group of students away. Then, with Shishu, he headed towards the commercial street to buy the dango he promised. How do you feel? Matsuki asked. Shishu thought for a moment and honestly replied, pretty ordinary, to be honest. There was not even anyone who required me to go all out. Very normal. After all, with your strength, there are not many in the 4th grade who can match you, let alone the 1st grade, Matsuki praised generously. Hey, Matsuki-sensei, do you think I should graduate early? Shishu asked, looking into Matsuki's eyes. Matsuki's eyes had a unique color, a sky blue hue. Graduate early? Matsuki questioned. Yee, because I heard that some talented senpai in the past thought they could not learn much in the ninja school and graduated quickly, Shishu replied. Matsuki shook his head and said, I do not recommend graduating in your 1st year. At the very least, wait until the 2nd or 3rd year. Your strength may be outstanding among your peers, but once you're out of school, your opponents will not only be your peers, especially now, a major war could break out at any time. If you feel the Academy's courses are meaningless, you can use shadow clones to attend classes for you, and then you can follow my guidance for training, Matsuki suggested. Although in the original story, Shishu safely survived the 3rd Great Ninja War and even earned the nickname Body Flicker Shishu, the original story did not include Matsuki Yume. The butterfly effect makes predictions uncertain. Matsuki still hoped that Shishu would spend a few more years developing in the ninja school. If you cannot even defeat a Chunin, what's the point of graduating? If he were in Shishu's shoes, without Jonin level strength, he would not feel safe walking on the streets of Konoha. Upon hearing Matsuki's suggestion, Shishu's eyes lit up. He nodded, feeling that Matsuki's advice was quite good. Later, Matsuki took Shishu to buy a bunch of dango and returned to the school. Before the afternoon classes, every student in Class 1-1 received a portion of dango. Matsuki was not really going to give dango to Anko alone, but since he promised, Matsuki gave an extra portion of dango to Anko. Yumi-sensei is the best. Anko expressed great satisfaction. If a few more portions of dango were to come, there might be a Yumi cult in Konoha soon. Other students also expressed their thanks, and their already high regard for Matsuki increased even more. The efficiency of the academy was quite high. 2 days after the exams, all the results were sorted out and announced, confirming Matsuki's conjectures. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The smile will not disappear, only shift. Good morning, Izumo. In the early morning, on the way to the academy, Hagen Kotetsu greeted Kamizuke Izumo whom he happened to encounter. Yee, good morning, responded Kamizuke Izumo. Hagen Kotetsu put his arm around Kamizuke Izumo's neck, briefly locking it, and then released it, saying with a smile, Why do you look so unenergetic? Kamizuke Izumo sighed and said, Kotetsu, did you forget? Today is the day when the results are announced. Oh, right. Did you not perform well in the exam, Izumo? Hagen Kotetsu recalled that Matsuki mentioned yesterday that the results would be out today. I feel like my scores might be low. Kamizuki Azumu tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the sky with a hint of sorrow. It is okay. I did not perform well either. I guess it'll be the same for you, comforted Hagen Kotetsu, patting Kamizuki Azumu on the shoulder. Then, the two walked together towards the academy. Just as they approached the academy, they ran into Anko. Izumo, Kotetsu. Good morning. Anko greeted them happily. Anko, good morning, the two responded. Why do you both look like you're not in a good mood? Did you have nightmares last night? Anko curiously asked. No, it is because today is the day the results are announced, sighed Hagen Kotetsu. We both did not do well. We feel like our scores will be low. Really? I feel like I did pretty well. Maybe my scores will be quite high, Anko said proudly upon hearing the reason. Then we can ask Yumi-sensei for rewards again, Anko added. Even though they had not seen the scores yet, she felt like celebrating. After all, Hagen Kotetsu and Kamizuki Azuma's theoretical scores are usually considered quite good. She outperforms them both, so she's definitely getting high scores. I really envy you, Anko. Second in practical skills and doing well in theory too, Kamizuki Azumu expressed his admiration. Upon hearing Kamizuki Azuma's praise, Anko could not help but feel even more inflated, walking with an air of confidence, resembling a big sister. Then, the trio encountered Shizu and other classmates from their class as they entered the school. How did you do in the exams, Shizu? Anko curiously asked. Just average, Shizu replied calmly. Anko could not help but raise her expectations for her own scores. If Shizu only got average marks, could she aim for first place? First place might be unlikely, but the top 5 should be possible, right? Anko, who had not yet lost her sanity due to overconfidence, usually scored in the middle range in regular exams. As they approached the bulletin board, it was already surrounded by a group of students, and the sounds of discussions about the results filled the air. These class scores are too high. There are so many in the 70s and 80s. And there's even one with a perfect score, seems to be first in practical skills, really terrifying. No wonder it is the class led by Matsuki-sensei. Make way, Anko, eager to know her own results, paid no attention to what others were saying. She led the charge with Hagen Kotetsu and Kamizuki Azumu, pushing through to find the Class 2 results board. 80 points. Yay. Anko immediately spotted her name next to the 80, cheering happily. However, soon she noticed an issue. It seemed like her ranking was not quite right. Kotetsu, Azumu, have you found your scores? Anko quickly asked. Found them. 92 points, nodded Hagen Kotetsu. How much? Anko suspected she misheard. 92 points, Hagen Kotetsu repeated. What's your language? Anko slapped Hagen Kotetsu's shoulder heavily. 2 large hazel eyes stared at Hagen Kotetsu in disbelief. We agreed we did not do well, and you scored a 92. What do you mean you did not do well? Anko could not help but ask. It is luck, just luck. I thought I did not do well, but it turned out fine, Hagen Kotetsu chuckled, trying to brush it off. Azumo, how about you? What's your score? Hagen Kotetsu asked. 97, Kamizuki Azumu replied with a smile. How much? Hagen Kotetsu felt like he misheard. This was almost a perfect score. 97, Kamizuki Azumu repeated. This time, Hagen Kotetsu heard it clearly. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, while the one on Kamizuki Azumu's face became even more pronounced. I comforted you early in the morning, and you ended up doing so well. Almost a perfect score. Hagen Kotetsu directly locked his arm around Kamizuki Azumu's neck and took him outside. Anko, seeing this familiar scene, decisively joined the fray, occasionally sneaking in a few punches for Hagen Kotetsu as well. These two were too infuriating, scoring so well and still deceiving her emotions. After a month of hard study, Disciplacia Shizu achieved a perfect score in the academic assessment. Rewards. Chakra 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll elevates any learned ninjutsu to a proficient level. After a month of diligent study, Disciplacia Obito achieved a good score in the academic assessment. Rewards. Chakra 150. After a month of dedicated study, Disciple Might Guy achieved a good score in the academic assessment. Rewards. Chakra 150. As Matsuki expected, there were indeed rewards for the exams, and they were much more abundant than the rewards for teaching. In these 3 days, he could not talk his way to 600 chakra even if his throat smoked, as a rank evaluation only gave 20 chakra. This was still because Obito and Might Guy performed poorly in theory and were not first in practical skills. Otherwise, the rewards would have been even higher. Matsuki suddenly felt an impulse to have the school conduct exams more frequently. Normally, the academy only had 2 exams per semester. If they had 10 exams in one semester, he might as well soar into the sky. This thought only crossed Matsuki's mind for a moment before he abandoned it. He knew that doing so might not even earn him rewards. The occasional tests he conducted in class were not rewarded by the system either. Moreover, Matsuki believed that his proposal would not be accepted by the school. 10 exams in one semester would be overwhelming for both students and senseis. After some contemplation, Matsuki decided to use the ninjutsu proficiency scroll. There were 3 semesters in a year, with 2 exams each semester, meaning he could potentially receive 6 ninjutsu proficiency scrolls per year. Since he could acquire more later, he decided to enhance his abilities first to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Matsuki applied the ninjutsu proficiency scroll to the water-severing wave. In an instant, numerous memories of practicing the water-severing wave and various techniques flashed through his mind. Although Matsuki has mastered quite a few ninjutsu techniques now, he believes the most powerful one is still the water-severing wave. During lunchtime in the office, Matsuki became the center of discussion. "Yumi-sensei, how do you teach? The theoretical scores of these students are off the charts. The average score is dozens of points higher than other classes," Kimura could not help but ask. "Matsuki-sensei, do you have any tips? The 2 in my class barely passed this time, but who knows about the next one," Shitani-Isamu added. Might Guy and Obito truly shocked him this time, not only dominating the top 2 in practical skills but also passing in theory. Just as Matsuki was about to say something, another teacher entered the office and said to Matsuki, "Yumi-sensei, the principal is looking for you." Chapter 21, 3rd Hokage. "Please proceed to the headmaster's office as soon as possible." "The headmaster?" Ueda-aya exclaimed softly. "There are not many formidable sensei at the academy. Most of them are just ordinary tuning. However, the headmaster of the academy is not to be underestimated." Currently, the academy had seen only 2 headmasters. One is Lord 2nd, Hokage Senjitaburama, and the other is the current Hokage, Lord 3rd, Sarutobi Hirusen. Even though he is the headmaster, it is not easy for the senseis to meet Sarutobi Hirusen. Apart from saying a few words during the opening of the school year, Sarutobi Hirusen rarely visits the school. He usually handles official matters at the Hokage Tower. This is the reason for Ueda-aya's surprise. Sarutobi Hirusen is unexpectedly in the headmaster's office, summoning a sensei separately. It is quite unusual. "Alright, I'll be right there." Matsuki nodded and then apologized to the office senseis. "I apologize, everyone. I need to go to the headmaster's office. We'll continue discussing the lesson later." "There's nothing to apologize for, Yumi-sensei. Hurry up and go. Do not keep Lord 3rd waiting," Shitani-Isamu said, his face showing an uncontrollable expression of envy, his eyes almost turning lemon-like. He had been teaching for several years without such treatment, not to mention being summoned alone. He had never even been inside the headmaster's office. However, when Shitani-Isamu thought about Matsuki's teaching level and the quality of students, he could not complain anymore. In other first-year classes, the average scores were around 40 to 50, but Matsuki's class skyrocketed to over 70, leaving the other classes far behind. Their practical scores were also generally higher, securing the 1st and 2nd positions in the grade. Achiya Shishu, who ranked 1st, was recognized as a super genius. Shitani-Isamu introspectively admitted that he could not lead a class like that. After Matsuki finished speaking, he turned and headed towards the headmaster's office. The headmaster's office was located on the highest floor of their teaching building, the 5th floor, while Matsuki and their small office were on the 2nd floor. Observing the sign next to the door labeled Headmaster's Office, Matsuki knocked on the office door. "Come in." A dignified voice of a middle-aged man came from inside the room. Matsuki calmly entered the office. Glancing around casually, Matsuki noted the office's rather plain layout. Bookshelves and desks were positioned by the windows, and there was a set of tables and chairs near the door. Sarutobi Hirusen did not appear as old as at the beginning of the anime or manga plot. His hair and beard were still black, with not too many wrinkles on his face. His eyes carried a sense of authority, giving off an aura of not needing to be angry to command respect. Perhaps due to being in the academy, he was not wearing the Hokage hat. "Are you Yumi-sensei? Please, have a seat," Sarutobi Hirusen said without putting on any airs. He got up and walked to the side of the desk and chairs near the door, smiling as he gestured for Matsuki to sit. Lord Third, Hokage-sama, Matsuki said with utmost respect, sitting down without any pretense. In his previous life, Lord Third's reputation was not great because, for various reasons, many things were seen as part of his schemes. He did not know what kind of person the current Lord Third in front of him was in reality. However, as an academy teacher, he needed to maintain a certain facade. Even if he cursed him inwardly, he had to wear a smile on his face. Yumi, you have a natural talent for teaching, Sir to be Haruzen praised with a smile. I heard about the performance of your class. The average theoretical scores are 30 to 40 points higher than other classes, and in practical exams, your class dominates the top 2 positions in the grade. Exam proctors have mentioned that the mastery of basic ninjutsu such as transformation jutsu and clone jutsu is better in your class than in others. It is the students' dedication. I just do my best to teach them. The rest depends on their efforts, Matsuki said after giving it some thought. He expressed humility but did not entirely dismiss credit. First, he acknowledged that there were reasons related to the students themselves, and then he emphasized his own efforts. Doing one's best to teach, well said. Sir to be Haruzen expressed satisfaction with Matsuki's response and sighed. If there were more teachers at the academy, like Yumi-sensei, putting in such effort to educate students, we would not need to worry about the training of the younger generation. Matsuki did not respond to this statement, only showing a serious and attentive expression. If he acknowledged, it might imply that other teachers lacked capability, but if he did not, it could suggest that other teachers were not dedicated. Based on the performance of Class 1 this time, I've decided to personally commend you as an outstanding teacher for this semester, Sir to be Haruzen said with a smile. Matsuki's face showed surprise, followed by a deeply moved expression as he expressed gratitude to Sir to be Haruzen. However, Lord Third, is it really appropriate? It has only been a month since I started teaching, and I am afraid it might tarnish your reputation if word gets out, Matsuki expressed concern, worried that this might negatively affect Lord Third's esteemed reputation. Outstanding teacher title are meant for teachers who demonstrate excellence. If other teachers can lead classes like yours, I would commend them too, Sir to be Haruzen said with determination. Lord Third continued to paint a rosy picture and said, If, Yumi-sensei, you maintain this level of teaching quality for the next year, I will promote you to Special Jonin and appoint you as the deputy leader of the Academy's teacher class. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Third. However, as a sensei, my responsibility is to educate students well, and I always keep that in mind, Matsuki said sincerely. In his heart, Matsuki thought that Danzo and Sarutobi Haruzen were indeed cut from the same cloth. They could create interesting prospects, painting promotions so convincingly, like the promotion to Special Jonin, and they even chose the same reward. However, Matsuki sincerely wished for his students to progress rather than seeking the position of Special Jonin because that would enable him to earn a significant amount of returns. Observing Matsuki's genuine emotions, Sarutobi Haruzen, who had a wealth of experience in understanding people, became increasingly appreciative of Matsuki. Yumi-sensei, I would like to discuss some personal matters with you. Would you be willing to listen? Sarutobi Haruzen suddenly asked. Matsuki nodded, pondering what kind of deal Lord Third was trying to make. I have a son named Sarutobi Asumo. He just graduated this year and became a genin. He's quite inexperienced in various aspects, which gives me a headache. I would like to invite you to be his private tutor and provide guidance. Sarutobi Haruzen extended the invitation. Based on Matsuki's current demonstrated teaching abilities, Sarutobi Haruzen felt confident in Matsuki's capability to instruct Asumo, the freshly graduated genin. This was also a test of Matsuki's skills. If the performance proved to be excellent, it would justify Sarutobi Haruzen's intervention with Danzo to secure Matsuki's assistance. Whether as an outstanding teacher or a special jonin, both were means for Sarutobi Haruzen to boost Matsuki's favorability, setting the groundwork for future endeavors. For Sarutobi Haruzen, these matters were relatively straightforward, and he was happy to play this casual move. Lord Third, I need to carefully consider this, Matsuki thought for a moment, not giving an immediate answer. This was somewhat unexpected for Sarutobi Haruzen. He did not anticipate Matsuki's hesitation. Because of my regular teaching schedule during the weekdays, I will not have any time then. As for weekends, I also need to plan how to carry out my teaching duties for the upcoming week, Matsuki explained. I can only agree under the condition of ensuring the quality of education for both sides, so please allow me some time to consider, Matsuki explained. Lord Third paused for a moment, then smiled and once again praised Matsuki as an outstanding teacher. He then mentioned there was nothing else to discuss, and Matsuki was free to leave. Before leaving, Matsuki gave Lord Third a nod of acknowledgement. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. The Peak Strength of Lord Third. Name: Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chakra: 173-0. Potential: Evolution: High ninjutsu talent, adept at combination jutsu. Single nature ninjutsu may not compare to Kikki Jinki. If I simultaneously use 5 nature transformations in advanced ninjutsu, how would you respond? Peak Third Hokage. Seeing that string of zeros in chakra, Matsuki, who walked out of the office, felt both surprised and somewhat envious. After all, this was a whopping 173-0 chakra, 13,000 more than what he had seen from Minato last time. However, Minato is only 18 years old now, and comparing a mature middle-aged ninja at his peak with a growing ninja does not make much sense. After going back, how should I write the report? Amidst his astonishment, Matsuki was already thinking about how to report to Danzo. No time is just an excuse that needs careful consideration. Although he is not idle, it is not to the extent that he cannot spare some time to teach Izumo for a week. Matsuki can sense that Lord Third is trying to win his favor. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned anything about being an outstanding teacher and a special jonin. But Lord Third's sincerity is too little, no actual benefits, just empty promises. If Lord Third had directly exposed his root identity when Matsuki entered the office, asking if he wanted to join him, Matsuki would definitely have kicked Danzo aside and followed Lord Third. But now, Lord Third does not directly reveal his intentions, clearly hesitating, acting like an old scoundrel. If he had just agreed directly, it would not be good for Danzo either. It is better to find an excuse to temporarily withhold an answer and throw this issue back to Danzo. As for whether Lord Third might not know his identity, Matsuki can only say that it is a possibility, but it is not very likely. After all, root is an existence that cannot be ignored. If Lord Third does not even know that root ninjas are entering the academy, then he, as the Hokage and the principal, is playing a futile role. After returning to the office, the senseis curiously questioned Matsuki. Yumi-sensei, what did Lord Third call you for? Is it commendation? Ueda-aya asked with curiosity. Probably. After all, the exam results were so good this time, and he's a new sensei. Yumi-sensei is really strong, sighed Shitani Isamu. He was truly impressed by Matsuki. It is like confirming my teaching achievements. Matsuki sat down, took out paper and pen, and then said after some thought. When will Lord Third also acknowledge me? Kimura Shukita felt a huge gap between people. He still remembered Matsuki's greenness when he first arrived, never expecting that so quickly, Matsuki would surpass him in teaching achievements. Just do your best to teach the students with your abilities, Matsuki said while practicing calligraphy. Matsuki-sensei, could you please cover my class this afternoon? I have something to attend to. Shitani-san poured a glass of water for Matsuki and asked. Sure. I am free this afternoon. Matsuki nodded and agreed. Yumi-sensei, now I understand why all the students like you. Shitani-san quickly expressed his gratitude. Oh, Shigito, lend me some money. I'll pay you back when I get my salary. Shitani-sama then turned to Kimura Shugito. Originally, he wanted to borrow from Matsuki, but considering how many times he had asked Matsuki to cover his classes, he felt a bit embarrassed. How much do you want to borrow? Kimura Shugito asked. They were old friends, so borrowing some money was not a big deal. 80,000 will do, Shitani-sama thought for a moment and said. 80,000. What do you need that much for? Kimura Shugito, about to take out money, paused. Their monthly salary as academy senseis is only 100,000. Shitani-sama was essentially borrowing most of it. Although it is not like they could not lend that much, it is essential to clarify the purpose. Matsuki also raised an eyebrow. In the context of the Naruto universe, 1 ryu is equivalent to 10 yen, so Shitani-sama is borrowing 80,000 ryu, which is equivalent to borrowing 800,000 yen. For those powerful ninjas, it might not be much, but for a Chunin sensei, it is still a considerable amount. A date, of course. I cannot just invite someone to eat ramen, explained Shitani-sama. You did not spend your entire salary on the dates, did you? Kimura Shugito looked at Shitani-sama with a skeptical gaze. What do you mean by entire salary on the date? Using it for a date is still for myself, is not it? It is not like I have not eaten anything. Shitani-sama tried to defend himself. Do not talk nonsense. If you were alone, would you willingly go to those high-end restaurants? Ueda-aya sarcastically remarked. She had warned Shitani-sama a long time ago, but he could not be persuaded. She does not actually like you. She just sees you as a free meal ticket. Ueda-aya tried to wake up Shitani-sama. How is that possible? The day before yesterday, she even called me Chaitanya brother, Chaitanya-sama said with a love-struck expression on his face, then countered. 80,000 ryo for one date. I would call you that, and I bet I could bankrupt you, Aya said expressionlessly, as calling someone brother does not cost anything. You again? Forget it, I'll lend it to you. Just remember to leave some money for your own meals. Kimura shook it aside and ultimately lent the money to Chaitanya-sama. In class 4 too. Matsuki glanced around. Good. Obito did not show up again. 5 minutes into the class, Obito rushed into the classroom in a sprinting state. Seeing Matsuki standing at the podium, Obito looked a bit dumbfounded. He thought he was not late every day, so why did it feel like every time he was late, it coincided with Matsuki taking over the class? Would not this lower his image in Matsuki's eyes? Matsuki-sensei, Obito tried to explain something. Take a seat. Matsuki gestured for Obito to sit down and then began teaching Klonjutsu, as per the requests of most students. Dan Chaitanya-sensei, why did not you inform us earlier that Matsuki-sensei was going to be a substitute teacher today? Obito clenched his fists and complained. During the break, Matsuki called Obito and Might Guy outside to inquire about their exam results. We passed, Obito and Might Guy proudly said in unison. Upon closer questioning, Matsuki found out that they barely passed, with an average score of 60 when the passing mark was just 30. They had just managed to scrape by with a 30 each exactly. I do not know why, but this time the results are better than before. Originally, 25 points were enough to pass. Obito scratched his head, finding it quite extreme. Maybe it is because Matsuki-sensei has substituted for the class before, Might Guy said. Even for someone like him, who finds it difficult to focus, the difference between Matsuki and other senseis is clearly noticeable. Phew. Does that mean it'll be even higher next time? Obito was dumbfounded. Any higher, and he might not make it. Passing is the most basic requirement I have for you. If you cannot achieve that, then you'll have to follow my arrangements for everything. Matsuki showed a slightly benevolent smile. If they cannot even pass, the rewards will probably be even lower. Obito and Might Guy, looking at Matsuki's smile, once again remembered the horror of being dominated by retake exams. They instantly broke into a cold sweat, then hastily assured that they would pass next time. When Matsuki returned home, he wrote the report and submitted it. Not long after, Root sent a reply. Chapter 23. Unexpected Neighbors. In front of Matsuki were 3 scrolls. He opened them one by one. The first scroll contained money, and Matsuki counted it a total of 200,000 ryo. Matsuki neatly arranged the money. Money is always good, no matter the world. Ninjas are also big spenders. Whether it is various ninja tools or the secret medicines needed for training, it all costs money. Next, he opened the second scroll, revealing a crank ninjutsu, fire release, flame bullet. This was a ninjutsu that Matsuki had not drawn yet. However, he had already mastered many fire release techniques, both wide-ranging and flexible. There was no need to waste time practicing flame bullet. Matsuki then picked up the last scroll and opened it. This one contained Danzo's response to the report. Danzo first praised Matsuki's completion of the mission, becoming an outstanding teacher so quickly and earning praise from Lord Third. He was very satisfied. Danzo rewarded him and hoped that Matsuki would continue to. Skipping Danzo's bullshit paragraph, Matsuki directly focused on Danzo's request to become the private tutor of Sarutobi Izuma, gain his trust, and become someone he respects. This was Danzo's response to Matsuki's report. Matsuki stored away the ninjutsu scroll and then burned the other 2 scrolls. Although he did not practice them, they were obtained through Danzo's connections, so it felt a bit wasteful to burn them. That old man Danzo just cannot let go of the position of the Hokage, Matsuki sighed. Clearly, Danzo had some thoughts about Lord Third's youngest son. But Matsuki did not really care. At worst, he could set aside a few hours on the weekend. If Izuma's talent could reach his level, Matsuki would not mind having him as a disciple. After all, he still had an empty disciple spot. Should I sell the house in the main city area? Matsuki thought of something. The original owner did not initially live near the sparsely populated southern forest. In fact, he had a house in the main city area of Konoha, passed down from his parents. However, in order to conceal his identity, he had set up a house in the southern forest. Although he did not stay there much, the original owner used to go back every year to clean up the house in the main city area. Thinking that since he did not live there, he might as well sell it, Matsuki remembered the location was quite good. It might be worth a decent amount of money, and he could use that money to buy secret medicines for training. Even though he had the system's assistance, any self-improvement was a plus. With these thoughts in mind, Matsuki got up and headed towards the main city area of Konoha, preparing to check out the house and maybe clean it up for selling. Following the original owner's memories, Matsuki found the house. As he was about to take out the key to go inside, he noticed a blonde figure coming out of the adjacent house. "Hello, are you a new resident?" Minato Namikaze greeted curiously. He had bought this house several months ago, and it was the first time he saw someone entering the house on the right. Minato Namikaze thought a new neighbor had moved in. When Matsuki turned around, Minato Namikaze looked at the blonde hair and blue eyes and instantly recalled their previous encounters in the library with Matsuki. It is not that his superhuman memory remembers every person he encounters. It is just that Minato also has blonde hair and blue eyes. Combined with Matsuki's gentle smile, Minato felt like he had encountered another version of himself, leaving a deep impression. "No, this is my house. However, due to some reasons, I moved out, and I rarely come back," Matsuki greeted with a smile. He felt that there was no need to sell the house. Keeping it would be nice. Before, he was worried about not being able to get close to Minato and freeload knowledge of sealing jutsu. Now, they were neighbors, and technically, Minato moved in later. "Minato, I've come to find you." At this moment, a lively female voice chimed in. "Hey, Minato, you never told me you have another brother who looks quite similar to you." Kushina looked at Matsuki, who also had blonde hair and blue eyes with a gentle smile on his face, unable to resist making a playful remark. Looking at their overall facial features, they did not really resemble each other, but the dazzling golden hair and that kind of smile really gave Kushina a feeling of seeing brothers. "I am sorry, this is my girlfriend. As you can see, she's a bit too lively. Please forgive her," Minato apologized to Matsuki. "This is my neighbor." Minato wanted to mention Matsuki's name but realized he did not know it yet. "I am Matsuki Yumi," Matsuki introduced himself. "Hello there, I'm Kushina Ojimiki. Your name sounds pretty nice." Kushina, embracing Minato from behind, leaned forward and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Minato Namikaze." Minato smiled and gently lifted Kushina off him. "Thanks, your fiery red hair looks great too," Matsuki complimented back. Kushina's eyes instantly lit up, and she gave a thumbs up. "Nice. You've got good taste," she said, feeling that Matsuki was quite articulate. As Matsuki opened the gate to his house, dust hidden in the gaps began to diffuse. Matsuki glanced inside and saw that it was not particularly dirty, just a bit dusty from not being occupied for a long time. "Sorry, I am afraid I cannot entertain you right now. I need to clean up first," Matsuki turned around and said. "That's okay. We will not disturb you then," Minato replied, leading Kushina back to their home. Watching Kushina's departing figure, Matsuki performed an appraisal. Name: Kushina. Chakra: 153-0. Potential: S. Evaluation: proficient in sealing jutsu, possesses an extraordinary amount of unique chakra beyond ordinary expectations. Matsuki could only say that the amount of chakra made him envious. As for the chakra, there was a question mark in parentheses, something Matsuki had never seen before. He believed it was because Kushina had become the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, but the Ninetales itself was not identified, hence the question mark. Kushina's potential was indeed a bit intimidating. A double's potential was the highest Matsuki had seen so far. However, considering the original work, Matsuki speculated that at least one of these potentials was due to having the Ninetales inside. Without the Ninetales, Kushina's potential would drop to its level. Otherwise, with a double's potential, even without the Ninetales, if Kushina had developed normally, she could have surpassed Lower Third and Minato, who both have its potential. Matsuki used the multiple shadow clone jutsu to create clones and instructed them to start cleaning the house. Once again, he marveled at Tobaruma's genius for developing such a convenient ninjutsu like the shadow clone. After finishing the cleaning, Matsuki bought some daily necessities to put in the house. He did not rush to visit Minato's house and build relationships. Instead, he planned to occasionally stay here and let the friendship with Minato develop naturally. Opening the window, he felt the evening breeze and began to enrich the training plans for his disciples. Might Guy and Obito, who did not get the top spot in their grade, needed targeted reinforcement training. As for Shizu, Matsuki planned to enhance his chakra control ability, improving his current combat power and laying the foundation for future Genjutsu learning. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. New training begins. The next day, after finishing classes in the morning, Matsuki went to the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being the third Hokage, could not be at the school office every day waiting for him to return, so Sarutobi Hiruzen told Matsuki that if he had any thoughts of taking on the role of a tutor, he should go to the Hokage Tower to find him. On the floor with the Hokage's office, Matsuki was stopped for a moment, but Matsuki had anticipated this and directly stated that Lord Third had sent him, which allowed him to pass. Matsuki knocked on the wooden door of the Hokage's office. Lord Third, I have made up my mind, Matsuki stated his identity and purpose. Oh, it is Yumi. Come in. Lord Third's voice came from inside the door. Matsuki pushed open the door to enter and was surprised to find not only Lord Third but also Minato inside. Minato was somewhat surprised to see Matsuki come in. He had not expected to encounter his new neighbor from yesterday in the Hokage's office so soon. This is Yumi-sensei from our academy. He has exceptional teaching abilities. I cannot help but consider asking him to become Asuma's tutor, Lord Third said, setting aside his pipe and introducing Matsuki with a smile. Lord Third noticed the expressions on both of their faces and inquired, Minato, do you know each other? Minato nodded and replied, we are neighbors. Yumi lives right next to my house. That's fate. Yumi, Minato, you should get to know each other more. Both of you are outstanding ninjas in your respective fields, Tsurutobi Hiruzen praised. Oh, no, I am just doing my best, Matsuki humbly replied. Minato, also modest, excused himself shortly after. He had a positive impression of Matsuki, but the Hokage's office was not the ideal place for casual conversation. Matsuki shared the same sentiment, recognizing the inappropriateness of the setting, and refrained from engaging in too much conversation with Minato. Lord Third, after careful consideration upon returning, if I manage my time properly, I can dedicate a few hours on weekends to instruct Asuma, Matsuki stated his decision. Good, with you coming to teach, I do not have to worry about Asuma's growth, Tsurutobi Hiruzen said with a hearty laugh, expressing his trust in Matsuki. I will do my best not to disappoint you, Lord Third, and will fully dedicate myself to instructing Asuma, Matsuki expressed gratitude, assuring his commitment to the tutoring role. The subsequent discussion revolved around the somewhat conventional topic of salary. Lord Third was relatively generous, offering a rate of 2,000 ryo for 1 hour. With a total of 8 hours over 2 days on the weekend, payment would be settled weekly. Matsuki scheduled the teaching sessions to start at 1 p.m. and conclude at 5 p.m. Today being Friday, with no afternoon classes, Matsuki headed straight to the small riverbank where he usually practiced. Shizu was there, practicing fire release with Matsuki's shadow clone. Since the stress-free achievement of ranking first in the entire grade during the last exam, Shizu had followed Matsuki's advice, using shadow clones to attend school and then practicing with Matsuki during school hours. After Matsuki arrived, he dispelled the shadow clone. Shizu, sensing Matsuki's presence, temporarily halted his training and greeted, Yumi-sensei. Matsuki nodded, pulled out a square cloth, and handed it to Shizu with a smile. Take a break and wipe off the sweat. Shizu thanked him, took the cloth, and wiped the sweat off his forehead and neck. Together, they sat under a large tree. Matsuki then performed an analysis on Shizu. Name, Achiya Shizu. Chakra, 580. Potential, S. Compared to a month ago, there was significant progress in chakra, partly due to increased training intensity and Shizu's gradual physical development, promising even faster growth in the future. What slightly dissatisfied Matsuki was the simplicity of the panel, only displaying chakra and potential. After a short break, Matsuki spoke up, Shizu, starting today, the training plan will change. We'll focus on practicing the body flicker jutsu and enhancing chakra control abilities. Since Shizu earned the title of Body Flicker Shizu during the Third Great Ninja War, Matsuki thought it would be reasonable to start by teaching him some body flicker jutsu. Shizu nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. After a month of learning, he had developed a strong trust in Matsuki's teaching abilities. Body flicker jutsu is not the name of a specific ninjutsu. It is a category that encompasses any jutsu capable of achieving the body flicker effect. At a higher level, techniques like Flying Thunder God, a space-time ninjutsu, and Lightning Release Chakra Mode, which enhances the body to increase speed, can also be considered as forms of body flicker jutsu. However, Matsuki naturally would not use techniques like Flying Thunder God or Lightning Release Chakra Mode. The body flicker jutsu he mastered is the most basic type, forming seals, concentrating chakra in the legs, and then releasing it to enhance the body for rapid movement. The drawback is that excessive use can lead to fatigue and injury in the leg muscles. Although it is just a basic rank taijutsu, body flicker jutsu is very practical in combat, suitable for both surprise attacks and retreats. Shizu's talent continued to impress Matsuki. Despite not unlocking the Sharingan yet, Shizu's formidable natural ability allowed him to learn the body flicker jutsu directly after Matsuki demonstrated and explained it. After academy hours, Might Guy and Obita soon arrived at the training grounds. Before you two start practicing, I've designed a special tome-month training plan for you, Matsuki called out to Might Guy and Obito, halting their preparations. Hearing Matsuki's gentle voice, Obito thought Matsuki might be introducing something new and eagerly asked, Yume-sensei, are you going to teach us some powerful new ninjutsu? You have not fully grasped the Great Dragon Fire and Great Fireball yet. There's no point in teaching you new ninjutsu. Matsuki shook his head. So, what's this special training about? Disappointed at the absence of new ninjutsu, Obito inquired. Training to help you defeat Hyuga Kamen in the next final exams, Matsuki smiled. Obito, your taijutsu is too lax. Not only Hyuga Kamen, but even if you were to face Guy now, he could prevent you from using any ninjutsu. So, you must intensify your taijutsu training. Hearing Matsuki's words, Obito wanted to say something but found himself unable to refute. He had indeed lost battles against both Hyuga Kamen and Might Guy, just as Matsuki mentioned. While ninja battles might sometimes seem akin to wizards exchanging blows, neglecting taijutsu and treating oneself solely as a casting wizard could be lethal on the battlefield. Generally, strong ninjas would incorporate taijutsu to some extent. As for Guy, your focus should be on strengthening your strengths. You need to become faster, so fast that even if Hyuga Kamen's Byakugan sees your movements, they will not have time to dodge. The observational abilities of the Byakugan are formidable, no doubt, but Might Guy does not need to be faster than the Byakugan's observation. He just needs to be faster than Hyuga Kamen's reaction time. From now on, for every hour of training, you will engage in half an hour of live combat, using only taijutsu and no ninjutsu, Matsuki instructed. What? No ninjutsu? Obito was dumbfounded. Already struggling to win, now not being allowed to use ninjutsu seemed like a surefire recipe for defeat. If you do not want to be defeated by Hyuga Kamen again next time, then refrain from using ninjutsu, Matsuki responded. Obito thought about the boasts he made in front of Nohara-ren. Even though he could foresee the painful training that awaited him, he reluctantly nodded with tears in his eyes. A new round of training began. Matsuki wondered if this special training would trigger a reward for the disciple's increased strength. So far, it had not happened, and he wondered how much improvement would be needed to activate it. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Unleashing Potential Reasonably. On a Saturday morning, Obito, Shishu, and Guy began training as per Matsuki's request. Initially, Obito followed Matsuki to learn the basic moves of taijutsu. After an hour of practice, Matsuki instructed Obito to take a break, handing him a bottle of water and wiping off his sweat. Obito immediately felt something was amiss. While Matsuki was a good sensei, this level of attentiveness was unusual. Offering water was acceptable, but wiping sweat typically involved providing a towel at most. Obito, I believe there's still untapped potential within you, Matsuki said with a cheerful smile, closing the bottle of water Obito had not finished and placing it on the ground. No, I think my potential has been thoroughly unleashed by you, sensei, Obito said, feeling a mix of hot and cold sweat on his forehead. You, my friend, underestimate yourself too much, Matsuki shook his head and remarked. How about this? During your battles with Guy, every time you get hit, you'll have to solve an additional question during your rest breaks. This way, it should thoroughly unlock your potential. Even if it does not work, doing more questions will at least improve your theoretical performance. So sensei, this might not be a good idea. If I get hit 100 times, I do not mind doing the questions, but I am worried about you getting tired of coming up with them, Obito said, appearing concerned for Matsuki. Obito, feeling pressured, found his speaking skills rising to the occasion. For him, being forced to solve problems and answer questions was more agonizing than engaging in passionate brawls with Might Guy. Obito, your concern for sensei's well-being warms my heart, Matsuki said, showing a pleased expression. Just when Obito thought he might be spared from the ordeal, Matsuki's tone took a turn. I anticipated you being such a considerate student, so I've prepared a large set of questions in advance for you all. There's no need to worry about running out of questions, Matsuki said, smiling as he produced a stack of test papers, ensuring an abundant supply of problems. Is it enough, or should I have my shadow clones conjure more? Matsuki asked with a smile. Enough. Obito frantically shook his head and waved his hands, watching the stack in Matsuki's hands that seemed almost unbearable. Although the sun was shining brightly today, and Matsuki's smile was warm, Obito could not shake off the feeling of a chill creeping up from his feet to his head. Since Obito could not avoid the task at hand, he decided to take a detour. If he had to do the questions, he'd do fewer of them. Thinking quickly, Obito signaled to Might Guy with a wink, indicating to go easy on him later. Might Guy caught Obito's signal, revealing a bright smile, giving Obito a thumbs up with an easygoing expression. For Guy, if you miss a hit, you'll have to do 50 questions. Each time you hit, reduce 1 question, but the maximum deduction is 40 questions, Matsuke continued. Might Guy's expression suddenly changed, turning serious as he gave Obito another thumbs-up. Do we have to go all out? Why does it have to be like this? Obito wailed, holding his head in his hands, envisioning a multitude of questions rushing towards him. For the sake of youth, we must strive to reduce the number of questions to the minimum. Might Guy felt like he was already on fire. Obito did not want to do the questions. He really did not. In the ensuing battle, Might Guy launched powerful attacks, unleashing a burst of 120 speed as he relentlessly pursued Obito. Obito, who did not want to answer questions, also experienced a surge of potential. After being hit a dozen times, his agility improved significantly. Matsuke watched both of them make such great progress, nodding approvingly. There was still considerable untapped potential. When both of them were exhausted, the battle came to an end. Obito had been hit over 30 times, requiring him to answer over 30 questions, while Might Guy only had to answer a dozen or so. Matsuke felt the results were quite satisfactory. With continued training like this, perhaps in less than 2 months Hyuga would not be their match anymore. Too bad. Nohara-rin does not have great talent. If she were also taken as a disciple, it would be easier to motivate Obito, Matsuke thought. For the sake of keeping a low profile, he was not very willing to practice with people who were not his disciples. In fact, there was an even better candidate, Kakashi. Nohara-rin could only motivate Obito alone. If Kakashi were also there, it would be Obito and Might Guy getting motivated together. Kakashi had enough talent, but unfortunately, it was unlikely for Kakashi to become his student because Kakashi had been promoted to Chunin 2 years ago. Matsuke accompanied them in training until noon, had lunch together with the three, and finally left 2 shadow clones behind. Matsuke, the original, headed to the 3rd Hokage's house, preparing to start his tutoring work. Perhaps because it was still working hours, Matsuke did not see Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, he spotted a middle-aged woman with a single ponytail, who was Sarutobi Boeko, the wife of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boeko-sama, Matsuke greeted. You must be Yume-sensei, as described by Hiruzen. Sarutobi Boeko recalled Lord Third's description of his appearance and asked. Matsuke nodded. Asuma is waiting for you in the backyard. Sarutobi Boeko pointed in the direction and then reminded, Asuma can be a bit rebellious. Yume-sensei, please be patient with him. If he really does not respond to discipline, just let me know. I will. However, I have some special techniques for dealing with rebellious students. Matsuke smiled in response, then followed the direction indicated by Sarutobi Boeko. In the backyard, Matsuke indeed saw a child of about 9 years old, Leslie lying on a tree stump, chewing on a piece of grass, looking quite defiant. Matsuke conducted a quick appraisal. Name, Sarutobi Asuma. Chakra, 1100. Potential, Seeing the potential, Matsuke shook his head inwardly. If it were Insa, he might have been tempted, but with the potential was 1 notch lower. Noticing Matsuke's arrival, Asuma spat out the grass, did not bother to stand up, and asked directly. You're that Matsuke Yume who's supposed to teach me? Before Matsuke could respond, Asuma quickly added. I am telling you, if you cannot help me surpass the old man, that is, Lord Third, the Hokage, then you might as well leave. It is not worth it. Asuma felt the need to establish some dominance over the new tutor and take control of the situation. Just as Asuma was anticipating how Matsuke would respond, Matsuke shook his head and said, Of course, I cannot do that. Then just leave. Asuma waved his hand dismissively and lay back down. He did not believe Matsuke would actually leave just like that. Alright, I am leaving. I'll let Boeko-sama know you do not need tutoring. Matsuke turned around, ready to leave. Seeing Matsuke truly looking like he was about to leave, Asuma felt puzzled. This was not how it was supposed to go. Should not he try to persuade him or something? Why was he leaving so abruptly? Hey, do not leave yet. Asuma quickly stood up, straightening himself, and called out to stop Matsuke. Since he was about to leave before even starting the lesson, he was bound to face a severe scolding from the old lady later. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. What to do when the teacher is too rebellious. Whether you want me to leave or stay, it is really difficult for me to handle. Matsuke looked at Asuma with a somewhat ambiguous smile. Cannot we discuss this? How about we compromise? I will not have such high expectations, and during class, you'll have to listen to me. Asuma negotiated with Matsuke. He was not unwilling to be taught. He just had a rebellious streak and did not want to accept his old father's arrangements. No, it is not about your high demands. It is my lack of ability. I cannot meet your requirements, so I'll just leave. Upon hearing Azuma's proposal, Matsuki turned around and walked away. Alright, forget about listening to me. Just do not leave for now. Azuma, seeing Matsuki about to leave the backyard in a hurry, hastily called out again. He could not help but admire Matsuki. Can we start the class now? Matsuki asked with a cheerful smile. Dealing with rebellious students like Azuma required being even more rebellious than him, using fire to defeat fire. Forget it, let's just go with this. What do you want to teach? Azuma was momentarily at a loss. In his plan, he should be the one to suggest Matsuki leave, and then Matsuki would negotiate with him. He should be in control. Although he felt indifferent and even somewhat averse to his own identity, he could not deny that being the son of the Hokage did provide him with many conveniences. Matsuki glanced around and said, "Let's train outside. It is not convenient here." Matsuki took Azuma outside for training, leading him to a small forest with a river. "Let's test your chakra control first. Try climbing the tree." Matsuki pointed to a tall evergreen tree and said to Azuma. "Climb a tree. That's easy. Watch me climb." Azuma's eyes flickered, and he chuckled, thinking of a clever way. He walked up to a robust and tall evergreen tree, without using chakra. Instead, using both his hands and feet, he climbed to the top like an agile monkey. Azuma, with a smug expression, shouted, "See how fast I can climb this tree." He certainly knew what Matsuki meant by climbing the tree, but he just did not want to cooperate, doing it deliberately. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Matsuki's teaching methods through a crystal ball, fell silent, rubbing his forehead with some resignation. Although he used to be nicknamed the monkey, he had never done something like this before. What was his son thinking? "You climbed fast, and your limb strength is good." Matsuki did not react as impatiently as Azuma had imagined. Instead, he smiled and praised. Then Matsuki found a slender tree, cut off its branches, splashed it with oil, and smiled at Azuma, saying, "Consider the earlier climb a warm-up. Let's start the official tree climbing now." Azuma looked at the slender tree, bare like a stick, with oil dripping down. His mouth twitched involuntarily. With a tree like this, no matter how skilled he was at climbing, it was impossible to ascend it barehanded. "It is okay if you cannot climb. Acknowledging your shortcomings is also a manifestation of a noble spirit," Matsuki said casually. "Who cannot climb? Do not underestimate me." Azuma, this freshly graduated 9-year-old kid, could not bear the provocation. He immediately infused chakra into his feet and steadily walked to the top of the tree. "Your control ability is not bad," Matsuki nodded, not particularly surprised. Then Matsuki took Azuma to the riverside. "Since tree climbing is no problem, let's see if you can walk on water." Matsuki pointed to the riverbank, continuing to test Azuma's chakra control ability. After all, except for those with exceptional innate talent, ordinary people have limited chakra. Improving efficiency is a good way to enhance one's strength. If you can stand steadily on the water for 10 minutes this time, you can train whatever you want in the future. Matsuki presented a condition to motivate Azuma. "This was your idea. Do not go back on it," Azuma said with a delighted expression. He had been thinking about how to deal with this annoying sensei, and unexpectedly, Matsuki willingly offered a loophole. Walking on water. For other newly graduated genin, it might pose some difficulty, but for Azuma, it was fairly straightforward. Confidently concentrating chakra on the soles of his feet, Azuma walked onto the river surface, leisurely strolling along the not-so-wide river, which was only 20 meters across. "That annoying old man has an overpowering need for control. We have already graduated as ninjas, and he still wants to hire a private tutor," Azuma muttered under his breath. He looked forward to going home and telling Lord Third about Sensei's agreement for him to train freely. Suddenly, Azuma sensed something amiss. He lowered his head and saw the previously calm river now turning violently. Water release. Water dragon bullet jutsu. Azuma looked again and realized that Matsuki, from the riverbank, had unleashed water release ninjutsu, creating a water dragon that maneuvered through the river, causing the water to surge and boil. "Oh, why did you do that?" A splash of water rose, and Azuma almost lost control, nearly falling into the water. He could not help but exclaim, "I am simulating a combat scenario for you. During a real fight, the river will not stay as calm as usual," Matsuki said with a cheerful smile. "Besides, I can practice my water release here. With a river and trees, it is an ideal environment for water release training. Of course, if you feel it is too much, Azuma, I can stop. Admitting one's shortcomings is a sign of wisdom," Matsuki repeated his tactics. Azuma swallowed the words he had originally wanted to say. He just wanted to prove that he could do it on his own, without a private tutor or Lord Third's arrangements. Therefore, admitting defeat was out of the question. So, Ashima focused all his attention on manipulating chakra to avoid falling into the water. However, mastering chakra control is not something that improves instantly, and the sudden waves also tested his agility. Ashima struggled for 5 minutes, but eventually, he accidentally fell into the water. Matsuki instantly pulled him out. "Seems like your chakra control needs improvement. We cannot start free training yet," Matsuki said with a regretful expression. "If you had not used water release to interfere, I would not have fallen into the water," Ashima retorted, feeling a bit indignant. "Do you expect your enemies not to use ninjutsu against you in a real fight?" Matsuki said calmly. "No, I cannot accept this. I want to try again." Ashima, getting more and more frustrated, decided to prove himself. As it turned out, getting agitated does not always lead to solving math problems, but it can indeed lead to a breakthrough in combat. This time, Ashima persevered for 7 minutes, just 3 minutes short of the 10-minute achievement. After a short break, Ashima could not wait and called out to Matsuki for another round. On the third attempt, he held on for 7.5 minutes. In the end, as the sun was about to set, Ashima successfully endured for the full 10 minutes. "I did it!" Ashima shouted in excitement, then lost control of his chakra and splashed into the water, taking a gulp of river water. When Matsuki pulled Ashima out of the water, Ashima's face still bore the expression of excitement. "From now on, I'll train whatever I want on my own," Ashima wiped the water off his face and said happily. "Who told you that?" Matsuki looked at Ashima with a strange expression. Ashima's smile froze, then he questioned, "Was not it you who said that if I endured for 10 minutes, I could train freely?" "Yeh," Matsuki nodded, then added, "but what I meant was this time, as in your first attempt. You did not succeed the first time." Ashima thought back and realized that was indeed the case. Then, what was the point of his strenuous effort to endure to the end? With physical fatigue and a wounded spirit, Ashima almost fainted on the spot. Knocked out by his rebellious sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been occasionally peeking, stroked his beard, thinking that Matsuki's teaching ability was indeed formidable. In just one afternoon of training, Ashima's agility and chakra control ability had been thoroughly exercised. "Tomorrow, I must counterattack," Ashima silently vowed in his heart, feeling like he had been played for the entire afternoon. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. What to do about the cunning sensei. After completing the tutoring task, Matsuki did not return to the southern forest but instead went to his house in the main city area. Matsuki quickly cooked 2 dishes to solve dinner and then went out for a walk. After all, he could not wait for friendship at home. After walking for a while, Matsuki finally encountered Minato and Kushina in a nearby park. The two were sitting on a park bench, enjoying the evening breeze and chatting. "Yumi," Minato greeted Matsuki when he saw him. "Are you also here for a walk in the park?" Minato asked. Matsuki nodded, sat down on a nearby chair, and said, "Just finished dinner, taking a walk to digest." "Yumi," Minato said, "you were an academy sensei?" Kushina curiously asked. In her circle of friends, there really was not anyone who had been an academy sensei. "Oh, I just started this year," Matsuki replied with a smile. "Started this year? Yumi, you must have trained a very talented class," Minato said, somewhat surprised. Kushina looked at Minato with some confusion. "Yesterday in the office, Lord Third mentioned that Yumi's teaching level is very high. He even wanted to hire Matsuki as a private tutor for their family," Minato explained. "To receive such praise from Lord Third, even though just started this year, you must have outstanding teaching achievements." "Whoa, did Lord Third praise you like that?" Kushina was also surprised. Although she had mixed feelings about Sarutobi Hiruzen, she still acknowledged his judgment. "Well, it is also because the students work hard enough on their own," Matsuki humbly said, then continued. "Minato-san is the impressive one, becoming a jonin at such a young age and becoming an important figure in the village." "That's right. Our Minato is the strongest," Kushina said with full agreement. "However, I am a jonin too," Kushina laughed. Matsuki showed a surprised expression and then praised, "Kushina-san is impressive too." "You really know how to talk, Yumi." Kushina looked at Matsuki more favorably. If her good friend Uchiha Mikoto had not already married, she would consider introducing Matsuki to her. "Look at what a great man he is, handsome like Minato and strong enough to earn Lord Third's praise." After chatting for a while, Matsuki took the initiative to say goodbye and left. Those two lovebirds were taking a walk together, and if he stayed too long, It would not be appropriate. One must be mindful and gradually establish a persona. The next day, Matsuki continued training Obito, Might Guy, and the others until noon. In the afternoon, he went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house to teach Izumo and took him to the riverside from the day before. I am too tired today, do not feel like training, Ashima said directly, leaning back on a tree stump, looking like he was ready to take a nap. He had already silently resolved in his heart that no matter how Matsuki tried to provoke him later, he would not be moved. Want to sleep? Matsuki smiled at Ashima. The smile was gentle and soothing, much better than his old man at home, but Ashima had a bad feeling. Ye did not sleep well last night. Is that not allowed? Ashima said stubbornly. Surprisingly, Matsuki nodded in agreement, saying, Ye, today is perfect with the sunshine and gentle breeze. It is indeed good weather for a nap. Then Matsuki stretched lazily, leaning back on the tree stump, looking relaxed as he said, Being a private tutor is really nice. Lay down, take a nap, and wake up having earned 100,000 ryu. After saying that, Matsuki closed his eyes and leaned his head on the tree stump, looking as if he was ready to sleep. Wait, did you say 100,000 ryu? Ashima's eyes widened instantly, asking Matsuki. Why are you making so much noise? Are you sleeping or not? Matsuki did not even open his eyes, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Do not sleep yet, quickly explain the 100,000 ryu part. Ashima shook Matsuki's body. What else could it be? Of course, it is the money for tutoring you. Matsuki opened his eyes and began to earnestly talk nonsense. Do you think I am doing unpaid labor? Even if it is the Hokage asking for tutoring, it comes with a cost. My fees are quite high. Teaching you, it is 25,000 ryu per hour. If I teach for 4 hours a day, that's naturally 100,000 ryu. Is your mouth made of gold? That's so expensive. Ashima was shocked to learn that Matsuki could earn 25,000 ryu in just 1 hour with him. Considering that Ashima's monthly pocket money was only 50,000 ryu during his school days, and that was considered on the higher side. Matsuki only needed to teach him for 2 hours to earn his entire month's pocket money. You can inquire about the name Matsuki Yume at the academy, and you'll know whether it is worth the price, Matsuki said calmly. But why have not I heard your name before? Ashima felt like he might be getting tricked. Because I joined after you graduated, Matsuki said and then closed his eyes again, preparing to sleep. Seeing Matsuki about to sleep again, Ashima instantly felt heartache. This was a tutoring session that cost 25,000 ryu per hour. Do not sleep. Let's start training, Ashima hastily shouted, afraid that Matsuki might fall asleep and not wake up. Was not it you who said you did not sleep well yesterday and were tired, wanting to sleep? Now you're not tired. Matsuki opened his eyes and smiled at Ashima. Looking at Matsuki's expression, Ashima knew he had been tricked. But he had no choice. This was a tutoring session worth 25,000 ryu per hour. If Matsuki really fell asleep here, not only would Ashima be unable to sleep now, but he would not be able to sleep at night either. I am rested now, let's start training, Ashima said with a stern face. He was planning to complain to his mother, saying that hiring such an expensive tutor was a waste of money, especially when there were Jonin-level senseis available. Alright then, today we'll continue practicing chakra control. The goal for today is to stay afloat on water for 15 minutes, Matsuki stood up and said with a smile. The training was the same as yesterday, with Ashima striving to stay on the water's surface while Matsuki interfered from the shore using water release jutsu. Ashima was just as motivated today as he was yesterday, but yesterday's motivation was to defy his old man, and today's motivation was the exorbitant tutoring fee that Matsuki had mentioned. During dinner, Ashima directly complained to Boeko, stating that Sarutobi Hiruzen was spending recklessly, hiring a tutor for 25,000 ryu per hour. Boeko was also astonished by the exorbitant tutoring fee, 4 hours for 100,000 ryu. Keep in mind that some rank missions pay around 100,000 ryu, equivalent to a solo rank mission for 4 hours. How? Are you talking about Yume? How is that possible? His tutoring fee is 2,000 ryu per hour. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, then chuckled. 2,000 ryu. Ashima looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a skeptical gaze. Of course, it is 2,000 ryu. Where did you hear 25,000 ryu? Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed. Looking at his old man's face, Ashima realized he had been deceived by Matsuki. Arf, that darn Matsuki Yume. Ashima roared in his heart, then turned his sorrow and anger into appetite, eating heartily. In his mind, he vowed not to fall for Matsuki's schemes next week, no matter what. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Training Task. Monday, classroom of the first year at the academy. At this time, class has not started yet, and only half of the students are present in the classroom. Kotetsu, when are you going to introduce me to that cute girl you mentioned earlier? Kamizuki Izumo could not help but ask Hagen Kotetsu. Hagen Kotetsu restrained Kamizuki Izumo's neck and said fiercely, "Do you have the nerve to ask me to introduce you to a girl? Last time, you pretended not to do well on the exam, and you actually scored so high. Playing tricks on your brothers is fun, who?" Kamizuki Izumo shouted injustice, stating that it was an accident last time, just a bit of luck, and he's only 5 points higher than Hagen Kotetsu anyway. Only then did Hagen Kotetsu let go of Kamizuki Izumo, but he also indicated that introducing a girl might be a bit difficult. Because his wicked cousin recently spilled some embarrassing things to me, so he temporarily has no face to face her. Such a villain, traitor, and scoundrel. Kamizuki Izumo expressed indignation. "You're exaggerating a bit, are not you?" Anko beside him commented sarcastically. "And why do you want to meet girls? Are not I a girl?" Anko asked with confusion. Both Kamizuki Izumo and Hagen Kotetsu fell silent, looking at each other for a while. Finally, Kamizuki Izumo spoke up. "Anko, it is hard to explain, but knowing that we are brothers should be enough for you." A girl. If Anko had not mentioned it, Kamizuki Izumo would have really forgotten that Anko is a girl. However, no girl would stand on a desk and shout to the whole class. Anko's behavior is more masculine than all of them, making it difficult for Kamizuki Izumo to see Anko as a girl. At that moment, Matsuki walked in. "Yumi-sensei, do you think I look like a girl?" Anko asked directly. Matsuki smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, you're still a very cute girl." Setting aside words and actions, little Anko is still a cute girl. Upon hearing Matsuki's reply, Anko was very happy and made a face at Hagen Kotetsu and Kamizuki Izumo. Kamizuki Izumo, Hagen Kotetsu. Which girl would directly ask such a question and then make a face? Soon, the morning ninjutsu theory class came to an end. Lecture completed. Evaluation. Rewards obtained. Illusion tree binding kill. In Matsuki's mind, the learning memories and usage techniques of this rank genjutsu immediately appeared. Another genjutsu. This makes 2 genjutsu handed over to Shizu. Matsuki nodded inwardly. In addition to this illusion tree binding kill, he had previously obtained hell viewing jutsu through teaching. The effect of tree binding kill is to create an illusion where the opponent is entwined by a tree that has sharp vines, rendering the body immobile but keeping the mind clear. It is generally used for questioning and obtaining information. Hell viewing jutsu allows the opponent to see the most frightening scenes in their own heart. In the afternoon, there was originally no class, but the sensei from class 4-6 asked him to substitute. In class 4-6, Matsuki discovered 2 ninjas who appeared in the plot, but unfortunately, their talents were not high. Name: Cherny Genma. Potential: B. Name: Ebisu. Potential: Bu. This time, he taught ninjutsu because, due to special circumstances, the 4th grade was already the graduating class. Matsuki mainly taught clone jutsu, which is generally tested upon graduation. So, what they said was true. This Yumi-sensei is really good at teaching. It seems that the rumors they send out do not have issues in this aspect. Luckily, today's ninjutsu class sensei is sick, or else we would not have been able to attend Yumi-sensei's class. I wonder if I can transfer to Yumi-sensei's class. If we have a sensei like this every day, there's no worry about mastering these 3 basic ninjutsu. It seems impossible. Yumi-sensei seems to only teach 1 first-year class. Having undergone systematic training on becoming a teacher, blessed with the ability to instruct, and coupled with a vast amount of ninja knowledge in his mind, Matsuki's teaching quality compared to an ordinary Chunin sensei is a clear and noticeable difference. Finally, the students of class 4-6 understood why those classes taught by Matsuki spoke so highly of him. He is indeed impressive. Despite the numerous praises from students, Matsuki did not develop a sense of complacency. Because he knew there were various reasons, and a significant one was the somewhat distorted educational environment at the academy. What kind of ninja would come to be a sensei at the academy? Matsuki did not know the current situation or what it was like before, but in the present academy, only ninjas who are conscious that their strength can go beyond Chunin choose to become sensei. The salary of a sensei is enough to live comfortably in Konoha, but supporting ninja to become stronger in their training leaves a significant gap. So, this leads to the overall average strength of the academy's senseis, and they lack ambition. If they had ambition, they would have diligently completed missions every day to earn money and improve their skills, rather than becoming academy teachers. Such teachers, aside from those with a strong sense of responsibility, how could they possibly seriously delve into teaching? Most of them are just passing the time. Matsuki has reason to believe that the Konoha elders are aware of the situation at the academy, and they might have considered it when establishing the academy. That's why there are team-leading sensei roles. After graduation, students undergo small group re-education. However, this does not concern Matsuki much. After all, he's just a small sensei. He can only ensure the quality of his own teaching. Lecture completed. Evaluation. Rewards obtained. Fire release Great Fireball Jutsu. Matsuki found that he and the Great Fireball have a bit of fate. This is the third time he has obtained the Great Fireball. Feeling the continuous surge of training memories in his mind, Matsuki senses that his Great Fireball should have reached an adept level in the system. After school, Matsuki gathered with his disciples at the usual training ground. Yumi-sensei, this is a once-in-a-lifetime request for me. Please be sure to agree. Before training even began, Obito immediately ran up to Matsuki, bowing with his hands together, making a sincere request. You have not even told me what your request is. How can I agree? Matsuki responded. At the moment, he had no idea what Obito was up to. I want Sensei to teach me a powerful fire release ninjutsu, so I can win first place at the youth ninjutsu competition. Obito revealed his request. In the past, Obito had participated in this competition, thinking that with the mastery of the Great Fireball, he could easily secure first place. However, he never expected to encounter Kakashi, the super genius, and ended up losing the top spot. Recently, Obito saw the competition being promoted again and decided to invite Kakashi to participate together, settling the score between them. However, Obito was uncertain. While the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu was practical, it lacked visual impact. His Great Fireball, which sounded like a small fireball when pronounced, was even less impressive. But it is okay. Obito believes in Matsuki's abilities. Discipline Obito's set training task. Training task. Achieve first place in the youth ninjutsu competition. Reward. Depends on the completion level of the task and the growth of strength during the task. 3 pop-up windows appeared on Matsuki's system panel. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Mastery Level Ninjutsu. Matsuki looked at the sudden arrival of 3 messages and fell into contemplation. He did not expect the Master Disciple system to have such a function as training missions. So why did not it appear when he previously formulated his training plan? Can only disciples trigger it? Even if only disciples can trigger it, there should have been some tasks triggered before, such as Obito wanting to achieve the first in practical combat. Matsuki speculated that these training missions might have several conditions that need to be met to trigger, possibly related to trust levels and other factors. Since it was the first time triggering, he could not determine all the conditions. The only thing currently confirmed is that the disciple triggering the mission must have enough desire for the mission's goal. Looking at Obito's eager and expectant eyes, Matsuki was very certain of this point. Yumi-sensei, please just agree to this one time. After taking first place, I will definitely complete the tasks you assigned with double effort, and in the future, I will follow your training plans without any complaints, Obito pleaded. He still could not forget the day of the competition when he lost to Kakashi in front of Rin. Alright, Matsuki nodded helplessly. Yumi-sensei, you really are the best sensei in the world. Obito was very excited when Matsuki agreed. Let's save the compliments until after you've taken first place. Matsuki joined 2 fingers and tapped Obito's head. I am just speaking the truth, Obito chuckled. After studying for several years, did not he know what a good sensei was? Matsuki had a good temper, gave interesting and understandable lectures, and was kind to students. What else could make a sensei good? So, Yumi-sensei, what ninjutsu are you planning to teach me? Obito asked curiously. Fire release Great Fireball Jutsu, Matsuki said. I already know the Great Fireball. I used it in the last competition and only got 20 points, Obito said, scratching his head in frustration. During the previous competition, he used the Great Fireball to score 20 points and temporarily took the lead. However, Kakashi then showcased Earth Release, manipulating the entire arena with elevation changes, and directly scored a perfect 30 points. If you want to be imposing, among the fire release techniques you can currently learn, the Great Fireball is the most imposing, Matsuki said, then swiftly moved to the riverbank and began forming hand seals. Fire release Great Fireball Jutsu. Matsuki gathered a large amount of chakra and, in the instant of excelling, completely transformed it into flames through nature transformation. He continuously spewed out roaring flames. The massive flames formed a giant fireball, 10 meters high. In front of such a colossal fireball, even the 1-8-meter tall Matsuki appeared small, not to mention Obito, Shishu, and others. They were all profoundly shocked by the spectacle. Even stronger than the last time I saw it. Yumu-sensei, what kind of strength do you possess? Shishu recalled his first visit to Matsuki's home. At that time, he had glimpsed Matsuki practicing ninjutsu, also the Great Fireball, which was extremely impressive. However, this time was even more awe-inspiring than the previous one. Shishu instantly felt that Matsuki's strength was unfathomable, and it was not certain that he had used his full power. Is this the Great Fireball? Obito stared in disbelief at the enormous fireball towering over his house. Compared to Shishu's Great Fireball, Obito's seemed like a small fireball, and when compared to Matsuki's, it was like a faint spark from an unknown source. Obito found it hard to believe that Matsuki had just used the same ninjutsu as him. It is really massive. When facing such ninjutsu, you need to be even faster and stronger, Might Guy exclaimed as he looked up at the gigantic fireball. The immensely large fireball crashed into the river, evaporating a significant amount of water. Instantly, waves of white mist surged, enveloping the surroundings. After Matsuki used wind release, the mist quickly dissipated. Matsuki let out a light breath and smiled at Obito, asking, "What do you think? Is the Great Fireball imposing enough?" "It is more than enough, looks incredibly powerful." Obito nodded vigorously, thinking that if he could use the Great Fireball with a quarter of Matsuki's scale, he might win the competition. Matsuki thought that the previous attack was indeed powerful, a bit ostentatious, and also quite chakra-consuming, burning a whole 1,000 points of his chakra. In normal combat, he would not use a Great Fireball of this scale because, at the same level of battle, it is indeed a bit challenging to hit a person with it. Matsuki remembered from his previous life that someone, out of boredom, had apparently counted and astonishingly found that in over 700 episodes, regardless of who used the Great Fireball, it had never hit a humanoid creature. With such an exaggerated record, it is no wonder people called it the can't hit humans jutsu. "Then, give it a try yourself," Matsuki said to Obito. "Sure." Obito nodded, walked to the riverbank, swiftly formed hand seals, and then blew out a flame. However, the awkward thing was that Obito's Great Fireball was only the size of 2 heads, a world of difference from the one Matsuki had just displayed. "Obito, it is okay, even if it is small." "Guy, spare me the comfort." Obito directly interrupted the casting, indicating that he did not need that strange consolation. "Do you know why there's such a big gap between your Great Fireball and mine?" Matsuki asked. "Is it because I am not proficient in its control?" Obito uncertainly replied. "There are 3 aspects. First, your chakra control ability is too poor, making it difficult to effectively use the limited chakra you have. Second, your nature transformation practice is lacking, preventing you from transforming a large amount of chakra into flames. And the third is your lack of proficiency in mastering the Great Fireball," Matsuki summarized. Immediately, Matsuki took out a small booklet and handed it to Obito, saying, "This is some experience I've gathered from practicing the nature transformation of fire attribute chakra. If you read, memorize, and practice according to this booklet, it should help resolve the issues with nature transformation." Compared to Shizu, Obito's foundation was much weaker, so in the first month, Matsuki essentially helped Obito rebuild his foundation and also taught him the Great Dragon Fire on the side. That's why he had not given Obito the nature transformation manual until now. If it were not for the sudden appearance of a training mission, Matsuki had planned to give it to Obito next semester. After all, teaching Obito too much at once would be overwhelming for him. "You have gifted your disciple the nature transformation manual for fire attribute chakra. Due to the disciple's deep appreciation, a large critical reward is triggered. Obtained fire release. Intelligent hard work mastery." Matsuki did not expect Obito to be quite effective, directly granting him master-level proficiency in fire release. Intelligent hard work was not an ordinary fire release technique. It was a rank fire release ninjutsu performed by Kakashi fire attribute mask. Its power was extraordinary, and when combined with wind release, pressure damage, which he had drawn before, it could instantly create a sea of flames that would burn down an entire forest. A plethora of training memories appeared in Matsuki's mind. In an instant, Matsuki had a sensation, as if he had silently dedicated 30 years of intensive training to mastering intelligent hard work in some unknown corner. Throughout those 30 years, he had focused solely on perfecting this one ninjutsu, bringing it to a level where he could wield it effortlessly. "I'll definitely study it every day," Obito exclaimed, cradling the manual as if it were a precious treasure. "There's one more thing, let's work on enhancing your chakra control," Matsuki said with a smile. Once Obito completed the basic climbing tree and walking on water training, the advanced water walking exercise plan he had developed on Asumo became relevant. Although Obito did not know exactly what Matsuki had in mind, recalling the painful weekend training sessions made him suspect it was likely another grueling yet highly effective training regimen. However, now he had to brace himself because this time, he had requested it himself. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Attempting the training task. Matsuki had Obito try climbing a tree. In the eastern border forest of Konoha, there were many trees, with some reaching over 10 meters in height, and even taller ones scattered around. Matsuki casually pointed to a large tree that was 20 meters tall and asked Obito to try concentrating chakra at the soles of his feet and climb it. Obito nodded, took a deep breath, concentrated chakra at his feet, and ascended. He managed to reach a height of around 10 meters, but then, with a misstep, he lost control of the chakra, leaving a footprint and falling down. Matsuki jumped up and caught Obito, silently nodding to himself. Although Obito could not reach the level of Asumo, he did reasonably well. At least he did not fall after just a few steps. There was not much to say about this kind of training. It simply involved persevering with practice and did not require any special techniques. After demonstrating a few times for Obito, Matsuki left a shadow clone to watch over him and allowed Obito to practice on his own. Matsuki himself went to find Might Guy, who was currently training his physique. Among Matsuki's 3 disciples, Might Guy's training regimen could be considered the most tedious. While Obito could switch to a few ninjutsu techniques when tired of taijutsu, Might Guy's training consisted mainly of practicing the Konoha whirlwind and strengthening his physique. Strengthening one's physique is not an overnight task, and this aspect of Matsuki's teaching skills proved to be powerless. While Matsuki's teaching skills could help Might Guy learn taijutsu faster and make progress in a shorter time, they could not expedite the effectiveness of Might Guy's physical training. The benefits gained from doing a push-up remained the same, regardless of the teaching skills applied. When Matsuki approached Might Guy, he was doing push-ups with a large rock on his back, similar in size to himself. "Guy, how's your progress with the Konoha whirlwind?" Matsuki asked as he walked up. He wanted to test the trigger conditions for the training task, and, like Obito, Might Guy, with a trust level of 3, was the best choice. Upon hearing Matsuki's words, Might Guy paused in his movements, maintaining his still posture as he replied, "It is a bit faster than during the exams, but not fast enough." After his response, Might Guy removed the rock, stood up, and delivered a swift and powerful Konoha whirlwind towards a nearby wooden post. Matsuki nodded. Compared to before, there was indeed some improvement, with his kicks becoming more decisive and forceful. It seemed he had gained something from his battle with Hyuga Kamen. Improvements in physical training do not show results quickly. Progress in physique typically takes months, if not longer. "How do you think one can advance in strength?" Matsuki asked a question that left Might Guy feeling puzzled. "Of course, through training," Might Guy replied directly, expressing his belief that consistent practice was the key to becoming stronger. Matsuki shook his head and asked again, "Training is undoubtedly essential for progress and enhancing strength, but are there any other methods?" Might Guy scratched his head then, thinking about his improved Konoha whirlwind and the practical exams held at the academy. A sudden revelation struck him, and he said, "Battle." "Exactly. Combat is also a crucial aspect of enhancing strength. In battle, you can better translate your practice into practical strength," Matsuki said, smiling. "When I mention battle, I am not referring to the kind of fights you and Obito have had before. That's normal combat," Matsuki clarified. "To progress, you need to challenge strong opponents and engage in honorable battles with those you aspire to challenge." Listening to Matsuki's words, Might Guy gradually pictured someone in his mind. That person had white hair, always wore a mask, and was renowned as a super genius in Konoha. There was no need for another name. It was the lifelong rival that Might Guy acknowledged to Kakashi. Having progressed in strength after studying with Matsuki, Might Guy had long harbored the desire to challenge Kakashi but had been holding it back. He initially wanted to wait until he fully mastered the Konoha whirlwind taijutsu before challenging Kakashi. However, Might Guy had now changed his mind. Would mastering the Konoha whirlwind be enough to defeat Kakashi? Maybe not. Was he afraid of a potential failure? No. So, why not engage in a battle with Kakashi? It could further enhance his strength. "Yumi-sensei, I understand," Might Guy said solemnly. Observing the expression on Might Guy's face, Matsuki could sense that his guidance had worked. With Might Guy's proactive nature, he might even seek out Kakashi tonight. However, what disappointed Matsuki was the absence of a training task named Defeat Kakashi. What other conditions could there be? Matsuki wondered. According to the original Naruto storyline, Might Guy should have a strong desire to defeat Kakashi at this point. With the title of a super genius and the role of a lifelong rival, Might Guy had plenty of reasons to want to overcome Kakashi. Carefully reflecting on the details of how Obita triggered the training task, Matsuki identified a potential issue. Obita's approach was one of earnest plea, expressing the necessity of Matsuki's assistance and specifying that Matsuki must teach him the formidable fire release to complete the task. Does achieving the result require fulfilling the essential needs of the student? Matsuki speculated. If that were the case, then Might Guy not triggering the training task just now made sense. Perhaps Might Guy had only ignited his enthusiasm to challenge Kakashi, without thinking about what would happen without Matsuki. With this rough guess in mind, Matsuki decided not to probe further. He would wait until Might Guy challenged Kakashi and potentially failed before taking action. At that time, he would let the disciple who failed in battle feel the warmth of their sensei. After concluding the teaching, Matsuki went to his house in the main city area. After dinner, he headed to the park where he had previously encountered Minato and Kushina. Fortunately, Matsuki once again ran into Kushina and Minato there. Perhaps because many people in the vicinity liked to come here, neither Kushina nor Minato was surprised when they saw Matsuki. Oh, by the way, you left in such a hurry last time, and I forgot to ask something. Kushina suddenly remembered and inquired, "Did Lord Third Old Man ask you to become a tutor?" Matsuki nodded. "I heard that kid is a bit rebellious, does not listen to Lord Third's words. Will he listen to you?" Kushina curiously asked. Matsuki smiled and shared the process of how he trained Ishima with them. Kushina did not know how Ishima felt about being taught, but she found the story quite amusing, especially when Ishima, trying to act rebellious the next day, ended up exhausted from the rigorous training. It made Kushina marvel at Lord Third's cunning for having such a son. Minato was also surprised by Matsuki's teaching approach, managing to get even unwilling students to cooperate and complete the training. Matsuki did not just talk about himself. He also asked Minato and Kushina some questions, and the conversation flowed smoothly. Matsuki felt that by spending some time together like this and becoming friends, he could subtly express his interest in sealing jutsu and seals. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Mastering all 5 basic nature transformations. You're here. I'm here. You should not have come. But I am already here. Quick, get out. It is bad enough to suddenly barge into my house, and now you're rushing into the bathroom. Guy, what do you think you're doing? Even the usually aloof Kakashi could not hold back, looking at Might Guy, who had infiltrated the bathroom, with a frustrated expression. Of course, I am here for a battle full of youth and passion. Might Guy raised his arm and gave Kakashi a thumbs up with enthusiasm. Kakashi. If it were not for the fact that he had not washed off the foam on his body, he would have given Might Guy's smiling face a flying kick right now. Who bursts into the bathroom at night and declares a duel? Even if we are going to battle, at least wait for me to finish my bath, Kakashi could not help but sarcastically comment. Indeed, my arch-nemesis, he readily accepted the challenge. I'll be waiting for you outside. Might Guy's smile was brilliant, and the 2 rows of shiny white teeth were especially dazzling under the lights. Kakashi, speechless, rubbed his forehead. He began to wonder if his father had made a mistake in judgment back then. To actually think that Might Guy can become stronger than him in the future, a worthy opponent. But if Might Guy wants to fight, then let him. It might help him see the difference between them. Kakashi quickly cleaned himself and got dressed, then went outside. Let's settle this. Might Guy assumed a stance, passionately shouting. Is it going to be taijutsu this time? Kakashi asked. Since the first year, Might Guy had been challenging him in various ways, not limited to combat. Sometimes it involved things like shuriken throwing. No, feel free to use all your strength. Consider this a formal battle. Might Guy shook his head, speaking seriously. Are you sure? Kakashi asked again. If he were to use his full strength directly, Kakashi believed Might Guy would not stand a chance. He became a chunin 2 years ago, while Might Guy is still a student at the academy. Absolutely sure. Might Guy beamed with a bright smile. Then be careful. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, he immediately pulled out 4 shuriken and sent them flying towards Might Guy. Might Guy dodged the shuriken, only to suddenly realize that Kakashi had inconspicuously approached him, swinging his fist. Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy rapidly kicked out a whirlwind kick, clashing with Kakashi's fist. Both sides retreated a few steps. Kakashi looked at Might Guy with some surprise. He did not expect Might Guy to react so quickly and counterattack. The speed of his leg was unexpectedly fast. Might Guy had challenged him 2 months ago, specifically in a taijutsu match. Compared to the last time, Might Guy has shown significant progress. How's that, Kakashi? I've gotten a lot stronger, you know. Might Guy laughed heartily. I hope you can still laugh after what's coming next. Kakashi's gaze became more intense. Kakashi swiftly formed seals, creating 4 shadow clones. The shadow clones, in turn, performed the clone jutsu, generating numerous illusions. So many Kakashis. Might Guy looked somewhat dumbfounded at the dozens of Kakashi suddenly appearing. Countless Kakashis charged at Might Guy, and he once again used the Konoha whirlwind, knocking down over a dozen Kakashis in one go. Unfortunately, they were all illusions, and the remaining shadow clone Kakashis seized the opportunity to strike. While Might Guy struggled to cope, suddenly a hand emerged from the ground, grabbing hold of Might Guy's leg. Earth release. Inner decapitation jutsu. Might Guy instantly felt his whole body rapidly plummeting, and when he realized it, only his head remained above. The battle is over. Kakashi crouched down and addressed the exposed head of Guy. Kakashi, you truly are a formidable adversary I strive to catch up to. You're strong, Might Guy exclaimed. In the fight against that student from the Hyuga clan, he could go back and forth, only losing due to the opponent's powerful Byakugan abilities. But in the battle with Kakashi, except for the initial taijutsu clash, he quickly fell behind, and Kakashi found an opportunity for a decisive strike. A one-sided battle, that's how Might Guy could only describe it. If you know I am strong, practice a bit more before coming to challenge me again. At least graduate first, Kakashi said without hesitation. Alright, I'll come back to challenge you when I become stronger, Might Guy laughed and said. Kakashi felt like Might Guy might be selectively deaf, not paying attention to the latter part of his statement. Uninterested in whether Might Guy had heard or not, Kakashi released Might Guy and went home. Might Guy patted the dust off his body, watching Kakashi's departing figure, and clenched his fists. I need to become even stronger. In this full-force battle with Kakashi, Might Guy expanded his perspective. To become the strongest, he knew there was still a long way to go. With determination, Might Guy decided that tomorrow he would ask Yumi-sensei if he could help him develop a more rigorous training plan. The next day, at the academy. Now, let me explain a bit more about the key points to focus on in clone jutsu. In the ninjutsu class, after covering the relevant knowledge about seals and guiding chakra, Matsuki touched on a bit of the 3 basic jutsu. Although there are only 3 ninjutsu that can be learned in the ninjutsu class, there is still a considerable amount of theoretical knowledge related to ninjutsu. Yumi-sensei, since the main goal of clone jutsu is to create illusions to confuse the enemy, can I combine clone jutsu with transformation jutsu to create illusions that are even more confusing than myself? Hagen Kotetsu asked. Matsuki thought about it seriously and realized that there was indeed a possibility for this, and in fact, some people had even developed an upgraded version. That would be Naruto's Harem Jutsu, combining clone, deception, transformation, and achieving a perfect harmony. Due to being a shadow clone, it could be considered an upgraded version. You can give it a try. The reason we have so many ready-made ninjutsu to learn now is because of the efforts of our predecessors. Matsuki encouraged Hagen Kotetsu's idea. However, I suggest not using it in actual combat until it is perfected, Matsuki cautioned. If they really ended up with the Harem Jutsu, it would be fine. However, if they created some other bizarre technique, Matsuki was concerned that they might get into trouble. Sensei, I understand, Hagen Kotetsu nodded, preparing to discuss the idea later with Kamizuki Azumo and Anko, his 2 good friends. Believing in the wisdom of these 3 prominent figures in the class, they were confident they could develop a surprisingly effective ninjutsu. Class dismissed. After the bell rang, Matsuki announced the end of the class. Lecture completed. Evolution. Reward. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Finally, onto Earth release. Matsuki felt a bit delighted. Although Earth-style wall was not considered an exceptionally strong ninjutsu, what mattered is that it did come with a bit of nature transformation. At this point, Matsuki had mastered all 5 basic nature transformations. After school in the afternoon, on the way to the training ground, Matsuki encountered Might Guy. The speculation was indeed confirmed, but it was still somewhat unexpected for him. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. 8 Inner Gates. Disciple Might Guy's set training task. Training task. Obtain a training plan that can enhance strength. Reward. Depending on the completion of the task. Looking at the training task proposed by Might Guy, Matsuki's mood was somewhat complex. He originally thought the task would be to defeat Kakashi, but it turned out to be a request for a training plan. Can this also be called a training task? Matsuki seriously considered the causes and consequences triggered by the training task, forming some speculations. The disciple's ideas determine the content of the training task. Obito feels that he cannot secure the first place in the youth ninjutsu tournament on his own at the moment, hence the training task to achieve that. When Obito learned that the competition was taking place again, there were only 2 weeks left until the competition started. With such a short time, Obito believed that only with Matsuki's help could he possibly secure the first place. While Might Guy does wish to defeat Kakashi, he is not in a hurry, nor does he entertain the idea that he must seek Matsuki's help to achieve this. Perhaps, due to knowing each other for only a month and being purely on the receiving end, Might Guy might feel reluctant to trouble Matsuki too much. Various reasons combined, ultimately resulting in Might Guy's training task being quite peculiar. "Sensei, I'll trouble you with the training plan," Might Guy expressed his gratitude. "There's no trouble at all. I am so happy that you're so eager to become stronger. Sensei cannot be happier," Matsuki said, patting Might Guy's head. Because for Sensei, the disciple becoming stronger is the best repayment to Sensei. Matsuki's expression was sincere. This was not acting. It was indeed Matsuki's heartfelt words. Hearing this again, Might Guy felt a different kind of emotion. Perhaps he should rely more on Matsuki. The two of them went to the training ground together. Obito is nearing completion of the tree climbing training and is about to move on to the water walking exercises. Might Guy is still engaged in physical conditioning training, repeating various exercises. Shizu is practicing genjutsu with Matsuki's shadow clone. Matsuki, the original, is completing Might Guy's training task, which involves devising a new training plan for him. This is not something hastily written. There are many considerations involved. It is not just about intensifying training when aiming for strength. One must also consider the body's capacity to endure. As the sky gradually darkens, the three of them complete the training assigned by Matsuki, and Matsuki also finishes Might Guy's new training plan. Matsuki calls Might Guy aside separately and hands over the training plan. Training task completed. Rewards: 20 exercise elixir, chakra 150. Exercise elixir effectively relieves physical fatigue, restores the body, and eliminates hidden injuries. The task is settled directly, and the rewards turn out to be better than Matsuki had imagined. After all, this task is really too simple, and Matsuki is thinking that having some chakra is a bit of a gain. Unexpectedly, there are even 20 exercise elixirs as a pleasant surprise. This genuinely exceeds his expectations. This makes him even more curious about what rewards he will receive upon completing Obito's task. After all, in terms of difficulty, Obito's training task is much more troublesome than Might Guy's. Matsuki's mind stirs, pretending to search for something in his ninja tool pouch. He takes out one exercise elixir from the system space and hands it to Might Guy. "Here, something to eat." "Go ahead," Matsuki says with a smile. Might Guy should be the one among his three disciples who needs this the most, given the intensity of his training. "Thank you, Sensei. What is this?" Might Guy takes the elixir, asking in confusion. "It is something beneficial for you. Eat it quickly," Matsuki explains. Out of trust in Matsuki, Might Guy directly consumes the elixir. The moment he swallows it, he instantly feels a warmth spreading through his body, a sensation flowing through every limb, sweeping away his fatigue, and instantly boosting his spirits 100-fold. Is this one of those expensive elixirs? Might Guy speculates. The pill Matsuki gave him is truly miraculous. After consuming it, he feels much more relaxed. The term elixir refers to medications with special functions, usually crafted through specific methods using particular materials. A common and ordinary elixir is the military rations pill, which can restore a certain amount of chakra and is relatively inexpensive. The more special and powerful the elixir's effects, the more expensive it tends to be. Might Guy senses that the elixir he just took is definitely not cheap. "Now that you've eaten it, do not think too much about it." Matsuki does not reveal the answer to Might Guy. He does not know the price of the elixir. It was provided by the system, and whether Konoha sells it is another matter. Since the question has been asked, there is already a faint answer in his mind. You gifted the disciple an exercise elixir, and due to the disciple's immense gratitude, you receive a critical reward. 8 inner gates, first 3 gates. Instantly, numerous memories of practicing the 8 inner gates flood Matsuki's mind. He can sense that he has unlocked a certain limitation within his body. Although he can only open the first 3 gates, Matsuki is still quite satisfied. With the memories of the technique, he can continue to practice and unlock more gates. However, Matsuki does not plan to continue training all 8 gates. He believes investing time in other areas will yield greater benefits. While Might Guy only has average ninjutsu talent, his taijutsu talent is formidable. Practicing for decades, he was able to win the Gate of Death. Might Guy managed to severely injure 6 paths of pain, and Might Guy even faced the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist as a Jinin. Opening only 3 gates is just right for him. The first 3 gates have the least impact on the body, while the gates beyond them demand significantly higher physical strength. Sensei, I will definitely become the strongest. Overwhelmed with emotion, Might Guy says with tears streaming down his face. To ensure he takes the expensive elixir without feeling burdened, Matsuki is unwilling to disclose what exactly Might Guy is consuming. If it were not for Might Guy's own awareness, Matsuki might have told him it was candy. Handing a tissue to the teary-eyed Might Guy, Matsuki gently smiles and says, "You will become the strongest. I believe in you." Even without his assistance, Might Guy would reach the pinnacle in taijutsu through his own efforts. Matsuki believes that in this world, Might Guy will only continue to progress further. It should have increased trust quite a bit. I wonder when I'll have a disciple with a trust level of 4, Matsuki thinks as he watches Might Guy's departing figure. Today, Matsuki did not go to the main city area to encounter Minato and Kushina but chose to stay in the southern forest. It has been over a month since his transmigration, and although he has had the idea to develop the Rasengan on a whim, there has not been time. Recently, he has read many books on sealing jutsu and needs time to absorb the information. During this period, he plans to recreate the Rasengan. With a detailed understanding of the original process and mastery over form transformation, developing the Rasengan is not difficult for him. The primary purpose of developing the Rasengan is not to use it as an offensive technique but rather for its other applications. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. A Resolute Obito. Yumi-sensei, when will we start practicing nature transformation? Lately, every night I've been studying the manual you gave me and really want to try it out, Obito asked as he walked along the small river. Climbing trees and walking on water is just too boring. Moreover, Matsuki's nature transformation manual truly inspired him, and he instantly felt ready to unleash his fire release. Find walking on water boring? Have you almost mastered it? Matsuki asked with a slight smile. Yeh, Obito nodded quickly. He could already run on water. Well then, let me test your skill level and, in the process, make walking on water a bit more interesting for you. Matsuki swiftly formed hand seals, and chakra surged. Water release. Water dragon bullet jutsu. A massive water dragon quickly formed, then tumbled in the small river, instantly turning the calm surface into turbulent waves, occasionally creating large splashes. Oh! Obito accidentally plunged into the water and took a mouthful. Matsuki instantly pulled Obito out, smiling. See, you have not mastered it yet. Yumi-sensei, how can I handle it when you suddenly pull such a stunt? Obito complained. There were classmates on the scene and even a younger member of the family. He still had to save face. Then try it again, Matsuki laughed. Walking on water tests a ninja's control of continuous chakra output. With distractions like the water dragon bullet and the need to dodge waves, maintaining stable and continuous output under such circumstances indicates excellent chakra control ability. Obito talked tough, but his strength did not match. He fell into the water again after only a few minutes. The shoes I am wearing today do not fit well, affecting my performance, Obito explained, spitting out the river water in his mouth. Then, he placed his shoes on the shore and walked barefoot on the water's surface. Matsuki smiled faintly without saying a word. After a while, Obito fell into the water again. Oh no, maybe staying up late reading yesterday affected my energy today. No wonder I made so many mistakes. Obito stretched his limbs, twisted his neck, rolled up his sleeves, and with a serious expression, said, I have to be serious from now on. Splash. The sound of falling into the water echoed once again. After quickly pulling Obito out, Matsuki saw that Obito's eyes were lifeless and expressionless, and he did not say anything more. Obito, it is okay. I know you just want to learn how to swim, Shishu comforted. Obito covered his face with both hands, saying, Shishu, go on with your business. I'll be fine on my own. Are you feeling bad about your performance? Matsuki squatted beside Obito, not looking at him but gazing into the distance. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. While Obito had not even begun mastering chakra control training, Shishu had already finished. Moreover, Shishu progressed rapidly, skipping tree climbing right from the start, and handling water walking effortlessly. Even with Matsuki's interference, Shishu could persist on the water for a long time. With Shishu, his clan junior, performing so well, Obito kept up a tough demeanor. He admitted that he might not be as good as Shizu, but he should not be that far behind. Actually, last weekend afternoon, I left because I became a tutor at the Hokage's house, Matsuki said. The Hokage has a son, you should know him, Sarutobe Ashima, just a year older than you. Obito nodded, indeed recognizing him. When he was doing water walking training, I also disrupted him with the water dragon bullet. He fell into the water dozens of times in one afternoon, but finally, in the last attempt, he persisted for 5 minutes. Ashima actually? Obito did not expect that Ashima, the excellent student during the ninja academy, would have such a tough time. Moreover, he endured through an entire afternoon in such challenging conditions. Obito now looked at Ashima with newfound respect. He had not noticed Ashima's perseverance when they first met. Sensei, I got it. I've rested well, let's start training. Obito took a deep breath and said with a spirited tone. If Ashima could persist, why could not he? After all, his goal was to defeat Kakashi and take first place in front of Ren. Have something to eat before training. Matsuki handed Obito a portion of dango he had bought earlier. Sure, thanks, Sensei. Obito exclaimed energetically, quickly finishing the dango and then stepping into the river. You have gifted your disciple dango. Due to the disciple's gratitude, a critical reward is triggered, gaining the Chief skill. Chief, your cooking is so delicious that it can induce illusions. Hugh unexpectedly triggered a skill, and it is in the lifestyle category. Matsuki was somewhat surprised. While it is known that rewards from teaching disciples can be random, Maika gained him mastery in water nature transformation, but Obito rewarding a Chief skill was a bit perplexing for him. Nevertheless, it did not stop Matsuki from being happy, as, from the skill description, this skill seemed quite powerful. Cooking delicious food is a significant bonus. If he had this skill earlier, he could have pretended that the cooking equipment at home was damaged, then gone to Minato's house to cook, showcasing extraordinary culinary skills. Perhaps Kushina and Minato would have taken the initiative to befriend him. It could also quickly boost disciple favorability. A sensei with both top-notch teaching quality and exceptional cooking skills, who would not like that? After all the disciples completed their training, Matsuki returned early to the main area of Konoha. He wanted to see how tasty the dishes he could make with his new skill would be. Matsuki chose 2 dishes, one being egg fried rice and the other being tempura. While he could make egg fried rice before, he had never made tempura. From the moment he picked up the egg, Matsuki felt a mysterious energy surrounding him. Although the steps were similar to before, everything fell into place perfectly. After finishing the egg fried rice, looking at the distant golden grains emitting a faint golden glow, Matsuki was somewhat entranced. He pondered that he did not add any fluorescent powder when he was cooking, so why does it seem to be glowing? Matsuki tasted a spoonful. The eggs were tender, the rice was elastic, and the fragrance of chopped green onions burst in his mouth. He had never eaten egg fried rice that was so delicious. Matsuki even vaguely saw a robust rooster running and occasionally taking flight in a grassy field, so free and joyful. It really is so delicious that it creates illusions. Matsuki shook his head, quickly coming back to his senses. Matsuki switched to a flat pan and started preparing tempura. First, he made the batter, then heated the oil in the pan, dipped the pre-prepared shrimp in the batter, and fried them in the pan. Soon, the tempura's coating began to change color gradually. A distinctive aroma of frying filled the kitchen, drifting into the distance. Relying on his intuition, Matsuki scooped up the tempura and placed it on a plate, then brought it to the table. Just as Matsuki was about to pick up a piece of tempura to taste it, the sound of knocking on the door echoed. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. High on food. Minato, have you smelled anything? Kushina, who was preparing the meal, suddenly caught a very interesting aroma. I have, a very tempting fried scent, Minato nodded. Yeh, such a tempting fragrance. I wonder how it is made. Kushina sniffed the air, unable to contain her curiosity. She also cooked and had made tempura, fried dishes like that, but she had never experienced this kind of alluring fragrance. Just by smelling the aroma, one could imagine the food's perfect golden and crispy state. No, I cannot resist. I need to go check it out, Kushina said as she walked out. Carefully sniffing the air, she discovered that the source of the fragrance was the house to the right of Minato's. Hey, is not this Yuma's house? Minato, come out quickly. Kushina waved to Minato inside the house. If she remembered correctly, this house belonged to the ninja school sensei Matsuki Yume. Though they had only known each other for a few days, Matsuki had left a quite deep impression on Kushina. With golden hair and blue eyes similar to Minato's, Matsuki was eloquent, and his teaching abilities were strong. Minato walked out and, looking in the direction Kushina pointed, nodded, saying, "Yes, it is Yuma's house." "Come on, let's pay a visit to our neighbor," Kushina said, pulling Minato as they knocked on Matsuki's door. Matsuki placed the shrimp in a bowl, set down the chopsticks, and walked to the door, opening it as soon as Kushina knocked. As soon as the door opened, Kushina could not wait to ask, "Yumi, are you making dinner?" "Sorry for the disturbance," Minato, looking apologetic, said while glancing at the apron Matsuki had not taken off yet. "No problem, I've just finished cooking and was about to eat. Your timing is perfect," Matsuki said with a gentle smile, then invited the two inside. Following the fragrance, Kushina walked to the dining table and saw the tempura in the dish, lightly golden from frying. Her eyes lit up instantly. This was the aroma she had been following. However, upon entering Matsuki's house, Kushina discovered another scent of fried rice. "Yumi, you're truly a hidden chef. I could smell the fragrance of this tempura even next door," Kushina praised. "It is not much of being a chef. Since I am usually alone, I've gotten used to cooking," Matsuki said, taking 2 glasses from the cupboard and pouring water for Minato and Kushina. "You can give it a try. It is just made," Matsuki said, taking out 2 sets of utensils. "Is it okay? I see you have not eaten yet," Kushina said, staring at the tempura. She really wanted to taste what that fragrant tempura would be like. "Let's start eating now," Matsuki smiled, picking up a piece of tempura from the bowl and putting it in his mouth. "Thank you, Yumi," Minato expressed his gratitude. "I am starting," Kushina said, bringing her hands together in a ceremonial manner. She then picked up the chopsticks, capturing a piece of still steaming tempura and placing it in her mouth. As she bit through the crispy outer layer, the moist and tender shrimp inside instantly widened Kushina's eyes. Even more magically, Kushina seemed to have entered the depths of the ocean in a trance. Surrounded by a mysterious and beautiful blue world, she felt like a carefree fish, happily swimming in the sea. Pooh! Kushina quickly snapped back to reality, almost thinking she had fallen under a genjutsu. Upon careful consideration, she realized there was no one present capable of casting genjutsu on her. "Matsuki, how did you make this tempura? Did you add some strange colored mushrooms?" Kushina asked in confusion. She had heard about ninjas going into the forest to pick mushrooms in the summer, and one ended up in the Konoha hospital claiming to have too many branches and leaves on his body, asking if someone could help trim them. No, it is just like this and then like that," Matsuki briefly described the process of cooking. At that moment, Kushina noticed that Minato seemed to have stopped talking after taking a bite of fried rice. She looked at Minato and found him daydreaming, so she gave him a light tap. "Minato, what's wrong?" Kushina asked. Minato instinctively replied, "Eating wild vegetables." "Where are the wild vegetables here?" Kushina looked at the fried rice, and aside from eggs, there were only chopped green onions, no mushrooms. She asked in confusion. "Just finished eating the fried rice, and for a moment, I felt like I had turned into a wild chicken living in the mountains," Minato explained. Kushina looked at the plate of fried rice, every grain plump and golden, emitting a faint glow like golden light. Because she had been focused on the tempura, Kushina just noticed that the fried rice seemed to be glowing. "This is the most delicious fried rice I've ever had," Minato said, unable to resist taking 2 spoonfuls and putting them into his mouth. "Is it really that delicious? You should come and try the tempura," Kushina said in confusion. Afterwards, Kushina ate the egg fried rice, and Minato enjoyed the tempura. Both of them once again displayed expressions of astonishment and happiness. "Yumi, did you develop a ninjutsu that makes food taste this good? It is ridiculously delicious," Kushina joked. "If you ever think about opening a restaurant, Yumi, be sure to let me know," Minato said seriously. He was not someone who focused much on material pleasures, but Matsuki's fried rice and tempura provided him with an unparalleled culinary experience. "If you like it, feel free to visit more often. It is quite lonely here," Matsuki smiled, extending an invitation. "As long as you do not find it troublesome, and in the future, you can also taste mine and Minato's cooking, even though it is not as delicious as yours," Kushina said excitedly upon hearing Matsuki's invitation. "Well, I am looking forward to it then," Matsuki replied with a smile. After seeing the two off, Matsuki secretly thought that the new skill was indeed powerful, quickly bringing them to the point of sharing meals together. Matsuki brought down some books from the second-floor bedroom, gradually revealing his interests. Encouraged by Matsuki and with Asuma leading by example as a friend, Obito was full of enthusiasm. By Saturday, he was on the verge of completing his control ability training and was ready to begin practicing nature transformation. On the weekend, Matsuki, the home tutor, resumed work. You deceiver, Ashimo angrily accused Matsuki. Last week, in order not to waste the expensive tutoring fees, Ashimo had worked hard in his training and returned home utterly exhausted. The intensity and pain during the training made Ashimo resent Matsuki upon learning the truth. Oh, what did I deceive you about? Matsuki asked with a smile. Your tutoring fee was clearly 2,000 ryu per hour, but you lied to me, saying it was 25,000 ryu. Ashimo, seeing Matsuki not admitting it, became even more enraged. Did you actually lose anything? Did you really give me 25,000 ryu? Matsuki continued to inquire. Of course, Ashimo tried to say something but suddenly realized he had not really lost anything. See, you have not lost anything, and you've even gained. You thought you spent 200,000 ryu for 8th of training, but you actually only spent 16,000 ryu, gaining 184,000 ryu. You should thank me, Matsuki quickly remarked. I gained. Ashimo, following Matsuki's reasoning, seemed to indeed have gained. Well then, it is all good. Let's start the training, Matsuki said casually. No, something's definitely off about this. It does not seem right. Ashimo felt that something was amiss. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Ashimo Shizu. Something's not right. Even if the money has not been given to you, it belongs to our family. How could it be considered earnings? Ashimo organized his thoughts and countered. You're really smart. Matsuki smiled and praised. Although praised, Ashimo felt a strange sensation he could not quite express. Anyway, go resign from the old man. I do not need a tutor. Ashimo lay against a tree, getting straight to the point. Since you do not want me to teach you, just do not come, or tell Lord Third and others that you do not need it, Matsuki suggested. Do you think I am stupid? If I do that, all the responsibility falls on me. Ashimo lifted his head slightly, proud. As for Lord Third, it did not matter much, but Ashimo was more afraid of his mother, Buiko, getting angry. Matsuki nodded inwardly. Indeed, Ashimo was quite straightforward. As long as he resigned citing Ashimo's lack of cooperation as the reason, the blame would inevitably fall on Ashimo. However, he had no reason to do so. After all, manipulating a 9-year-old like Ashimo was too easy. Why are you so resistant to tutoring? Matsuki did not rush to start Ashimo's training but continued to chat with him. You would not understand even if I told you. Ashimo shook his head, displaying an attitude of you would not understand until you are my age. Why would not I understand? It is just that you do not like your father's arrangements, Matsuki bluntly stated. Based on Ashimo's identity and his own personality, it was easy to deduce the reasons for Ashimo's rebelliousness. Ashimo had talent, though not comparable to those exceptional individuals. He was considered a genius, and he seemed to have dedicated effort to his training. Matsuki could see that Ashimo had laid a good foundation. However, due to his status as Lord Third's son, his personal efforts might ultimately be dismissed lightly, becoming a mere reflection of being Lord Third's child. Effort is considered a matter of course, and not putting in effort invites criticism from many. Given this, it is strange if the father-son relationship between Ashimo and Lord Third is good. Upon graduating to become a ninja, feeling that he had grown up, Ashimo was surprised to find that Lord Third had hired a tutor. This clearly made Ashimo feel completely underestimated. You can only see the surface like this. Ashimo maintained his expression of you would not understand until Matsuki uttered the next sentence. Is not it because, despite your hard training, all you received was the acknowledgement of being Lord Third's child? Matsuki said with a smile. Ashimo's face instantly changed, and he looked at Matsuki with a somewhat frightened gaze. This was something he had never told anyone, and suddenly, Matsuki pointed it out, giving him a sense of fear as if his innermost feelings were forcibly laid bare. I do not understand what you're talking about, Ashimo insisted with a tough exterior. However, his restless little hands already exposed the anxiety within him. If you want to prove yourself, you should embrace tutoring even more. Strengthen your own abilities and prove yourself through strength, Matsuki continued. After all, you cannot be considered excellent in your current state. Matsuki directly negated Ashimo's strength. First, having his inner self exposed, and now being entirely denied, Ashimo became agitated and defended himself, saying, when I was in the academy, I was often the top of my class. How can I not be considered excellent? Matsuki smiled and said, believe it or not, I could randomly pick a student who just entered the academy, and you would not be a match for them. Ashimo chuckled. If it were a graduate, it would be one thing, but even a newcomer to the academy would not be afraid, even if it were Kakashi just starting at the academy. If you have the guts, go find one. If I lose, I'll listen to whatever you say from now on. Ashimo laid down the challenge. Of course, if I win, you resign, Ashima added. It is a deal then, Matsuki revealed a smile. Following that, Matsuki sent out a shadow clone to bring Shishu over. Ashima sized up Shishu. This is Uchiha Shishu, a student in my class, just turned 6 and entered 1st grade this year. And this is Sarutobe Ashima, a genin who just graduated this year. Matsuki introduced the two to each other. Uchiha Shishu, let me tell you now, if you cannot keep up later, surrender quickly to avoid getting hurt. I will not go easy on you, Ashima warned. I'll keep that in mind, Sarutobe-senpai, Shishu replied earnestly. Begin. Matsuki wasted no time and, after the two assumed their stances, declared the start. As soon as Matsuki finished speaking, Ashima charged out, swiftly swinging his fist towards Shishu. Shishu calmly met him, engaging in close combat with Ashima. The two exchanged blows continuously, and despite Ashima's relatively tall stature, he did not seem to gain an advantage. Ashima's expression changed after a couple of moves. He realized that Shishu was not as simple as he thought, but he did not expect him to be this challenging. Not only did Ashima fail to gain an advantage, but he also found himself retreating 3 meters due to Shishu seizing the opportunity with a Konoha whirlwind kick, driven by Ashima's eagerness to gain the upper hand. However, Shishu did not press his advantage because, when Matsuki brought him over, he had instructed to defeat Ashima from all directions if possible. A genin who had already graduated being kicked back 3 meters by a student who had just become a genin in Taijutsu combative, and with only Matsuki watching on the sidelines, Ashima felt his face could not bear it, and his complexion reddened. Without considering why Shishu did not pursue, Ashima's only thought at the moment was to defeat Shishu, save face, and prove himself. Fire release. Great flame jutsu. Ashima swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a burst of chakra and exhaling a large amount of flames. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Shishu also began forming hand seals, concentrating a large amount of chakra in his mouth, then expelled it in a breath, transforming it into flames. The two fire release techniques collided, and with more flames and greater momentum, Shishu quickly overwhelmed Ashima's fire release. He then continued charging towards Ashima. Ashima was dumbfounded in the face of the ninjutsu confrontation, standing still and watching the fireball continuously approaching him without making a move. He wondered why he would lose to a student who had just entered the ninja academy, and in such a miserable defeat. In Taijutsu combat, he was kicked back 3 meters, and in ninjutsu confrontation, he was directly suppressed. Was he truly useless except for being Lord Third's son? Ashima started deeply questioning himself. As the fireball gradually closed in, feeling the warmth of the flames, Ashima finally snapped out of his thoughts and moved to dodge. However, with his speed, he could not avoid being affected by the fireball. At that moment, Matsuki intervened. Chakra surged as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release. Water wall. A thick water wall appeared in front of Ashima, blocking the incoming massive fireball. Susinsi. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Not as good as Matsuki. Ashima, protected by Matsuki's water release, instantly felt that he was not worth much as before. He had been harboring resentment towards Lord Third and had been venting it on Matsuki, maintaining a hostile attitude. As a teacher, Matsuki had been very responsible. Even though Ashima had been uncooperative and resistant to Matsuki's training, Matsuki cleverly managed to make him complete the necessary exercises. Although the process was a bit frustrating, it was all for his own good, aimed at helping him complete the training. Shishu, you can go back first. Seeing Ashima's low spirits, Matsuki knew it was his turn. Shishu nodded without saying much, turned around, and went to continue his practice. Matsuki walked up to Ashima, patting off the dust on his body and tidying up his somewhat disheveled clothes. Finally, Matsuki squatted down on the ground, maintaining a height similar to Ashima's, and looked into Ashima's eyes. They locked eyes, and Ashima quickly lowered his head, then whispered, "Sensei, I am sorry." "How exactly do you think you've let me down?" Matsuki asked with a smile. "I should not have vented my grievances on you, should not have opposed and resisted cooperating with you all the time," Ashima replied, avoiding eye contact with Matsuki. "You have not let me down. You've let yourself down," Matsuki said, his expression gradually turning serious. Matsuki asked, "Does not training affect me?" Before Ashima could respond, Matsuki continued, "It does not. Even if you do not train, I'll keep spending time with you. I still receive my salary of 2,000 ryu per hour. But it is different for you. Skip training for an hour, and your hour is gone, with nothing gained," Matsuki continued. "Dealing with such a rebellious youth requires making them feel that everything you do is for their benefit. that you are on their side, and that they are the ones making mistakes. Ashimo hesitated in his words. The more Matsuke spoke, the more remorseful he felt, realizing how unworthy he had been. Despite his previous annoyance with Matsuke's methods, his appreciation for him had significantly increased in this moment. Without exaggeration, Ashimo felt that Matsuke, his sensei for only a few days, was much better than his own father, the Hokage. Despite going against Matsuke's training requirements, Matsuke did not scold him. Instead, he praised Ashimo for his strong limbs. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen instead, he might have been angered, stroking his beard, glaring, and scolding him. Before delivering any lectures, Matsuke first helped him brush off the dust from his body, tidied his clothes, and even considerately maintained eye contact. Thinking about this, Ashimo's eyes could not help but turn slightly red. Why was it that a private tutor, whom he had known for only a few days, could generously praise him, while every time he came home excited about achieving something, he never received praise from his parents? Was his first not as significant as the firsts of others? The more Ashimo thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, especially recalling that he had been defeated by a new student earlier today while he already graduated. Various emotions accumulated and eventually erupted. Despite Ashimo's efforts to control himself, tears still flowed down, and he turned his head away, not wanting Matsuke to see. However, it was impossible to hide anything from Matsuke, who had been attentively observing Ashimo. Matsuke did not act immediately. Instead, he waited for a while, allowing Ashimo to release some emotions through tears before getting up. Matsuke patted Ashimo's shoulder and handed him a handkerchief. "Yumi-sensei, you are really kind," Ashimo said, wiping away his tears and choking up. "Not like my parents. They would not do this." "That's because you only remember the bad things they did to you and forget the good," Matsuke said with a solemn tone. "Think carefully. Who was the one tirelessly putting you to sleep when you were a child? Who taught you to walk and run step by step? Who checked if you were covered well at night? Who?" Matsuke spoke with heartfelt emphasis. "Lord Third might be watching, so it is not just about gaining favor for oneself. It is also necessary to mediate the father-son relationship." Ashimo could not find the words to say. As Matsuke spoke, he indeed recalled similar memories. "You can take some time to think about it when you're free. For now, let's prepare to begin training. Have you forgotten what you said earlier?" Matsuke, seeing Ashimo conflicted, shifted the conversation to training. "Of course not. From now on, Yumi-sensei, I'll practice whatever you say," Ashimo said, wiping his face with the handkerchief. Matsuke's image in Ashimo's mind had transformed from a cunning and unpleasant adult into a genuinely caring and perfect teacher. "For this week, let's continue practicing chakra control, and next week, we'll focus on ninjutsu." Matsuke briefly outlined the training schedule. He would not teach Ashimo the way he taught Shizu and the others. Firstly, Ashimo's identity was sensitive, and Lord Third might be watching directly or indirectly. It could lead to Ashimo exposing his strength, and Matsuke currently did not want to reveal abilities surpassing Chunin level. The second reason is quite practical. Ashimo is just a student, not a disciple, and it is not worth investing too much energy. As Matsuke anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen, currently in the Hokage Tower, was using the telescope jutsu to observe how Matsuke was teaching Ashimo. In teaching children, Yumi is indeed outstanding. Watching Ashimo transition from initial resistance to ultimate respect, Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed Matsuke's teaching abilities. He was not too surprised that Matsuke could bring Shizu. Shizu was a student in Matsuke's class, and even students from other classes liked Matsuke so much, it made sense that Matsuke's own class would not be an exception. However, to possess such strength right after enrollment, the potential may even surpass Kageme's. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled his former teammate, Uchiha Kagame, who had the will of fire acknowledged by Lord Second. "It seems I need to pay more attention." Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a puff while contemplating. Shizu is the grandson of Uchiha Kagame and possesses exceptional talent. Sarutobi Hiruzen had known of his existence before. He hopes that Shizu can become an Uchiha like Uchiha Kagame. Seeing Ashimo starting his training, Sarutobi Hiruzen concealed the telescope jutsu and began attending to official matters. Until evening, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the telescope jutsu again to inspect Konoha before leaving the Hokage Tower to go home for dinner. At the dinner table, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile, "Ashimo, are you satisfied with your private tutor, Yumi-sensei? I carefully selected him for you." Ashimo, pausing from his continuous eating, could not help but recall the events of the day. Before today, Ashimo would have answered that Matsuke was a lassie sensei who deceived his students. "Yumi-sensei is great, much better than what you teach," Ashima praised Matsuki while not forgetting to take a jab at Lord Third. Although Matsuki had comforted him, his resentment towards Lord Third was not something that could be dispelled quickly. "What do you know, you little kid? The Sannin were all trained by me," Sir Toby Hiruzen retorted, stroking his beard and glaring. Clearly, Aunt Tsunade and the others already had extraordinary talents, Ashima countered. Though the Sannin were famous, each of them carved out their own path. Sometimes, acknowledging one's shortcomings is a sign of wisdom, Ashima imitated Matsuki's tone. Sir Toby Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words against his own son. Admitting would mean not measuring up to Matsuki, while not admitting would imply a lack of wisdom. Seeing his old father struggling with words, Ashima felt in high spirits, making his meal even more enjoyable. Chapter 37. Nature Transformation Practice. Yumi-sensei, how long did I persist this time? Obito wiped off the water stains from his face, looking at Matsuki with eager anticipation. He felt like he had been on the river for a long time, maybe persevering for an hour. You did well this time, persisted for 20 minutes, Matsuki praised generously. Oh, only 20 minutes. I thought it was at least half an hour. Obito was somewhat disappointed. On the river surface, he not only had to maintain constant chakra output but also pay attention to Matsuki's water release, observe the ripples on the river, be ready to dodge at any moment, and constantly ensure a state that gave the feeling of having passed a long time. Chakra control practice, you've completed it. You can start practicing nature transformation now, Matsuki said with a smile. I'll go down right away. Obito had been practicing water walking recently. Subconsciously, he started walking towards the riverbank. It took him a few steps to realize what Matsuki had actually said. Finally, no more water walking. Obito could not help but pump his fist in cheer, noticing the gazes from Shizu and Maike before quieting down. I've been walking on water every day recently, and I am starting to get used to the taste of the river here, Obito could not help but complain. Walking on water was different from climbing trees. Climbing trees was fine as long as Obito adjusted well or Matsuki caught him quickly. If he did not control water walking properly, he might end up swallowing a mouthful of water. Fortunately, not many people came here, and the river water was relatively clean and clear, without any strange smells. Do you want to practice some more? Matsuki jokingly asked. Forget it. Every time I see the river lately, I want to take a detour. Obito, who had been tormented, chose not to act tough this time. Let's start nature transformation sooner. There are only 14 days left until the competition. Obito felt the time was a bit tight. In addition to nature transformation, he also needed to deepen his proficiency in the Great Fireball. According to my schedule, there will be enough time, Matsuki reassured Obito. This is just training for participating in a civilian competition. It is not like we are training to face pain. There's no need to exaggerate the nature transformation practice too much. With the support of teaching skills and Matsuki's Great Fireball already at a proficient level, it was straightforward for Obito to improve his Great Fireball skills. After all, it involved the rewards for the training mission, and Matsuki had planned it seriously. Soon, Matsuki's shadow clone brought a large wooden barrel, and Matsuki opened it, taking out an ice block the size of a chicken egg and handing it to Obito. Place the ice block in your palm, then use chakra to perform nature transformation and melt the ice block, Matsuki explained the first step of the nature transformation training process. Nature transformation is considered a relatively difficult and advanced practice in the ninja training process. Even if you have a sufficient amount of chakra, if your proficiency in nature transformation for the corresponding ninjutsu is not high enough, the effectiveness of the ninjutsu will be limited. Training in fire nature transformation is a bit more dangerous than wind, as the combustible nature of fire may pose risks to the practitioner. At first, Matsuki wanted Obito to burn leaves, but if Obito could not instantly turn the leaves into ashes, his hands would get burned by the burning leaves. So Matsuki came up with the idea of using an ice block. Because it has a low enough temperature, it would only melt into water when exposed to flames. Obito's flames were not enough to heat the water from the ice block. It is so cold. Obito, holding the ice block, took a sharp breath. It was still spring, and the temperature was not high in the morning when the sun was not strong. Then release your chakra quickly. Matsuki tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers. Obito winced, rubbed his head, and then began guiding his chakra to gather in his palm for nature transformation. When performing nature transformation, remember the characteristics of fire combustion and high temperature. Make your chakra burn, raising the temperature, Matsuki reminded. Obito stared at the ice block in his hand, nodded, and silently recited the words burn and high temperature in his mind. 2 minutes later, Obito felt water forming in his palm, instantly revealing a pleased expression. "Sensei, the ice block is melting," Obito happily exclaimed. "How about you take another ice block and hold it in your hand for a few minutes without using chakra?" Matsuki suggested. Curious, Obito dropped the ice block in his hand and picked up another one of similar size, holding it in his hand without using chakra. Then, he awkwardly realized that the degree of ice melting was only slightly less than before. The human body also has temperature. Holding an ice block of this size in your hand, it will melt slowly even without chakra, Matsuki explained, rubbing his forehead. Fortunately, the weather was not hot now. If it were summer, Obito might have thought he was a nature transformation prodigy. When using ninjutsu, I am used to using my mouth. Using my hands feels a bit strange now, Obito scratched his head and explained. When performing nature transformation, always remember the nature of fire, Matsuki said, holding a head-sized ice block in his hand as he spoke. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At the moment Matsuki finished speaking, a flash of red light passed, and the head-sized ice block immediately turned into billowing white smoke, transforming directly into water vapor and drifting towards the sky. High temperature, combustion. Obito kept muttering these two words in his mouth, continuously gathering chakra in his palms and releasing it. Soon, the morning was about to end, and Obito felt his hands numb from the cold. The skin on his hands had turned pale and wrinkled due to prolonged contact with water. Thinking about it, the taste of river water is not bad. Obito regretted not agreeing a few hours ago to Matsuki's suggestion of practicing more. This nature transformation training was more torturous than walking on water. Let's take a break from training and have lunch. Matsuki called a halt to the three of them, then took out 3 lunch boxes and distributed them. The food today smells so good. Might Guy opened the lid and caught a whiff of a fragrance that seemed to penetrate the soul, along with the dazzling golden light from the lunch box. Yumi-sensei, there's something odd about this meal. It is actually glowing. Might Guy looked a bit bewildered. The sun's just a reflection, so go ahead and eat. Matsuki smiled faintly. Might Guy took a spoonful, and instantly his eyes lit up. He swiftly waved the spoon, continuously delivering fried rice into his mouth. Delicious. Delicious. Might Guy felt like he had never eaten such tasty food before. You have gifted the disciple golden egg fried rice, and the disciple is very grateful for it. Critical reward, gaining 100 chakra. Matsuki nodded inwardly. Indeed, the chief's skill was quite powerful. Is Guy training so hard today? Obito felt Might Guy was a bit exaggerated. Even though Yumi-sensei had good skills, there was no need to eat so eagerly. It does look really good. Obito slightly changed his opinion after opening the lunch box. His meal was not egg fried rice but a home-cooked stir-fry. Obito first picked up some vegetables, then scooped up a mouthful of rice and put it in his mouth. Delicious. Obito's eyes widened. He felt a burst of unprecedented flavor in his mouth. Then came the frenzy of devouring the meal, continuously stuffing food into their mouths until Obito encountered the chili in the dish. A terrifying spiciness erupted, and in an instant, Obito felt as if he had stepped into the mouth of an imminent erupting volcano, with the air around him becoming hot and dry. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Obito's Fiery Life. Obito looked up at the sky, continuously covered by the black smoke billowing from the volcano. Coupled with the black-grey land, he seemed to be in a monotonous world of only black and grey. It is so hot, so spicy. Obito took deep breaths, exhaling to make his tongue more comfortable. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening sound, an indescribable terrifying lava flame erupted from the volcano like a fountain, rushing towards the sky. Hot black smoke, soaring flames, dark red lava. At this moment, the originally black-grey world gained a dangerous touch of red. Following that, terrifying lava poured from the sky, submerging Obito, and Obito's gaze regained clarity. Spicy. 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 Regaining consciousness, the intense heat gradually diminished, but the lingering spicy taste on his tongue persisted. Obito, however, did not stop eating despite the spiciness. Even though it was spicy, it was just too delicious, completely uncontrollable. High temperature, burning. Obito could not help but recall the inexplicable illusion that appeared, the flames erupting from the earth, and the high-temperature lava that melted him. Huff, huff, huff. In the next moment, Obito, who was panting with his tongue out, directly breathed out a crimson flame. While shouting about the spiciness, Obito continued to spit fire, fanning his tongue with his hand, almost like a variety performer showcasing a fire-breathing stunt. Obito was a bit bewildered. Stop the output of chakra, Matsuki calmly said. Obito then realized that he had unknowingly used chakra at some point and cut off the chakra supply, causing the flame to disappear. Well, the state has not disappeared. Hurry up and practice. Matsuki handed Obito a palm-sized ice block. Remember the feeling just now, the high temperature, and the burning, Matsuki reminded. Recalling Obito's trance just now, Matsuki roughly guessed something. I did not expect that skillful cooking with illusions could have such an effect. Matsuki was also somewhat surprised. It seems I'll have to make Obito some more passionate dishes recently, Matsuki thought to himself. A simple home-cooked stir-fry with added chili had such an effect. If Obito ate mapo tofu every day, would not his progress be rapid? Yumu-sensei, look quickly, Obito excitedly shouted to Matsuki while watching his hand rapidly melting the ice block. After looking, Matsuki nodded slightly. The palm-sized ice block had shrunk one size in just a few seconds. Very good. Keep it up. Do not forget this feeling, Matsuki affirmed, also reminding Obito not to get carried away. Yeh. Obito nodded quickly, focusing entirely on the ice block, continuously releasing chakra. With noticeable progress, he was very excited. Sometimes, the unbearable and dull training is simply because there is no feedback. If every training session could show such progress, I might become a training maniac, he thought. Obito, you probably do not dislike spicy food, do you? Matsuki suddenly asked with a smile. Spicy. If it can be as delicious as the one just now, a little spiciness is fine, Obito said, unconsciously licking his lips, reminiscing about the delicious meal he just had. It was his first time eating such delicious stir-fry. Although it was a bit spicy due to the chili, it was undeniably tasty. Do not worry, I guarantee it will be delicious, Matsuki patted Obito's shoulder. After all, you said so yourself. Obito, who was diligently melting the ice block, suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be? Even though he was holding the ice block, Obito could not control the chills running down his back. Yumu-sensei, I actually quite like fried rice, Obito tried to salvage the situation. Yeh, chili fried rice, I'll make it for you, Matsuki showed a gentle smile. Can chili fried rice be made without chili? Obito asked eagerly. He had a bad memory once, eating something extremely spicy, and he learned the hard way what spicy on the way in, spicy on the way out meant. If he had to eat dishes with Matsuki saying a little spicy every day, Obito feared he might not make it out of the bathroom. Chili fried rice with extra chili. I did not expect your taste to be so heavy, but it is double, Matsuki selectively feigned deafness. Upon hearing Matsuki's words, Obito's eyes went dark, and his legs almost gave way. He looked to Shizu for help, but Shizu, who had just finished eating and was savoring the taste, sensed Obito's gaze and pretended not to see. It is not that Uchiha Shizu disregards kinship, but this matter is not easy to get involved in. After all, Obito did experience an improvement in training efficiency after eating, and perhaps eating spicy food has a miraculous effect on fire nature transformation training. Moreover, Obito himself said it was delicious, and just now, he was shouting about the spiciness while devouring the food. Of course, the main reason is that he knows if he says it, the result will be both he and Obito eating together. Although Shizu does not mind eating spicy food, he also does not want to eat it every day. He does not have the urgent need to rapidly improve nature transformation like Obito. Obito looked toward Might Guy. Sensing Obito's gaze, Might Guy smiled, giving Obito a thumbs up. And the fiery youth, you should eat a lot of spicy food. Obito. At this moment, his hands were cold, and his heart even colder. What about the bonds of the clan, the camaraderie of the disciples? None of them can be relied upon at a crucial moment. Obito erupted with chakra, melting all the ice in his hands in one breath, adjusting his goggles with his hand. Sensei, I think making 3 separate dishes for you is really troublesome. It would be much easier if you just make a larger portion of one dish and divide it into 3 for us, Obito said, pretending to consider Matsuki's convenience. Since it is like this, then everyone should suffer together. If I am going down, they'll go down together with me. It sounds good, Matsuki showed a serious and contemplative expression. He certainly knew what Obito had in mind, but Matsuki chose to respond in a way that would be entertaining. Shizu's originally indifferent expression could not be maintained. He did not expect that this normally easygoing clan member would have such quick wit in pulling others into the situation. In the fiery youth, everyone should eat spicy together, Might Guy laughed heartily. So, Guy really thinks like that, Obito thought, speechless, looking at Shizu. After thinking it over, Matsuki felt it was not a bad idea. After all, The taste was guaranteed. Obito and Shishu both needed to practice fire release, and Might Guy was willing to eat spicy food. From that day on, Obito, Shishu, and Might Guy began to live a physically fiery life. So spicy, so delicious. Obito, with tears streaming down due to the spiciness, could not control himself and kept devouring the mapo tofu in his lunchbox. So spicy, so tasty. Might Guy, also with tears streaming down, was eating the mapo tofu. The difference was that Might Guy was moved, not crying from the spiciness. Shishu, continuously exhaling due to the spiciness, silently distanced himself from the other two. The three of them went to the restroom together, entered standing up, and came out together while leaning against the wall. Back in school, Rin often saw Obito inexplicably raising his buttocks, so she worriedly asked, "Obito, are you feeling unwell?" Obito wore a slightly melancholic expression and said, "No, it is just a minor side effect from the hard training." This time, Rin, you definitely will not believe how much progress I've made in my fire release. I am sure I'll defeat Kakashi in the upcoming youth ninjutsu competition, Obito confidently declared. One of the reasons he could endure rigorous training was to erase past humiliations. He aimed to defeat Kakashi in front of Rin and secure the top spot. But Kakashi probably will not sign up for the competition. He's already a chunin, and usually, only as ninja school students participate in this kind of competition, Nohara Rin remarked. She believed Obito had genuinely made significant progress through arduous training, but someone like Kakashi, who had become a full-fledged ninja, would not participate in civilian competitions. Oh, Obito was dumbfounded. He had assumed that Kakashi would participate. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The contest between speed and perception. Obito was feeling somewhat irritated. If Kakashi did not participate, then winning first place would be meaningless to him. What Obito wanted was to defeat Kakashi in front of Rin, regain his honor before her, and secure the first position. Without Kakashi, winning first place would not bring much joy to Obito. His obsession with winning the youth ninjutsu competition was entirely provoked by Kakashi. Back then, in front of Rin, Kakashi forcefully secured first place, overshadowing Obito's scores and turning his championship declaration into a joke. Obito had kept this incident in mind, but until now, he could not win. Now that he possessed the ability to win against everyone, he discovered that his opponent had already withdrawn, leaving Obito quite displeased. No, I must make Kakashi participate in the competition. Obito thought more and more that a competition without Kakashi was simply unacceptable. Maybe I can ask Kakashi after school if he has any thoughts about participating, suggested Rin. I can go with you. It has been a while since we have seen Kakashi, added Obito. Although the three of them had a good relationship, their opportunities to meet had decreased since Kakashi graduated. As students, Rin and Obito had to go to school every day, while Kakashi, as a ninja, had missions to attend to. Alright, nodded Obito, thinking that Rin's idea was a good one. Before the end of the school day, Obito took a day off with Matsuki and decided not to visit Matsuki's place today. Instead, they would first address the matter with Kakashi. After school, Rin and Obito went directly to Kakashi's house. Kakashi's home was not in the main city area but in the suburbs adjacent to it. Although not as bustling, it lacked the congestion of the main city. Rin and Obito had visited Kakashi's home before and had even been invited in for a meal. As they saw the large flat-roofed house coming into view, the two knew they had arrived. The two were in luck. Today, Kakashi did not have a mission. When they arrived at Kakashi's house, he was practicing in the yard. Kakashi held a silver-white chakra short blade, effortlessly severing the head and limbs of a straw dummy in just 2 or 3 strokes. Upon seeing his friends, Kakashi let out a gentle breath and resheathed the chakra short blade on his back, asking, "Why have you come?" "It has been a while since we played together. We all missed you, so we came to find you," Rin said with a smile, being polite. Obito, however, was not as tactful as Rin. He asked straightforwardly, "Kakashi, the youth ninjutsu competition is about to start. Do you want to sign up?" The youth ninjutsu competition. Kakashi thought for a moment, recalling it as a casual competition he used to participate in when he was still in school. Not interested, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. In his view, such competitions were meant for kids, and the first prize was just a slightly fancier kuni. Even back in ninja school, he only participated out of boredom, let alone now. Obito's face drooped. Kakashi's refusal was too resolute. "Why? You participated before, did not you?" Obito persisted, unwilling to give up. He genuinely wanted Kakashi to join the competition. "Back then, I was still an academy student. Now, I am already a chunin." Kakashi pointed to the ninja headband on his forehead. Obito felt Kakashi was implying something. He was a student back then, and he still is a student now. Whether you are a chunin or not, it does not matter. There's no age limit anyway, Obito continued. Do I have to directly say that I am not interested in these childish pretend games? Seeing Obito persisting, Kakashi spoke ruthlessly. Obito blushed a bit. Pretend games. It is the youth ninjutsu competition. I'll participate in the competition. Kakashi, are you afraid of losing to me? Obito, now a bit agitated, also began to take a more aggressive stance. Lose to you? Have you ever won against me? Kakashi said emotionlessly. I. Obito frantically searched his memories and shockingly realized that he had indeed never won against Kakashi. Faced with this frustrating fact, Obito could not help but blush again. Do not get too proud, Kakashi. I am different now than before, Obito said, hands on hips, trying to assert that he had changed significantly. Kakashi scrutinized Obito, with his goggles and athletic outfit, a silly grin on his face, hands on hips. That goofy charm was just too much. Have not noticed, Kakashi honestly remarked. Damn it. Obito could not hold back. You guys, even after finally meeting, you are still the same as before, Rin said, watching the scene with a hand covering her mouth, lightly laughing. This scene had probably played out in front of Rin countless times. Obito loved to challenge Kakashi, but in the end, it was always Obito who ended up at a disadvantage. Obito took a deep breath, calming his emotions momentarily. Suddenly, he remembered his sensei, Matsuke. If it were Yuma-sensei, what approach would he use? Obito pondered. To make him practice more seriously, Matsuki had him do an additional task for every time he got hit. While the training was challenging, the extra tasks were even more unpleasant. So, to minimize the discomfort, Obito practiced more seriously to reduce the number of hits. Weighing the options, Obito suddenly had a revelation and came up with an idea. Kakashi, you said I cannot beat you, right? How about a little wager? Obito provocatively smiled. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly responded, Are we betting on who comes first in the competition? Do you think I would fall for such an obvious provocation? Participating in such a meaningless competition was not worth it. He'd rather spend his time reading. Of course not. Since you think you're so skilled, how about testing whether your perception is faster or my speed? Obito suggested. If you win, I will not bring up the competition again, and you get 5 free bowls of ramen on me. If you lose, you just have to participate in the competition, he added. As long as Kakashi did not agree, Obito would continue pestering him to participate in the youth ninjutsu competition. Eventually, Kakashi would naturally agree to this simpler and quicker challenge. Kakashi did not immediately agree but asked, How exactly are we going to compete? Obito plucked a leaf from a tree beside Kakashi's house and placed it in his palm, saying, It is straightforward. I'll rapidly switch the leaf between my left and right hands, and in the end, you just have to guess which hand the leaf is in. Simple, is not it? After considering it, Kakashi thought Obito's hand speed could not possibly surpass his eyesight, so he agreed. Knowing Obito's temperament, he might keep bothering him into the night. It was better to use this simple challenge to show Obito the difference between them. Obito pushed his hand speed to the extreme, rapidly moving the leaf between his left and right hands. After about 5 minutes, he finally stopped. Right hand, Kakashi directly pointed to Obito's right hand. I really do not know where you got that courageous spirit to challenge me with this, Kakashi expressed some disappointment. He thought Obito's hand speed would be faster, but it turned out that the leaf never left his line of sight. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito burst into laughter and asked, Kakashi, are you sure it is this hand, and once confirmed, you cannot change it? Trying to deceive me? It is the right hand. Go ahead and open it. Kakashi did not change his mind despite Obito's laughter. He just felt that Obito was bluffing. Then, I'll open it. Obito slowly opened his right hand. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. 7 Attribute Ninja. When the right hand is completely opened, only a little black gray is seen on the hand, and there are no green leaves as before. After the wind blows away the black gray, there is nothing left. Obito smiled triumphantly and said, Kakashi, it seems you guessed wrong. Kakashi squinted his eyes, grabbed Obito's left hand and opened it. As he expected, it was empty. After a moment of thought, he clarified the cause and effect. Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation. Kakashi looked at Obito with some surprise. He did not expect that Obito not only had a basic grasp of nature transformation but also set a trap for him with his intellect. The former, although somewhat bizarre, is not impossible, but the latter truly surprised Kakashi. Haha, Kakashi, you did not see that coming. Obito's smile became increasingly arrogant. It is indeed a bit unexpected. It seems I've been slackening off lately. Kakashi's face returned to calm. Although he felt that Obito had grown a lot, Kakashi, looking at Obito's arrogant expression, was in no mood to praise. Damn it, Kakashi, what do you mean by that? Obito was a bit displeased. Losing to him means slacking off, implying that he's weak. Kakashi casually remarked, just the literal meaning. Obito originally wanted to argue with Kakashi again, but then thought that since he had already achieved his goal, it was better to quickly return to training. This time, he won against Kakashi, but during the match, there was no opportunity for such clever tactics. It was a test of pure strength. Let it go. I'm in a good mood today, not going to argue with you. Remember to sign up for the competition. You will not deny your defeat, right? Obito said. I'll honor the bet. Kakashi gave his answer. Originally, he thought this competition was not very meaningful, but seeing Obito's significant growth, Kakashi felt he could afford to have a bit of expectation. With their goal achieved, Rin and Obito soon bid farewell to Kakashi and left. Obito, how did you do that just now? It felt so impressive. On their way back, receiving praise from Rin, Obito instantly swelled with pride, laughing, ha ha ha, it is just chakra nature transformation, nothing too impressive. Due to his overconfidence, Obito was not paying attention to the road and ended up colliding with a utility pole beside Kakashi's house. Damn Kakashi! Obito thought it was Kakashi's house's utility pole's positioning that caused the problem. Kakashi, who was watching them leave. He retracted that tiny bit of expectation in his heart. Has not he completely stayed the same, still that silly appearance from before? In ninjutsu class, after Matsuki finished the lecture and demonstration, he let the students practice on their own. If they had any questions, they could approach him directly. Matsuki deeply understood the gap between theory and practice. Most of the time, the mind would think it understood after seeing it, but then the body would reveal that understanding was quite lonely. I'm used to splitting into clones that look like me, so creating other forms feels uncomfortable. Hagen Kotetsu scratched his head and said, How about asking Yuma-sensei if there are any special techniques? Kamizuki Azumo suggested. Anko also nodded and said, If you have questions, just ask Yuma-sensei. The three of them were collaborating on developing a new ninjutsu, combining clone and transformation techniques, aiming to astonish the entire school in the next final exams and achieve better results. The three unanimously agreed and approached Matsuki, sharing their concerns. Matsuki thought for a moment and then said, You can try starting with simple objects to familiarize yourself with this sensation, then gradually move to more complex ones. Simple objects. Hagen Kotetsu fell into contemplation. And Anko, seeing the chairs on the platform, pointed directly at one, saying, Then start with a chair. That's simple enough, is not it? Hagen Kotetsu looked over and nodded. The structure and design of the chair were indeed simple enough. After all, it was just a combination of a few pieces of wood and a wooden board. So the three of them began practicing according to Matsuki's suggestion, and the atmosphere in the classroom gradually became peculiar. Several chairs with 3 legs, 2 legs, or even 1 leg appeared in the classroom. It seems chairs are not as easy as we imagined. Kamizuki Azumo scratched his head awkwardly. The chair with 1 leg was the result of his transformation. Are you trying to make me laugh to death, Azumo? Hagen Kotetsu immediately pointed at Kamizuki Azumo's 1-legged chair and laughed loudly. Hagen Kotetsu's actions attracted the attention of the entire classroom, and then everyone burst into laughter at these magical chairs. Is not your 2-legged chair strange too? Kamizuki Azumo retorted with a red face. People turned to look at the chair next to Hagen Kotetsu, which had 1 leg in front and 1 in the back, all on the same side, and could not help but burst into laughter. You two are not enough. You have to see me, the second in this grade. Anko crossed her arms. Her chair not only had 3 legs but was also walking around her. Watching this strange scene, the students in the classroom could not hold back their laughter any longer. Due to the laughter nearing the end of the school day, it even attracted students from other classes to come and watch. Amidst the laughter and joy, the school bell for the end of the day rang, and Matsuki also announced the end of the class. Lecture completed. Evaluation. Reward. Mystical Palm Jutsu. Memories of the practice and use of Mystical Palm Jutsu entered Matsuki's mind. Today is my lucky day. Matsuki nodded to himself upon seeing that the reward was the Advanced Medical Ninjutsu, Mystical Palm Jutsu. Mystical Palm Jutsu is not just an ordinary medical ninjutsu. It is a highly advanced one. There are not many medical ninjas in Konoha who have mastered Mystical Palm Jutsu. Mystical palm jutsu can heal not only external injuries but also internal diseases, making it extremely powerful in the field of medical treatment. With mystical palm jutsu, Obada's practice of nature transformation became safer, as any injuries could be immediately treated. Now, I've got all 7 types of attributes, Matsuki thought to himself. Mystical palm jutsu belongs to the yang release chakra nature transformation. Since he had not mastered this attribute, the system, following its usual practice, provided him with a bit of memory for nature transformation training. Combined with the yin release genjutsu he had previously learned, he had now mastered all 7 attributes of nature transformation. After school, Matsuki routinely trained with his disciples. Instead of returning to the main city area after training, he stayed at his residence on the southern outskirts of the forest. Today was the day he reported his tasks to the root organization. Due to Shishu's inherently different personality from the typical Uchiha, Matsuki reported truthfully about this aspect. In other areas, Matsuki used a bit of literary technique. For example, in the graded level practical exams, Hyuga Kamen's defeat of his opponent showcased his genius by effortlessly demolishing his foes. In the case of Obito and Might Guy, their victories were portrayed as fortunate, with luck playing a significant role. During the Azuma mission, Matsuki reported that he had successfully gained Azuma's recognition as a sensei and inquired about the possibility of bringing Azuma into the root organization. As long as Danzo is not suffering from senile dementia, Matsuki believes Danzo will not give him a positive response. The reason for reporting in this manner is simply to let Danzo know that he has completed the mission well, has gained Azuma's approval, and to express his loyalty to the root. Chapter 41. Time for training. The actions of the root organization were swift, Matsuki reported, and the next morning, a silent root organization ninja arrived in his courtyard. This is Danzo-sama's command. The root organization ninja handed 2 scrolls to Matsuki. Matsuki nodded and took the scrolls. Matsuki first opened the scroll detailing the assigned task. As usual, the root organization ninja did not waste words. After delivering the items, they left without much ado. Sensing the disappearance of the root organization ninja's presence, Matsuki walked into the house to examine the contents of the scrolls. Similar to before, the front part contained praise for Matsuki's successful completion of the task, acknowledging his development under the organization's guidance, but emphasizing the need for continued effort. Matsuki focused on reading the latter part. Danzo addressed Matsuki's previous inquiry about recruiting Azuma into the root organization, stating that it was not necessary. Danzo stated that Matsuki only needs to teach Azuma normally, becoming an important sensei for Azuma is sufficient. There is no need to do anything extra, and he especially cautioned Matsuki not to reveal anything unusual. This response was close to what Matsuki had anticipated. Dragging Azuma into the root organization would be like Danzo sitting in the Hokage's office, waiting for the moment to regret challenging him. Although Danzo's root organization is not weak, its current strength relies entirely on absorbing resources from Anbu. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen, the true Hokage, finds it too easy to manipulate the root. Additionally, Matsuki is instructed to closely monitor Uchiha students, assess any inclination towards opposing Konoha, and be vigilant for potential prodigies that could be absorbed by the root. As for the other scroll, it contains several hard-to-obtain advanced secret medicines, given as a reward for Matsuki's excellent completion of the mission. Matsuki carefully stored the scroll containing the secret medicines and burned the other scroll. In this world, even a peaceful life has become a luxury. Matsuki swept up the ashes and dumped them into the trash can, looking expressionless toward the courtyard. The life of waking up to find a fully armed ninja standing in the courtyard made him very uncomfortable. But Matsuki has no choice now. He has considered whether to reveal his strength directly while teaching Azuma, letting Sarutobi see his value, and then switching to Lord Third's side to resolve the cursed seal issue. This idea was quickly rejected by Matsuki. He could switch sides by gaining Sarutobi's appreciation, but it could not involve exposing his true strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not clear about his specific abilities and the ninjutsu he has learned. As long as he does not reveal techniques like the water-severing wave, it can be explained away. But with Danzo, it is different. The original owner was cultivated by Danzo, and he knows too much. If he were to switch sides by exposing his strength, Danzo might inform Lord Third about Matsuki's information and handle him as a spy. Matsuki believes there are only 3 situations where revealing his strength is viable. One is if Danzo is preparing to use him as expendable, then revealing his strength would provide an opportunity for negotiation. The second option is to wait until his strength reaches the level of a Kage, able to make a difference during the war and contribute to Konoha's welfare. Even if Hiruzen did not know how he acquired his strength, he would only be seen as a hero rather than a spy. The third option is to possess the power to overthrow Konoha, and at that point, whether to reveal his strength becomes inconsequential. Matsuki adjusted his expression and headed to the academy, entering the office and classroom with a gentle smile. When lacking sufficient strength, it is best to be a kind and gentle guy that everyone likes. On Saturday, Obito arrived early at the training ground to begin his practice. He lifted a palm-sized ice block, placing it on his palm. Concentrating his chakra, he commenced the practice of nature transformation. After about 10 seconds, the ice block disappeared, leaving behind evidence of its existence in the water on the ground. Beside him, Matsuki nodded. 6 days ago, Obito's melting speed could not even match the natural dissolution of the ice block. Achieving this level of progress in 6 days is beyond expectations. After all, he had never anticipated unveiling the skill of cooking, let alone imagining that this life skill would be useful in nature transformation practice. Making such rapid progress owes much to Mapo Tofu, which can be considered a significant contributor. You have grasped the essentials of nature transformation, and now it is about continually enhancing your maximum output, Matsuki said, taking a head-sized ice block directly from a wooden barrel and placing it on the ground. Your next goal is to melt this block of ice within 10 seconds, Matsuki declared, announcing the commencement of the next stage of training. Oh, this is way too big. Obito scratched his head, looking at the head-sized ice block. This significantly increased the difficulty. This time, we are pursuing the limit of instant nature transformation quantity. You do not need to worry about chakra consumption. Just exert all your effort, rest when tired, and resume when rested. This stage requires time to improve unless you have the vitality and chakra reserves of someone like Naruto, who can recklessly create numerous shadow clones to gain experience. Compared to someone like Naruto, who is on a completely different level, Obito is doing well compared to ordinary people. Not to mention, the teaching skill has some utility, and there is also the added benefit of special cooking. As noon approached, Matsuki instructed his 3 disciples to pause their training. You must be tired of eating the same dishes every day. Today, we'll have hot pot, Matsuki said with a smile. Even though having a skilled chef ensures that the students are already content with the food, Matsuki aims for higher trust levels, so he wants to do even better. That's great. Finally, we do not have to eat that super spicy tofu, Obito exclaimed with excitement, jumping up. It is not that Mapo Tofu is not delicious, but eating it every day can make bathroom visits extremely painful. I've only prepared the broth. As for the ingredients, it depends on what you find later, Matsuki continued. I want to eat fish, Obito declared, pulling out a kuni and running to the riverbank to try his hand at fishing. I'll help you, enthusiastic Might Guy, upon hearing Obito's desire for fish, executed a 100-meter sprint straight into the water, creating a splash of water. Obito, who was busy looking for opportunities to fish, was drenched with a sudden chill. Hey, Guy. Obito clenched his fists. In the next moment, Might Guy emerged from the water, holding 2 fish, looking at Obito with confusion, and asking, Obito, did you call me? Yeh, I wanted to say, Guy, you are really considerate. You truly are a great friend, Obito praised as he looked at the 2 fresh fish in Might Guy's hands, his expression instantly changing. Shizue dug up some wild vegetables and mushrooms in the forest. The 3 of them cooperated to hunt down a wild boar. Might Guy attracted its attention, Shizue took the lead, and Obito assisted. Together, they successfully brought down the wild boar. Meanwhile, Matsuki prepared the pot base and processed the ingredients brought by them. Using several shadow clones for efficient teamwork, they quickly handled the ingredients. In reality, dealing with wild boar and fish was a bit more complicated, but vegetables and mushrooms were simply washed, cut in half, and added directly. There was no need for a fire. They had Obito place his hands under the pot as a makeshift heater, turning it into a form of training. The master and apprentices, all 4 of them, sourced ingredients in the forest to prepare lunch, although the process was not too intricate, and the ingredients were simply gathered from the surroundings. Even before Matsuki could cook something delicious directly, Shizue was delighted and felt a warm atmosphere. This was a feeling he rarely experienced, having lost his parents at a very young age. Disciple Shizue's trust level has increased, current trust level, 3. Picking up a piece of fish from the pot and taking a bite, Matsuki also revealed a smile. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Matsuki interested in sealing jutsu. On Saturday afternoon, Matsuki returned to the main city heir's house. After several occasions of sharing meals and drinks, his relationship with Minato and Kushina had become quite familiar. Matsuki directly invited the 2 to his house before cooking. Yume, what dishes are you preparing today? Kushina asked curiously. In the times Kushina had eaten at Matsuki's house, she never had the same dish twice. The variety was not the only impressive aspect. The key was that Matsuki could make them delicious. This fact both impressed and envied Kushina. Mushroom soup and stir-fried mushrooms. Matsuki pointed to a plastic bag full of mushrooms next to the sink. During lunch, Shizu and the others had prepared too many ingredients, including various fish and vegetables. They even successfully hunted a wild boar. Matsuki brought back the leftover ingredients that they could not finish. Leaving aside other matters, wild mushrooms are indeed fresh, but they must be thoroughly cooked. Otherwise, the risk of food poisoning is considerable. Having an upset stomach is a minor issue. It is even possible to end up flat on the board. These would not happen to be wild mushrooms picked in the forest, would they? Kushina looked at the various sizes of mushrooms, feeling like they were not store-bought. This reminded her of the teasing she had done to Matsuki the first time she joined him for a meal at his house, wondering if he had added some strangely colored mushrooms that made her see illusions. If there were indeed such mushrooms in the mix, combined with Matsuki's culinary skills, eating them might be akin to falling under a genjutsu. Matsuki nodded and said, "This afternoon, I had a picnic in the forest with a few students. We ended up with more ingredients than we could finish, so I brought the extras home." "Yume, you even have picnics with your students?" Kushina asked, somewhat envious. In her 6 years at the academy, she had never seen any sensei be so accommodating, going so far as to have picnics with their students. "Those students have a good relationship with me," Matsuki explained. "Yume, do you need help? I can wash the vegetables for you." Minato, feeling embarrassed about freeloading, stepped forward to offer assistance. "Minato, can you wash the mushrooms for me? I'll start preparing the wild boar meat." Matsuki was not hesitant to assign tasks directly to Minato. Being excessively polite would not help foster friendship. In relationships, reciprocity is crucial for improvement. Because there were 3 people dining, in addition to mushroom soup and stir-fried mushrooms, Matsuki also planned to make braised pork. In his past life, he did not know why he felt nauseous when eating fatty meat, but he could accept the fat in braised pork. He even thought that braised pork with a mix of lean and fat was more delicious. Mikekuro, a dish with preserved mustard greens and braised pork, was one he particularly liked. However, without preserved mustard greens available, he could only make braised pork instead of mikekuro. "And what about me? What should I do?" Watching the backs of Minato and Matsuki, Kushina scratched her head. Why did she feel like they were 2 brothers with a good relationship cooking together, and she had become an outsider? "There's no more space here. Just sit and wait for the meal," Matsuki replied. This was not a restaurant kitchen, and 3 people working together would only make things more chaotic. 2 people were just right, and there was not much that needed help. So, the bored Kushina sat down in the living room's chair and casually picked up a book placed on a low table. Oh, Kushina was somewhat surprised to see the title on the book's cover. It was another book related to sealing jutsu. "What is sealing jutsu? Yume, why are you still reading this kind of book? Just by the name, it does not seem as good as..." Kushina paused because she flipped the page and saw the words Uzumaki Ashina as the author. Cough, cough. "This book is actually quite good. Matsuki, you should take a good look at it." "Yeah, I've read it several times already. Uzumaki Ashina-sama truly deserves to be the founding master of Konoha's sealing jutsu. Even someone like me, who knows nothing about sealing jutsu, gained a lot from reading it," Matsuki replied while handling the pork. "Of course, this is our Uzumaki clan's clan head," Kushina said proudly. "But Matsuki, are you also interested in sealing jutsu?" Kushina curiously asked. "Very interested. Sealing jutsu feels mysterious and powerful," Matsuki said with an admiring expression. "From the perspective of enhancing strength, sealing jutsu is indeed a good choice," Minato nodded. The 3 of them continued discussing the topic of sealing jutsu until the meal was ready. During the conversation, Matsuki mostly listened, occasionally offering some novice perspectives that made Minato and Kushina feel a sense of accomplishment. Kushina first tried the braised pork, a dish she had never eaten before. With just 1 bite, the soft, glutinous, and not greasy texture overwhelmed her, prompting Kushina to take a large spoonful of rice. "This is incredibly delicious. Why have not I tasted such a good dish before?" Kushina instantly fell in love with the taste of braised pork. "If you want to learn, I can teach you," Matsuki said with a cheerful smile. "It is a deal. Tomorrow night, Minato and I will help you buy the ingredients," Kushina quickly agreed, nodding. After saying that, Kushina glanced at the plate of stir-fried mushrooms and realized that more than half of it was already gone. Minato had been eating continuously while they discussed teaching cooking. I have not eaten yet, Minato. Save some for me. Kushina could not care less about anything else and quickly joined in the meal. The first bite also surprised and impressed Kushina. It was incredibly fresh. After satisfying their appetites, the three of them took a stroll together. During their walk, conversation was inevitable. Matsuki shared some interesting anecdotes from teaching, while Minato and Kushina recounted some odd and amusing incidents from their missions. 2 days before the competition, Matsuki began the final training with Obito. If you want your ninjutsu to look more formidable, besides nature transformation and checker quantity, you can also make it appear more majestic through shape transformation, Matsuki explained. But there are only 2 days left. Is there enough time to practice shape transformation? Obito scratched his head and asked. Of course, there's not enough time, Matsuki straightforwardly replied. Obito did not have such strong natural talent in ninjutsu. But you do not need to master shape transformation. You just need to control the improved Great Fireball I've designed. In order to ensure Obito's success, and maximize the rewards from the training, Matsuki had put a lot of effort into it. He specifically modified the Great Fireball to make it appear larger without actually increasing the internal flames, maintaining its original power. In short, it looked more intimidating. Anyway, the youth ninjutsu competition did not involve actual combat. Each participant just displayed a ninjutsu, and the scores were based on that. Yumu-sensei, you're truly my sixth path sage. Obito, upon hearing Matsuki's words, instantly felt that the first place was practically guaranteed. Against the man he had been taught by, Kakashi stood no chance. After all, you've made a lifetime commitment to granting any request. As a sensei, I naturally have to give it my all, Matsuki said with a cheerful smile, intentionally fostering in Obito a sense of seeking guidance from his sensei. Obito flashed an embarrassed smile. Hurry up with your training, Matsuki tapped Obito's head. Yes. Obito immediately began his practice. He was eager to defeat Kakashi and secure first place in front of Rin. Chapter 43. The competition begins. Evening, Uchiha clan territory. Obito, do not eat so quickly, be careful not to choke. Upon hearing his grandmother's words, Obito slowed down his pace of eating and explained. Grandma, a friend invited me to hang out. Which friend? Is it little Rin? Obito's grandmother looked at Obito with a smiling squint and asked. Since Rin often came to play with Obito, Obito's grandmother also knew Rin. Yeah, but there are also other people, Obito replied while eating. Tomorrow, the youth ninjutsu grand competition is about to begin, and today he practiced seriously all day, leaving him exhausted. Perhaps because he and Kakashi are going to be competitors again tomorrow, Rin invited them to come out tonight to relax a bit. Due to Kakashi's influence, Obito also invited Might Guy to join them. I'm full. After finishing his meal, Obito wiped his mouth and hurriedly prepared to leave. Obito's grandmother followed him to the entrance, smiling, and said, Do your best, Obito. I hope to see a great-grandchild someday. Obito nearly somersaulted to the ground, blushing as he turned around and shouted, Grandma, I am still in school, you know. Although he did have certain thoughts in his mind, he felt he was still too young at the moment. They agreed to meet on a street in the southern part of the main city. When Obito arrived, he found that the other three had already gathered. He was the last one. I ran into an old lady who needed help on the way, so I was a bit delayed, Obito explained. You seem to encounter old ladies easily. It is always like this every time. Kakashi felt it was a bit exaggerated. I do not know either, but when I see an old lady in need, I cannot just ignore her, right? Obito felt a bit wronged because he did indeed help an old lady on the way. Alright, it is okay now. It is probably because Obito is too kind, with a pair of eyes keen on spotting those in need of help. Rin walked with her hands behind her back, coming between the two and smiling gently. With this small incident resolved, the four of them walked together on the main street. So many people. How about it, Kakashi? Shall we see who can navigate through the crowd faster? Might Guy could not help asking as he looked at the densely packed crowd. I am afraid I have to decline. Kakashi decisively refused, leaving no room for Might Guy's fantasies. Such a challenge was just too foolish. Today, this side of the street is hosting an event, so many people have gathered, Rin explained. Then, Rin led the three to the event venue. The entire street was filled with vendors, brightly lit, and people dressed in yukata strolling together. Look, these goldfish are so cute. Rin spotted a stall where people were trying to catch goldfish and waved to the others with a smile. Young lady, want to give it a try? It is just 10 ryu, and you can get a net, the stall owner tempted. 10 ryu, who? Rin wore a contemplative expression. Just 10 ryu did not seem like much, but there was no guarantee that a single net would be sufficient. These paper nets were too easy to tear. Let me give it a try. Obito volunteered and stepped forward, handing the money for a net to the stall owner. Obito directly aimed for the most lovely and attractive fish. After attempting to catch it 2 or 3 times, he failed to catch the fish, but the net ended up tearing. Again, Obito was not discouraged and tried once more, but still failed. It was not until the 9th attempt that Rin intervened, stopping Obito with a hand and saying, "Let's forget about it and go somewhere else. 80 ryu could buy a bowl of ramen. But I've already tried so many times, and I've become more skilled than before. Ending now feels like a loss." Obito hesitated. "I'll give it a try too." Mike Guy, who had never played before, rolled up his sleeves, preparing to give it his all to capture the fish in one breath. Snap. The stick with the net attached to it broke directly. "Let me handle this," Kakashi said casually, handed 10 ryu to the vendor, and effortlessly caught a goldfish with a single swipe of the net. "Here you go." Kakashi handed the neatly packed fish to Rin. Rin happily said, "Thank you, Kakashi." Then she added, "Thanks also to Obito and Guy." Obito, who had originally worn a troubled expression, instantly broke into a silly grin. Next, the 4 of them played together, using shurikens to hit targets, and whatnot. After playing until the number of pedestrians on the street gradually decreased, they decided to each go home. "Kakashi, just wait and see tomorrow. This time, I'll definitely be the first." Obito, taking a bite of takoyaki, did not forget to boast. "If you want the reward for first place, I can give it to you after I get it." Kakashi, at this moment, had an impressive level of sarcasm. The exchange of boasts between the two fueled Might Guy's enthusiasm. If there were a youth taijutsu competition, he would definitely invite Kakashi for a good showdown. The next day, due to it being a Sunday, there was no need to go to school. The competition was scheduled for the afternoon, and Obito spent the morning in final preparations. The venue for the youth ninjutsu competition was a commercial street in Konoha's main city. Obito heard that it was organized by a certain old ninja shopkeeper to encourage academy students. If it managed to attract a crowd, everyone chipped in to organize it, making it an annual event. "Obito, which ninjutsu are you planning to use in the competition this time?" Rin asked. "Great Fireball Jutsu." Obito did not beat around the bush and directly informed Rin. "Are not you going to use the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu you used in the practical exam last time?" Rin was a bit puzzled. The last time Obito lost to Kakashi, he used the Great Fireball, scoring 30 points, which was a full 9 points lower than Kakashi. "This time is different from the last. Now my Great Fireball Jutsu is powerful." Obito showed a confident expression. He believed that his Great Fireball would absolutely shock the audience. "Well, then I look forward to your performance." Rin smiled gently. "Obito, do your best. As my arch-nemesis, that man is not easy to defeat." Might Guy crossed his arms, looking mysterious and profound. "Are you asking me to leave?" Kakashi, who had been silent on the side, spoke up. Why were they already discussing how to defeat him in front of him? "What ninjutsu are you planning to use, Kakashi?" Rin immediately asked with a smile. "I have not decided yet. I'll use whatever comes to mind at the time, maybe Earth-style wall." Kakashi thought for a moment and said. This was not bragging because he had a fair amount of ninjutsu at his disposal. In this kind of competition, he could indeed choose casually. Obito looked around and noticed many familiar faces from the Ninja Academy, including 2 ninjas with forehead protectors. There are a lot more people this time than last time, Obito recalled the previous competition. Because the rewards have increased. The first place winner this time not only gets a finely crafted silver kuni but also a prize of 8,000 ryu, Rin explained. 8,000 ryu. Obito widened his eyes, even more determined to clinch the first place. This was a significant amount, allowing him to treat Rin to a meal or buy gifts without any worries. The competition begins. Please have the first contestant come forward for the performance. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Ninjutsu Talent. Very good, thanks to the performance of contestant number 1 with the clone jutsu. His score is 8 points. Next, we invite contestant number 2 to perform on stage. Yumu-sensei, why bother watching this kind of competition? It feels like a waste of time, and such competitions are rare even for formal ninjas, right? Ashima, arriving at the scene, immediately saw the clumsy clone jutsu performance on stage and asked in confusion. Matsuke, with a smiling expression, said, "Ashima, have you forgotten about your last battle with Shishu? Never underestimate anyone." Ashima was suddenly at a loss for words. If it were not for Mitsuki's timely comfort during the battle with Uchiha Shishu, he might have ended up in a state of self-isolation. "Getting to know the strength of peers in the village is beneficial and harmless," Mitsuki casually remarked. Mainly, he was worried that Obita might mess up, so he would feel more at ease by being present at the scene. Ashima looked around and felt like he recognized some people. Kakashi is here too. Could he be participating as well? That would be a bit unfair. Ashima quickly spotted Kakashi and his group. He and Kakashi were friends, and Ashima knew how much of a freak Kakashi was, graduating at the age of 5, becoming a chunin at 6, and possessing terrifying talents. While others were still practicing hand seals and the 3 basic jutsu, Kakashi had already begun various ninjutsu training, delving into nature transformation. Not only Kakashi, but Ashima also saw Uchiha Shishu, the one who had defeated him before. Ashima was actually looking forward to a showdown between Uchiha Shishu and Kakashi. Let the 2 big freaks entertain him. "Let's welcome contestant number 2, Hagen Kotetsu, to the stage." The host enthusiastically called out the name of the second contestant. Hagen Kotetsu immediately walked onto the stage upon hearing his name. "Kotetsu, go for it." Kamizuki Azumo cheered on his good brother. Feeling that his own training was not up to par, Azumo chose not to participate in the competition. Anko was indeed interested in participating, but she had something to attend to today, so she could not join the competition. "Hagen Kotetsu, may I ask which ninjutsu you would like to perform?" The host bent down with a smile and asked. "I am going to demonstrate the confusion jutsu that my friend and I developed together," Hagen Kotetsu said proudly. Kamizuki Azumo in the audience displayed a proud smile. After all, he had played a role in developing this ninjutsu. You really cannot underestimate the new generation nowadays. Despite Hagen Kotetsu being young, he has already started developing new ninjutsu. The host could not help but praise. "May I ask, Hagen Kotetsu, what grade are you in at the academy?" the host inquired. Hagen Kotetsu honestly replied, "First grade." Incredible, the host was very surprised. First grade students typically have not studied for more than 2 months, and being able to use 3 basic jutsu is already considered impressive. The audience below also found it unbelievable, especially the students in the 2nd and 3rd grades, feeling like they were falling behind in their studies. Mitsuki had already vaguely guessed what ninjutsu Hagen Kotetsu would perform but did not know how elaborate it would be. The host stepped back a bit and said, "Now, let's all enjoy Hagen Kotetsu's confusion jutsu." Hagen Kotetsu quickly formed hand seals, guided his chakra, and with a whoosh, a white smoke flashed, revealing a chair on the stage even taller than Hagen Kotetsu. Silence fell over the venue. Everyone wore a puzzled expression, looking at the chair beside Hagen Kotetsu that was even taller than him, wondering what was going on. The host, who had been hosting competitions for 5 years and thought he would not be confused by any ninjutsu, found himself defeated. He stood in place, stunned for a moment, not immediately going up on stage. Cough, cough, Hagen Kotetsu. This, your ninjutsu. The host did not know how to ask for a moment. Is not clone jutsu used to confuse enemies? My ninjutsu mainly combines clone jutsu with transformation jutsu, achieving a more effective confusing effect, explained Hagen Kotetsu, revealing the original intention behind developing the ninjutsu. Why a chair, then? The host could not help but ask. He did not know if the enemy would be confused, but surely teammates would be scratching their heads. Because chairs are easy to transform. I have not mastered transforming into other things yet, Hagen Kotetsu honestly replied. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the audience, thinking they had a genius on their hands, only to find out he was a bit silly. This kid is truly something. Asuma's mouth twitched. Just a moment ago, he was underestimating the abundance of geniuses nowadays, with a first grader developing ninjutsu. Was this the reincarnation of Lord Second Hokage? Yet, in the blink of an eye, it turned out differently. Yumu-sensei, are all Ninja Academy students like this now? Asuma could not help but comment. Matsuki was also a bit speechless. Starting with mastering chairs, how did it end up being only able to transform into a chair? In terms of mastery, having this level of clone jutsu and transformation jutsu in the first grade is quite good, Matsuki objectively evaluated, considering the student was from his own class. Upon hearing Matsuki's words, Ashima finally realized that Hagen Kotetsu was just a first grade student, not a ninja. To have this level of skill was already considered excellent. You're impressive, Yumu-sensei, for not being misled by appearances, Ashima said, looking around at the laughing crowd. suddenly feeling a sense of superiority. Kamizuki Azumo became quiet after the laughter, feeling relieved that he had not participated. With so many fellow students witnessing this, it would surely become the talk of the entire school, potentially marking the end of his student career. Let's see the scores from the judges, a total of 12 points. Actually, the original intent behind this ninjutsu is commendable. With further refinement, it could potentially earn higher scores, the host remarked. I will continue to work hard, collaborating with my good brothers Kamizuki Azumo and Mitarashi Anko to enhance this ninjutsu we developed together, Heigen Kotetsu said with a smile, deliberately mentioning their full names. So, the other two are named Kamizuki Azumo and Mitarashi Anko. I wonder if they are present in the audience, the host wondered aloud. Hearing the discussions around him, Kamizuki Azumo's face turned pale. If this reputation spread, how was he supposed to find a girlfriend? Next, we invite contestant number 3, Uchiha Tekka, to the stage for his performance. Great Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Tekka, a man of few words, directly showcased his expertise by swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing a fireball towering over a person's height. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan's youth. To already master such a powerful ninjutsu before graduating is impressive, exclaimed the host in amazement. For a student to master this kind of ninjutsu is quite remarkable, remarked one judge, immediately awarding a high score. The other judges nodded in agreement, also giving high scores. 26 points. Uchiha Tekka takes the lead with a high score of 26, the host proclaimed. With his 5 years of hosting experience, the host knew that no exceptionally talented contestant had appeared, and a score of 26 would secure the first position. Uchiha Tekka calmly descended from the stage. If it were not for the prize money, he would not have been interested in participating in this kind of competition. Shizu, how do you think my great fireball just now was? Uchiha Tekka asked. It is evident, Tekka, that you've been training with dedication, Shizu commented. In truth, he had planned to meet up with Obito, but on the way, he encountered fellow Uchihas like Uchiha Tekka and decided to join them. Although Uchiha Tekka's great fireball proficiency was decent, Shizu did not believe he could secure the first place because he had seen Obito's great fireball. Now, let's welcome contestant number 4, Uchiha Obito, to the stage for his performance. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Shocking great fireball that captivates the audience. Obito, it is your turn, Rin reminded. Obito nodded and quickly stepped onto the stage. Obito, do your best. Rin clenched her fists, cheering for Obito. Obito, this time it is your turn to fight Kakashi. Show all your hard work and efforts. Might Guy also cheered for Obito. They had trained together with Matsuki, and Guy had witnessed Obito's efforts. Do not lose to someone else before it is even my turn, Kakashi said lightly, encouraging Obito in his own way. Kakashi's encouragement had a significant effect. Obito turned back and said, Impossible. Just wait and see. Another Uchiha youth, quite rare. I wonder what kind of excellent performance he'll bring us, the host exclaimed, adding that money truly makes a difference, attracting even 2 Uchiha. So Obito is participating too, who? That's a bit unfortunate for him. There was just an Uchiha who performed so well before him. It is going to be awkward with the comparison. Azumo was already feeling embarrassed for Obito. He had known Obito for over 3 years, and he was well aware of Obito's skill level. Although Obito had learned the great fireball, his proficiency was just average. He's also participating. Uchiha Tekka frowned upon seeing Obito stepping onto the stage, feeling that the bet of 8,000 Ryu might not be secure. However, those judges have average skills. Maybe they will not recognize the greatness of the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Uchiha Tekka considered another perspective. Even though the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu was a rank fire release ninjutsu, with a higher learning difficulty than the Great Fireball, in terms of visual impact, it was not as impressive as the Great Fireball. Contestant Uchiha Obito, may I ask what ninjutsu you will be performing? The host asked as a routine. I will use Fire Release Great Fireball Jutsu, Obito confidently replied. Another Great Fireball Jutsu. Have all the young Uchiha mastered this ninjutsu? Truly a prestigious clan. Let's look forward to the performance of contestant Uchiha Obito, the host said while stepping back. For a wide-range destructive ninjutsu like the Great Fireball, it is essential to maintain a safe distance. Could it be that he has high proficiency in both Great Dragon Fire and Great Fireball? It feels a bit unrealistic, Uchiha Tekka thought. He was 100% confident in Shizu being capable of this, but when it came to Obito, he had been considered a bit of a straggler among the Uchiha. Obito stood on the stage, looking down at the audience not far below. From here, he could clearly see everyone. Ren was smiling, cheering him on. They gave him a thumbs up and showed his sparkling white teeth. Kakashi kept his gaze fixed on the stage. Shizu seemed to be encouraging him. Asuma had a somewhat regretful expression. Matsuke. Hey, Yumi-sensei. Obito saw Matsuki and instantly showed a surprised expression. His only regret today was that Matsuki had to work as a tutor and could not come to watch his match. Obito is deeply grateful to Matsuki. Matsuki helped him shake off the label of being an Uchiha straggler, enabled him to surpass Uchiha Teka and become second in the class, and even helped him pass the theoretical exams, which he had never passed before. His ability to stand here confidently is closely linked to Matsuki. In the 20 days of special training, it was not just Obito putting in effort. Matsuki went all out to enhance Obito's strength, even modifying ninjutsu. If Matsuki could not witness his outstanding performance when he achieved first place, Obito would consider it a great regret. Noticing Obito's gaze, Matsuki smiled and greeted him. I cannot disappoint those who are cheering for me. Obito took a deep breath, entering an unprecedented state of seriousness. He could not forget the failure of that year until now. This time, he wanted to win it all. Fire release Great Fireball Jutsu. Obito skillfully formed hand seals, accumulating a large amount of chakra in his throat. He transformed all the gathered chakra through nature transformation and then instantly expelled it. Huff, huff, huff. Intense flames spewed forth from Obito's mouth, swiftly forming a bright orange fireball that rapidly expanded. In the end, it reached a height of 4 meters, nearly 3 times Obito's current height. How could a fire release ninjutsu of this magnitude be executed by a ninja school student? One judge, witnessing this spectacular massive fireball, looked as if he had seen a ghost. Another judge rubbed his eyes, wearing an expression of disbelief. Contestant Uchiha Obito's great fireball exhibits a level beyond ordinary individuals, even surprising the judges. The host, astonished, did not forget to provide commentary. After 5 years of commentary, this level of great fireball was a first for him, especially when performed by a ninja school student. How is it possible for a great fireball of this level? Uchiha Teka felt like he might be under a genjutsu. He would rather believe he was under a genjutsu than accept that Obito, with mastery over the great dragon fire, could wield the great fireball with such prowess. With such a powerful great fireball, Obito did not need any tricks that day. Directly facing him, he was undoubtedly no match. Is this Obito's great fireball? Asuma rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat unreal. Sensei hit me. I think I am under a genjutsu, Asuma said to Matsuki. Matsuki fulfilled Asuma's request, bringing 2 fingers together to tap Asuma's head. Ouch! Asuma looked at Obito still on the stage, and the enormous fireball in front of him. His mouth hung open, shocked beyond words. Defeated by Uchiha Shizu, he accepted that Shizu might be a genius possibly even more extraordinary than Kakashi. However, Obito was his old friend. He thought he knew Obito's strength. This great fireball approaching the height of a house was something else. Was Obito secretly hiding this level of power and not showing it before? Even Obito has this kind of strength. Could it be that I am really just not good enough? Asuma began to doubt his life choices. He felt the need to step up his efforts. Otherwise, forget surpassing Lord Third, he'd be considered below average among friends. With this level of great fireball, no wonder he was so confident before. Kakashi looked at Obito's great fireball and felt that Obito had made tremendous progress. It was so significant that Kakashi was somewhat puzzled. Obito had not even graduated yet, so why such a substantial improvement? Typically, the period of rapid growth in strength occurred after graduation. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. Contestant Uchiha Obito's total score is 30 points. He has achieved a perfect score, securing the first place in advance. The excited host shouted. All the judges gave Obito a perfect score, a very uncommon situation. Did he use some kind of trick? Hyuga-kamen, with the Byakugan activated, saw through the details of Obito's great fireball. It looked impressive, but in reality, it was not as exaggerated. He had come along with a friend, and now it seemed like Obito was likely to take the first place. However, Hyuga-kamen did not think Obito could defeat him in the next final exam because he would make sure Obito could not release any ninjutsu. The host already said it has secured the first place in advance. Obito, you're really amazing, Rin praised Obito as he stepped down from the stage. Obito could not help but reveal a silly grin. Do not be too happy too soon. Wait until my turn. They might give even higher scores out of the norm. Kakashi cautioned Obito not to get too excited. Now, let's invite the 5th contestant, Hatake Kakashi, to the stage for the performance. As Kakashi finished speaking, the host coincidentally called Kakashi's name. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. In a tribute chakra nature transformation. Kakashi appeared on the arena with a flicker. Kakashi, you have to do your best. Rin cheered for Kakashi. Watching Kakashi on the stage, still using the body flicker jutsu, Obito felt that Kakashi was really something. He would have to learn the body flicker jutsu in the future. Kakashi is not an ordinary participant. He is the famous genius of our Konoha. I remember this is your second time participating in the competition, right? Because Kakashi's reputation was quite significant, the host introduced him a bit more. Yes, Kakashi nodded indifferently, not saying much, with an aloof demeanor. Kakashi, what ninjutsu are you going to perform this time? The host asked. Earth-style wall, Kakashi replied. After the host stepped back, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, and chakra erupted within his body. Earth release. Earth-style wall. With Kakashi using ninjutsu, the scene trembled for a moment, followed by an immensely thick and solid giant wall slowly rising behind Kakashi. This level of earth release ninjutsu. The judges looked at the long and thick earth-style wall, falling into contemplation for a moment. For this level of ninjutsu, if it were before, they would undoubtedly give a full score. However, now that there is already one perfect score, giving another one would mean having two top scores. The judges pondered for a moment and ultimately raised cards with tens on them, leaving such matters to the organizers to handle. This guy is still as abnormal as before. Ashima expressed no surprise at Kakashi's strength. To defeat Kakashi, who uses ninjutsu, one must continue to strive. Might Guy recalled the battle when Kakashi went all out that day. That time was truly overwhelming. Apart from the unexpected kick from Konoha's whirlwind, there was no power to counterattack afterward. Observing a judge awarding a full score, Obito felt a bit uneasy. If Kakashi also received a perfect score, then who would be considered first? 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. The total score for participant Kakashi is 30 points. Incredible. This is the second perfect score in today's competition and the first time we have seen a double perfect score since the beginning of the tournament, exclaimed the host. The quality of participants in this competition is unexpectedly high, with two perfect scores emerging. Even someone of Uchiha's caliber, in the previous competition, would have easily secured the first position. Such bad luck, Uchiha aside. He had thought he could secure the first position but suddenly found himself pushed down to third. Yet, he accepted his defeat, acknowledging that Kakashi and Obito's displayed ninjutsu was indeed powerful. If only Shisu participated, he would surely get a perfect score too, Uchiha commented. He was confident in Shisu. Despite being 2 years older, he considered himself no match for Shisu. Shisu smiled without saying anything. He had no particular interest in this competition, and with Obito eager to claim the first position, he had even less incentive to participate. Satisfied now? If you want to defeat me, practice for a few more years, Kakashi said to Obito as he descended from the stage. What are you so proud of? We both scored 30 points, and I got mine first. Technically, I won, Obito retorted, unwilling to accept defeat. You scored 30 because that's the limit for you. I scored 30 because it is the highest possible score, Kakashi calmly remarked. Obito could not argue with Kakashi, and his face began to redden. Alright, you both are very talented. No need to argue. Rin stood between the two with a helpless smile. Near the competition venue, the organizers and merchants began discussing. How did we end up with two perfect scores this time? How do we determine the rankings now? Maybe we should organize a tiebreaker, have them use different ninjutsu and compete again, suggested one of the merchants. This way, determining the first place is good, but it might not be fair. One of them is still a student, and mastering a fire release ninjutsu at this level is already impressive, voiced a concern from one of the merchants. Cannot they share the first place? A voice suddenly interjected. The merchants found the voice somewhat unfamiliar and then noticed a golden-haired man with a forehead protector standing beside them, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. We can even use the tie for first place as a promotional gimmick, offering discounts to celebrate and attracting more people to shop, Matsuki suggested with a smile. That's a good idea, the merchants thought, finding Matsuki's proposal quite appealing. One of the purposes of organizing this competition was to increase foot traffic in the commercial district. If it could attract more people to shop, it would be even better. Any additional earnings would be welcomed, especially considering that the first place prize was only 8,000 ryu. Ninja-sama, do you have any thoughts about opening a shop here? A shop owner, sensing Matsuki's business acumen, invited. No, I am just an ordinary chunin passing through. Your competition is great. It can boost the enthusiasm for training among the village youth, Matsuki praised before leaving. If Obito and Kakashi were to have a tiebreaker, Obito would definitely not win against Kakashi. For Obito to secure the first position, he had truly gone to great lengths, doing everything he could. He hoped that the rewards at the end would not disappoint him. In the subsequent matches, there were no more perfect scores like Obito and Kakashi's, not even anyone surpassing Uchiha. The highest score obtained was only 23 points. When all the participants concluded their displays, it was time to announce the rankings. Uchiha Obito ties for first, Hatake Kakashi ties for first, Uchiha takes second. The host declared the top three. Matsuki's suggestion worked, and Obito and Kakashi shared the first place, resulting in a tie. You got lucky this time. Next time, I'll definitely beat you, the excited Obito confidently threw down the challenge. Maybe if your strength matches your words, you might have a chance. In terms of sharp remarks, Kakashi was currently in a league far beyond Obito's reach. Fortunately, with the first place reward in hand, a beautiful silver-plated kune and 8,000 ryo, Obito was pleased despite not being able to surpass Kakashi. Seeing the rewards in his hands, Obito felt a sense of joy. At the moment of announcing the rankings, Obito's training mission was also settled. Disciple Uchiha Obito's training mission completed. Rewards obtained. Chakra 800, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll, in Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation Proficient. Seeing the popped up rewards, Matsuki displayed a contented expression. Such rich rewards justified his 20 days of effort. 800 chakra meant that if he were to attend classes, he would need to attend 40 rank evolutions. The Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll was also a valuable item, instantly raising the proficiency of mastered ninjutsu to a higher level. As for the in-release chakra nature transformation, it was Matsuki's most satisfying reward, even more pleasing than the 800 chakra. The practice of yin and yang, these two special nature transformations, is quite challenging. In the instant he received the reward, Matsuki's mind was flooded with memories related to practicing yin attribute chakra nature transformation. Matsuki opened the panel and began reviewing his own data. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Panel Update. Name: Matsuki Yumi. Age: 18. Chakra: 8,000. Skills: Teaching, Fire Release. Intelligent Hard Work, Mystical Palm Jutsu, Wind Release. Pressure Damage, Earth Release. Earth Style Wall, 8 Inner Gates. Evolution: You have mastered 7 chakra nature transformations, and are proficient in Yin Release, Fire Release, and Water Release. If it is just a battle of techniques, an ordinary Jonin will be crushed by you. Just continue to increase your chakra to become stronger. Compared to the time right after last month's exam, the panel data has experienced a significant surge once again. This month, due to the practice tasks, the increase in chakra is particularly noticeable. When he crossed over in April, the total chakra increment from April to May was 1,000, rising from 4,300 to 5,300, including the additional 500 chakra from the early May exam. It totals 5,800. From the end of the early May exam to the beginning of June, there has been a considerable increase. It has directly grown from 5,800 to 8,000, a total increase of 2,200 chakra. Matsuki used to envy the 7,000 chakra of the root Jonin, but in just the past 2 months, he has surpassed them. Now he has 1,000 more chakra than the root Jonin. However, Matsuki knows that it will be challenging to maintain this chakra increment from June to July. The reason for the sudden increase is the settlement of Obito's training task. Currently, there are no new training tasks, and there are no exams from June to July. The final exams will take place in mid-July. In addition to the pleasing chakra increment, Matsuki has also received a series of rewards, such as proficiency in water release chakra nature transformation, proficiency in fire release, intelligent hard work, and proficiency in yin release chakra nature transformation. These rewards greatly contribute to Matsuki's overall strength improvement. Otherwise, having only a high chakra level without corresponding skills would be awkward. Proficiency in chakra nature transformation of various attributes is currently the reward that Matsuki desires most. After mastering water and fire nature transformations, not only did the upper limit of corresponding attribute ninjutsu output increase, but Matsuki felt that with a few more years of effort, he might be able to develop the boil release Kikki Jinki. If he were to reach proficiency in nature transformation for all 7 attributes, Matsuki could not fathom what he could potentially develop, perhaps even creating a truth-seeking ball by hand. Upon further consideration, Matsuki thought it might not be possible yet. Proficiency is not the highest level. There should be another level beyond that to possibly create a truth-seeking ball by hand. Even if creating a truth-seeking ball by hand is not achievable, various Kikijinki should still have the potential for development. Obito, Kakashi, congratulations on both getting first place. That's fantastic, Rin expressed with a sweet smile, congratulating Obito and Kakashi. Both of them were her good friends, and achieving first place together was the best outcome. Thanks to Rin's support from below, the scene imagined 20 days ago unfolded, and Obito was very excited, his face slightly red as he thanked Rin. If only Kakashi's name was not there, Obito added in his mind. Tied for first place, that's like a draw. Might Guy showed a contemplative expression. Up until now, he had always lost in battles against Kakashi, without achieving victory or a draw. Seeing Obito successfully tying with Kakashi in ninjutsu, Might Guy felt moved and wanted to have another battle with Kakashi. Kakashi, to celebrate your first place victory, how about we have a fight? Might Guy was very enthusiastic. I refuse. There's no need for this kind of celebration just because I got first place in this competition. Kakashi declined Might Guy's invitation while subtly poking fun at Obito. Obito instantly thought of engaging in a verbal battle with Kakashi, but seeing Matsuki and Asuma approaching, he let it go. Obito, were you used to hide your skills during exams? Suddenly becoming so formidable, Asuma jogged over to Obito's side, jokingly patting Obito on the shoulder. Nah, it is all the result of learning from you, Asuma, Obito replied with a smile. When he initially practiced walking on water, he only persevered thanks to the example of Asuma, as explained by Matsuke. Haha, I should be learning from you, using fire release so skillfully. Asuma took Obito's praise as friendly banter and laughed, then playfully put his arm around Obito's neck. Name: Hatake Kakashi. Chakra: 2500. Potential: Evaluation: suitable for practicing lightning release and earth release, recommended for apprenticeship. Looking at Kakashi's panel, Matsuki felt a moment of excitement. At the age of 8, having 2500 chakra was quite remarkable. He had appraised the Chunin sensei at the Ninja Academy, and most of them had chakra levels ranging from 1500 to 2500. In other words, 8-year-old Kakashi already surpassed many Chunin in terms of chakra. If he were to take Kakashi as an apprentice, raising the trust level and providing chakra would undoubtedly not be a small amount. However, Matsuki quickly abandoned this tempting idea. Kakashi was not as easily swayed as Obito. He was still a Chunin, so why should Kakashi, also a Chunin, learn from him as a Chunin sensei? Kakashi also only has its potential. Does that mean without 6 paths bloodline, the maximum potential is only Matsuki pondered another question. Having appraised many people, he knew that potential did not equate to talent. Otherwise, with the same potential, how could Obito and Might Guy have such a significant gap during their time at the Ninja Academy compared to Kakashi? Compared to talent, Matsuki felt that potential represented a person's possibilities. Families with the 6 paths bloodline had greater potential, so their potential was higher. For example, with the Hyuga and Uchiha, Matsuki had never seen anyone with potential below a. Even with such high potential, he had not seen the entire populations of these two clans become Jonin. The two gatekeepers with good potential in the plot were even promoted to special Jonin. After Matsuki and Asuma left, Obito and the others discussed and decided to celebrate by going out for ramen. Because he got first place, Obito generously offered to treat him, saying he would cover the expenses for the ramen. However, during the ramen meal, Obito and Kakashi could not help but argue. Have you ever ranked first in the academy? Kakashi asked casually. Wait until you can maintain the top spot in the class before graduation like me, then come argue with me about winning or losing. Obito was left speechless. He indeed never ranked first in the class, not even in the top spot. Might Guy's eating motion came to a halt. He was hit by Kakashi's verbal cannon since he also never ranked first in the class. At the same time, Matsuki, who was teaching Asuma, received a system pop-up. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. New training tasks. Disciple Uchiha Obito's designated training task. Training task. Achieve first place in the academy practical exam. Rewards. Dependent on task completion and strength growth during the task period. Disciple Might Guy's designated training task. Training task. Achieve first place in the academy practical exam. Rewards. Dependent on task completion and strength growth during the task period. Looking at the sudden appearance of several pop-up windows, Matsuki fell into contemplation. Although he did not know what had happened, the results seemed quite good. With dual training tasks, plus the rewards for exam results, he would definitely break through to the 5-figure chakra by the end of this semester. Unfortunately, in practical exams, there would not be a tie for first place. They would surely be ranked, destined to have slightly different task rewards. What if one of them has an accident and cannot take the exam? Would it be better to postpone it to the next semester? Matsuki seriously pondered this question. Matsuki hesitated a bit, confident that he could handle this task. However, he could not guarantee it was the optimal solution because currently, there had not been a situation with 2 training tasks simultaneously. Matsuki assumed that one person could have at most 1 training task. If one of them were to delay completing the task until the next semester's monthly exam, there would be approximately 3 months in between without triggering new training tasks. Extending the task duration might increase the basic rewards, but would it really yield higher benefits to complete more training tasks? According to the training task triggering mechanism, the disciple who took second place might feel discontent and immediately trigger another task to secure first place. Matsuki decided to seize the opportunity and first plan the reinforcement strategies for Obito and Might Guy. After all, regardless of the outcome, more strength growth would result in greater rewards, and this aspect remained unchanged. On Tuesday morning, Anko hummed an unknown tune with a cheerful expression as she walked towards the academy. Having taken leave from school on Monday and with the weekend, she had not heard Matsuki's lecture for 3 days and had not played with her good friends. So, Anko was especially looking forward to going to school today. I wonder if Yumisensi will think I am sick and then express concern. I also wonder if Kotetsu and Aizumo won the competition. I am really looking forward to it. Anko thought more and more about the anticipation of going to school. Is not Shimetarashi Anko one of the members of the 3-person talented trio? Yes, that's her. I remember her. She was the second in the practical exam grades in the last test. Second in the practical exam? That's impressive, but her thought process is a bit peculiar. As Anko approached the school, and with more students around, she noticed many people looking at her with curious eyes. Does not anyone usually take leave from the academy? Why is it that everyone's looking at me strangely? Anko thought it might be because she took leave. Muttering to herself, Anko walked towards the classroom of the first year, Class 1. The closer she got to the classroom, the more unusual glances Anko noticed. She gradually felt that something was off. Entering the classroom, she discovered the anomaly. Hagen Kotetsu and Kamizuki Aizumo were not chatting. Instead, they had their heads buried on the desks as if they were sleeping. Usually, when she came, the two of them were either discussing how to deal with Hagen Kotetsu's troublesome cousin or talking about getting to know girls. Anko was about to go back to her seat to wake them up and ask about the situation when she was stopped by a girl she had a decent relationship with. Anko, you've become famous at the academy these past few days, the girl said, covering her mouth and suppressing a smile. How? I have not been at school these past few days. Can I really become famous just by taking a leave? Anko scratched her head, a bit puzzled. Did you develop that jutsu that transforms into a chair? The girl continued, suppressing her laughter. The chair transformation. Are you talking about the confusion jutsu? Well, sort of. I developed it together with Kotetsu and Aizumo, Anko replied. The girl could not hold back her laughter anymore and said with a smile, haha, you better ask your 2 good brothers about it. Kotetsu, Aizumo, did you guys not sleep well last night? Anko, increasingly puzzled, chose to wake up her 2 good brothers. However, you can never wake up someone pretending to be asleep. The 2 of them seemed to be in a deep slumber, and no matter how many times Anko called out, they did not wake up. Typically, a girl might give up at this point or use her fingers to poke them, but Anko was different. After confirming that her good brothers were pretending to sleep, Anko delivered a direct punch to each of them. Are you guys hiding something from me? Anko asked, suspicion written all over her face. Realizing they could not keep up the act, the 2 opened their eyes. It is all Kotetsu's fault. He embarrassed himself on stage and dragged us into it. Kamizuki Aizumo betrayed his good brother, revealing the details of the weekend competition to Anko. He deliberately loudly mentioned our full names. It is unforgivable. Kamizuki Aizumo stood together with Anko, expressing their anger and reprimanding Hagen Kotetsu. Stiffened up, clenched fists, Anko said, taking a day off would not lead to such a mess. So, it is Kotetsu embarrassing himself and selling me out. Kotetsu, seeing Anko getting ready for action, quickly spilled the beans about Aizumo's clever plan from yesterday. Anko, do not believe him. Aizumo, this kid, has a rebellious streak. Yesterday, he suggested to me that since you were not here, we should just blame everything on you. He even said all the ninjutsu was developed by you. Anko. She shifted her gaze to Aizumo, her eyes now filled with murderous intent. It is ironic that yesterday she was thinking of treating them to dango if they won and got the prize money. Instead, These two good brothers were more adept at betrayal than each other. Neither of you is a good person. You are both getting a beating. Anko grabbed Izumo with her left hand and Kotetsu with her right. Realizing they were in the wrong, the two good brothers had no choice but to flee, bringing a bit of cheerfulness back to the classroom. The uproar continued until Matsuki arrived, putting an end to the commotion. Yumi-sensei, my reputation has been tarnished. Now, instead of being known as the genius Anko, I am just the talented Anko, Anko said to Matsuki with a frustrated expression. Since it is not mediocre, everyone still recognizes your strength, Matsuki said with a reassuring smile. I still think genius sounds better. Then prove yourself next time with your strength. Do good grades come with dango to eat? If you do well on the exam. Alright. Hearing that good grades come with dango, Anko instantly brightened up, displaying a smile. At that moment, the bell for the class rang. Let's start the class. Matsuki began today's lesson. He patiently explained the 3 basic ninjutsu taught at the academy. Lesson completed. Evaluation. Rewards. Water release. Water wall. Under your guidance, the students of Class 1-1 have made significant progress in ninjutsu, earning the reward of proficiency in the 3 basic jutsu. As the lesson concluded, in addition to the usual teaching rewards, there was an unexpected reward, much to Matsuki's surprise. So there are rewards beyond the teaching rewards. Matsuki expressed some surprise. After teaching for over 2 months, it was the first time he triggered this kind of reward. Even though it was just the 3 basic jutsu, it was still at the proficiency level, making it suitable for practical use other than just having to teach it to academy students. Matsuki thought about it and found it reasonable. After all, this is a teacher system, not a simple master-disciple system. As a sensei, continuously guiding a group of students and rewarding him for their progress seemed normal. If I teach ninjutsu of a slightly higher level, would the rewards be better? Matsuki first thought about how to enhance the rewards. It was a good idea, but Matsuki knew it was currently not feasible because the academy's regulations dictate that ninjutsu classes, aside from ninjutsu theory, can only teach the 3 basic jutsu. Matsuki could understand this rule to some extent. With 40 students in a class, each with different natural chakra attributes, it would not be reasonable to expect a Chunin sensei to know 5 types of chakra attribute ninjutsu. Additionally, the learning abilities of the students must also be taken into consideration. For Matsuki, this was essentially a non-issue because he not only possessed a vast array of ninjutsu but also had the added benefit of the teaching skill. His teaching proficiency was also commendable. However, for his own safety, Matsuki could not reveal too much. Perhaps I can consider applying to Lord Third to take over the Taijutsu class for Class 1-1 as well, Matsuki thought, feeling that the teaching quality for non-disciples could be improved. He recalled that the students of Class 1-1 were dissatisfied with their Taijutsu sensei, often saying that the instruction was lacking and boring. If Matsuki personally taught the Taijutsu class for Class 1-1, the students' Taijutsu skills should improve more quickly. After finishing his meal, Matsuki contemplated how to enhance the strength of Class 1-1 while returning to his office. In the office, the scene from last month was repeating. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. How do you know I got first place? Chaitanya-sama stood behind Kimura Shugito with a smiling face, massaging his shoulders and back. He spoke in a pleasing tone. Shugito, lend me another 83 seru, and I'll pay you back when I get my salary. Kimura Shugito thought to himself that offering favors without reason is either cunning or thieving, and this massage service is expensive enough. Why do you need to borrow again? Did not you borrow last month? Kimura Shugito sighed helplessly. I repaid you last month when I got my salary, did not I? Chaitanya-sama chuckled. Then you borrow this month, and after borrowing, you'll have to repay. And then, because you repaid the money, you will not have money next month. Will you need to borrow again next month? Kimura Shugito asked. Thinking this way, he had practically become Chaitanya-sama's human UIOU for 83 seru. Chaitanya-sama was momentarily at a loss for words. It is not what you think, Shugito. It is mainly because we have just met, and I have to make some effort to show sincerity. I definitely will not borrow next month. Chaitanya-sama attempted to explain. It was you who said that, do not forget. Kimura Shugito finally took out his wallet and handed 83 seru to Chaitanya-sama. It is not that he minded the 83 seru because, although Chaitanya-sama behaved oddly in matters of the heart, he was decent at other times and would not fail to repay money. Kimura Shugito just felt that lending money to Chaitanya-sama was harming him, leading him deeper into trouble. Not borrowing next month. Kimura, you're overestimating him. I can already foresee his reasons for next month, Leader Aya maintained a pessimistic attitude. Then she imitated Shitani Asama's tone and said, Shujito, just lend me one last time. I have a feeling I'll successfully confess this month, and I definitely will not borrow next month. Shitani Asama. If it is the first date, going to a nicer restaurant to leave a good impression is understandable, but you've been together for 2 months. If she genuinely cares for you, she would not refuse if you suggest eating ramen together. Leader Aya tried to awaken Shitani Asama's dormant intelligence. And cannot you choose a time yourself? Every time, you make Yumu-sensei cover your classes for you, Leader Aya said, looking at the entering Matsuki. She says she's busy at other times, either it is this day or maybe next time when she's free, Shitani Asama said somewhat awkwardly. It troubled him to trouble Matsuki every time, and he felt embarrassed about it. In fact, Shitani Asama even wanted to help cover Matsuki's classes to reciprocate, but Matsuki rejected him every time. It is okay. I have free time anyway. Teaching more students can also enhance my skills, Matsuki walked to his desk and said with a smile. Yumu-sensei is really great, but this personality of his is prone to being taken advantage of. Shitani Asama could not help but sigh upon hearing Matsuki's words. Feeling a bit indebted, Shitani Asama could not help but run to Matsuki's side, helping him with tea and kind words. Until the time was almost up, Shitani Asama left the office, went home, changed clothes, and prepared for the date. If only Shitani Asama were the Taijutsu sensei for class 1, Matsuki thought to himself. In that case, there would be no need to switch senseis. If Shitani Asama missed his classes a bit more frequently, it would not be any different from being the Taijutsu sensei himself. Directly applying to become the Taijutsu sensei for class 1 did not make sense. Normal people would not actively try to fill their schedule with classes. It could also lead to issues with character perception. If others asked you to cover their classes and you willingly did it, you would be seen as a good person, but actively seizing the opportunity to teach raised questions. I should approach this from the students' dissatisfaction and the Taijutsu sensei's own teaching abilities, Matsuki thought. The most crucial thing in the academy is strength. If students and the school leadership realize that the Taijutsu sensei's teaching hinders the growth of skills, the problem is easily solved. Next, Matsuki continued practicing calligraphy until it was almost time for class. When Matsuki entered the classroom of Year 4, Class 2, the students were already somewhat accustomed to it. Matsuki consistently taught them once a week, and they had come to regard him as their regular sensei. Sensei, Obito, as usual, was running late, but Matsuki did not say anything, just motioned for Obito to sit down and listen to the lesson. That annoying Shitani-sensei, Obito muttered under his breath, feeling that Shitani Asama always had Matsuki cover classes at inconvenient times. Did you encounter an elderly person who needed help? Rin asked. Not today, just lost track of time while picking brushes at the bookstore, Obito replied honestly. Why not do it after school? The lunch break is so short. You will not skip a meal, will you? Rin was somewhat puzzled. Skipping one meal is fine. I'll eat more in the evening. The main reason is I've been exploring a lot of stores lately, and I felt the one I went to for lunch today was the best, Obito explained. Seriously, what could be more important than eating? I have some snacks. I'll give them to you after class, Rin said helplessly. Obito nodded and did not engage in further small talk with Rin. Matsuki's class needed his attention. 40 minutes quickly passed, and when the bell for the end of the class rang, Matsuki announced the end of the lesson. Rin handed the snacks to Obito. Obito, how many times did you help today? A familiar classmate approached Obito teasing him but quickly changed the topic. How did you know I got first place in the youth ninjutsu competition this weekend? Obito preemptively said. Upon Obito's words, the person teasing him could not utter a response, feeling as if they had bitten into a lemon. An 830 real prize. Achiteka, not far away, also fell silent. He still remembered the great fireball technique Obito used in the competition. Originally, he thought that, having learned from the previous competition, paying attention to the great dragon fire might give him a chance to defeat Obito next time. However, in this youth ninjutsu competition, Obito's performance had shattered his confidence. Seeing the expressions of those around him, Obito's smile became even brighter. In the following breaks between classes, Obito would go out and proudly declare to anyone he met, "How did you know I got first place?" maximizing the benefits of his achievement. Teaching completed. Evolution. Reward. Water release Kurigekure Jutsu hidden in the Mist Jutsu. Seeing the teaching reward, Matsuki nodded to himself. Though not of high rank, this ninjutsu was very practical. The mist created by this ninjutsu was not ordinary. It could blur the vision of the Sharingan. The Kirigaku jutsu used by Terumami could even hinder the Rinnegan to some extent. It was quite effective, especially in the early stages before overpowering ninjas emerged. After school, Matsuki went straight to the southern boundary forest. When Matsuki arrived, Shizu was still practicing. Following Matsuki's advice, Shizu had been attending school through his shadow clone while his original self trained alongside Matsuki's shadow clone. Matsuki did not wait long before Might Guy arrived. However, what surprised Matsuki a bit was that Might Guy arrived, but 15 minutes had passed, and Obito still had not shown up. Due to often walking a portion of the way with Rin, even though they were in the same class, Obito rarely arrived together with Might Guy on this side. However, being more than 15 minutes late was quite unusual. Matsuki felt the need for a little lecture, encouraging them not to develop the habit of being late for training. "Sorry, Yumu-sensei, I am late," Obito said, holding a long box, and jogging over to Matsuki. Chapter 50. Thoughtful gift. Huff, huff. Obito gasped for breath, then handed the long box in his hand to Matsuki, saying, "Yumu-sensei, I heard that you liked calligraphy, so I thought of using the prize money from the competition to buy a brush for you." Originally, Obito wanted to buy a gift for Ren, but he thought it would not be right. Sometimes he could be stubborn, but that did not mean he did not care at all. Without Matsuki's dedicated guidance, would he have the ability to achieve first place? No. Not only did he achieve first place in the competition, but he also passed the theoretical exam for the first time, and before the practical exam, he managed to shake off the title of being at the bottom, all thanks to Matsuki's guidance. So, in the end, Obito decided to buy a gift for Matsuki. Facing the extended box, Matsuki swallowed the words of reprimand. He took the long box, opened it for a glance, nodded slightly, then closed it using his left hand while soothingly saying to Obito with his right hand, "I do indeed like calligraphy. I am very pleased with your gift. Take a break first before preparing for training." When a disciple gives him a gift, he must provide positive feedback rather than lecturing according to the original plan. Judging by Obito's appearance, this might be the reason he came late to today's class. Carefully preparing a gift for Sensei, only to receive a torrent of lectures in return, would make anyone unhappy. Of course, a reversal could be played out, apologize and express gratitude after training, using the pretext of being a master disciple during training and friends afterward. Starting with feelings of grievance and resentment, these emotions would transform into positive ones during the reversal, significantly boosting affection. However, Matsuki was not inclined to use this approach now, at least not today. After all, today marked the first gift he received in another world. "Sensei, as long as you like it. I do not understand much about calligraphy, but I thought this brush looked good, so I bought it," Obito said with a silly smile. Following that, Obito took a few deep breaths, stood up, and said, "Yumu-sensei, I am ready. Let's begin today's training." Seeing Obito's high enthusiasm, Matsuki nodded and then gestured for Might Guy to come over. "Next, let's restart the training from 3 weeks ago. You have not forgotten, have you?" Matsuki asked with a smile. Obito's memory gradually returned to the days before the special training for the competition. "Do an extra question for each hit you take." Suddenly attacked by memories, Obito's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he recalled. For the past 20+ days, he had been practicing chakra control and nature transformation, causing him to forget the kind of hellish training he went through before. "I have not forgotten. If you do not get hit once, do 50 questions. For each hit, you can do one less question, with a maximum reduction of 40 questions, Might Guy recalled and said. He might struggle to name his opponents in the practical exams, but he remembers the training plan well. Obito is not allowed to use ninjutsu in combat. For each hit, he has to do an extra question, Might Guy said, giving Obito a thumbs up and stating Obito's condition as well. Obito looked at Might Guy's shining white teeth with tears in his eyes, silently thanking him. "Sensei, I think I may have overestimated myself. How about taking a break today?" Obito said, sitting down on the ground with a serious expression. Although getting stronger through training is great, doing extra questions is just too uncomfortable. Better to leave it for his future self tomorrow. Matsuki chuckled. "Rest? Of course, you can rest. Since you cannot train, focus on the questions. I have plenty of test papers here." Saying so, Matsuki took out a stack of test papers from a scroll. Then, a miracle happened. Obito quickly stood up, looking determined. "A little discomfort is nothing. Yumu-sensei, I believe I can endure it. Let's start the training." Matsuki smiled gently and said, "There's no need to force yourself. Rest when you need to." "Thank you, Yumi-sensei, for your concern. With only a month left until the final exams, I want to seek revenge against Hyuga Kamen and become stronger as soon as possible, Obito said with a determined expression. Matsuki nodded in satisfaction, still holding the brush box. He patted Might Guy's shoulder with his right hand and said, Guy, since Obito is so determined, make sure to help him improve his taijutsu skills. Might Guy stood tall, revealing a brilliant smile, and replied, Yumi-sensei, rest assured, I'll definitely give it my 120%. Obito, overhearing their conversation, thought to himself, looks like today, either his body or his brain has to be sacrificed. Might Guy's words were not empty promises. When Obito was undergoing special training for the competition, Might Guy was consistently strengthening his physical fitness. Thanks to the system's secret medicine, Matsuki later increased the intensity of Might Guy's training. The intense training over the past 20+ days brought tangible physical improvement to Might Guy, making him faster and stronger. However, the results of Obito's special training were mainly focused on ninjutsu, which, unfortunately, was not allowed in the current training. In this give-and-take situation, Obito was almost unilaterally taking a beating. Fortunately, Matsuki's enhanced water walking training also honed his agility. Otherwise, the situation would have been even worse. This close-to-crushing combat made Obito realize the extent of his strength. Winning first place in the youth ninjutsu competition, tied with Kakashi, had somewhat inflated Obito's mindset. However, after facing Might Guy in battle, Obito realized that even if he returned to the practical exams, he would not be able to defeat Hyuga Kamen at this moment. While his ninjutsu had become more powerful, his taijutsu skills were not sufficient to create an opportunity against Hyuga Kamen's combination of the Gentle Fist and Byakugan. Relying on the combination of Byakugan and Gentle Fist, if Hyuga Kamen gained a slight advantage, Obito would be defeated. Byakugan sees through chakra pathways, Gentle Fist destructs chakra. Once caught in Hyuga Kamen's rhythm, it is almost equivalent to defeat. But these questions are so difficult. Obito, holding a pen, felt a bit overwhelmed as he looked at the array of problems in front of him. He understood the principles, but solving the problems was genuinely challenging. Let's eat first. Matsuki handed the lunchbox to Obito, then passed them to Shizu and Might Guy. Obito, who had been feeling somewhat desperate, instantly felt the beauty of the world again after tasting Matsuki's cooking. It was like coming back to life. You've gifted your disciple delicious home-cooked food. The disciple is very grateful. A critical hit reward achieved. Gains chakra 100. The thoughtful gift was praised, and coupled with the timing of the meal, it was an expected critical hit. Due to Obito getting hit too many times and to not affect the training's effectiveness, Matsuki allowed Obito to do the questions in stages, without the need to finish them all at once. The next day, in order to better enhance the strength of Class 1-1, and to earn more rewards, Matsuki began his operations. Matsuki first conducted a practical exam within the class during the ninjutsu class and then provided individual feedback and comments. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Matsuki's shortcomings lie in being too kind. Matsuki followed the rules of practical exams, having everyone draw lots to determine opponents, and providing feedback after each battle. The timing of transformation jutsu is off, and it has not had the intended effect. Taijutsu is lacking, and the punching speed is too slow. How can blatantly creating a clone confuse the enemy? Your fist technique lacks precision, kicks are feeble, footwork is loose, and reactions are slow. With taijutsu like this, how can you defeat the enemy? Matsuki showed no mercy in his critique, to the point of being strict. However, Matsuki did not speak without reason. Everything he pointed out was a genuine existing issue. Students identified by Matsuki with problems all lowered their heads in shame. I know your grades in the monthly exams are excellent. Whether in theory or practical scores, they are higher than other classes, but you must not slack off in your training because of this. When I give critiques, I may speak a bit harshly, and I want to apologize to all of you, but I am actually doing it for your own good. Both taijutsu and ninjutsu are crucial. If you do not practice taijutsu well now, you'll regret it when facing enemies in the future. After critiquing everyone, Matsuki sighed. Yumi-sensei, I really have not been slacking off. I've spent the same amount of time on taijutsu as on ninjutsu. It is just that Taijutsu Sensei's teaching is not good, not as good as yours, so that's why it is like this, Anko said somewhat aggrieved. Yeah, I am also studying seriously, but Taijutsu Sensei's teaching is so hard to understand, Kotetsu complained as well. Initially, when Matsuki criticized Kotetsu, he felt a bit annoyed, thinking Matsuki was too strict. After all, they were only first years. However, after hearing Matsuki's apology, Kotetsu felt he was truly in the wrong. Yumi-sensei was considering them like this, or could he think Yumi-sensei was wrong? Sensei and students apologized to each other, and Kotetsu had never heard of such a thing, especially since Matsuki had not done anything to them. It was, after all, the responsibility of the sensei. Kotetsu and Enko's words resonated with the students of Class 1-1, and they began to join in with their complaints. Yumi-sensei, cannot you replace Taijutsu-sensei? He really cannot teach. The classes are both boring and difficult to understand. Yeek, with a Taijutsu-sensei like this, I feel like I could be the Taijutsu-sensei. Is not it just telling people to go to the field and run? Who cannot do that? How can you speak of Tanimura-sensei like that? He has at least been your sensei. As a sensei, would not he want you to be stronger? Matsuki began to defend the Taijutsu-sensei. Their class Taijutsu-sensei was named Tanimura Toshihiro. Unlike Matsuki, who was a newcomer, Tanimura Toshihiro had been teaching at the ninja school for 3 years. Although he had been teaching for 3 years, Tanimura Toshihiro's teaching abilities were hard to describe. As the sensei of a class, Matsuki had, of course, interacted with Tanimura Toshihiro. It could be said that among Chunin sensei, Tanimura Toshihiro was on the lower end. Moreover, as students of the class, their most frequent interaction was with Matsuki. Comparing Matsuki to Tanimura Toshihiro, the latter was completely overshadowed in every aspect. Yumi-sensei, it is not that we think he has a problem with his teaching attitude. We purely feel that his abilities are lacking, explained Izumo. Students from the other class are saying we excel in ninjutsu, but no one has ever said we are good at taijutsu, someone added as an example. While they had not felt major issues before, they just found Taijutsu-sensei's teaching a bit super and dull. However, as they gathered to discuss, the students of Class 1-1 felt something was amiss. It was not just a matter of being bored. It was about something fundamental to being a ninja strength. During practical assessments among students, they might not go all out, and if something unexpected happened, a sensei could intervene. However, during missions and encounters with enemies on the battlefield, they would not hold back. Matsuki appeared hesitant and, after a sigh, said, "Do not speak these words in front of Tanimura-sensei. Instead, practice taijutsu more in your daily routine. If you do not understand, find time to ask me." The dissatisfaction of the students with Tanimura Toshihiro's teaching abilities seemed like a pile of gunpowder waiting for someone to ignite it. Seeing Matsuki still speaking up for Taijutsu-sensei, the students in Class 1-1 felt he was not getting the respect he deserved. They thought Matsuki was too lenient. They are all colleagues, and Yumi-sensei probably does not want Tanimura-sensei to feel embarrassed, observed Shizu's shadow clone, witnessing the scene. Shizu also believed that Taijutsu-sensei's skills were super, far inferior even to his previous teachers at the clan, let alone compared to Matsuki. After class, just before leaving, Matsuki reiterated to the students not to speak ill of the Taijutsu-sensei directly and to be more understanding. The students nodded in agreement. After Matsuki left, Anko took the lead in organizing the entire class to discuss how to get a new Taijutsu-sensei. Is not it said that they'll replace a sensei if the grades are poor? Why do not we intentionally perform poorly in exams? Suggested a student. But there is not a separate Taijutsu exam. Are we supposed to intentionally do poorly in practical exams? That would also affect Yumi-sensei, who teaches ninjutsu. Kotetsu shook his head, pointing out. That will not work. Yumi-sensei is so good. I want him to keep teaching until I graduate. Anko directly vetoed the proposal upon hearing it might be detrimental to Matsuki. Anko's words gained approval from everyone. How about we collectively point out the fact that his teaching abilities are lacking and let him leave on his own? Someone quickly suggested, taking another approach. That does not seem right. Yumi-sensei does not want us to do that, right? It is beneficial for Yumi-sensei. Why not do it? Yumi-sensei is our homeroom teacher, and he'll have face if we are strong. Kotetsu felt this approach was feasible. Changing the Taijutsu-sensei would make their abilities stronger, which would also benefit Matsuki. I think the proposal works. Forcing the sensei to leave is our issue and will not affect Yumi-sensei. Izumo nodded in agreement. And if he insists on staying, I have a good plan. Izumo thought of a clever strategy. With the final exams just over a month away, let's exaggerate our achievements in ninjutsu and minimize taijutsu during the practical exams. This way, the school will notice that Taijutsu-sensei's teaching is indeed inadequate, Izumo suggested. But our overall grades must still be good for the school to take notice, Izumo reminded. Kotetsu put his arm around Izumo's shoulder, laughing. It has to be you, Izumo. All you can come up with these great plans. Everyone agreed and nodded, feeling that they needed to work even harder to achieve good results in the final exams and get a new Taijutsu-sensei. After lunch, instead of returning to his office, Matsuki went to the adjacent office, which was Tanimura Toshihiro's office. Yumi-sensei, as soon as Matsuki entered the office, several sensei greeted him. Matsuki smiled in response to each one and then approached Tanemura Toshihiro. Using the excuse of having something to discuss, he asked Tanemura Toshihiro to step outside to a place where no one was around. Tanemura-sensei, I am sorry, Matsuki apologized to Tanemura Toshihiro. Yumi-sensei, did something happen? Why are you suddenly like this? Tanemura Toshihiro was a bit confused, not understanding what had occurred. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Discrepancies between senseis. In the morning during class today, I conducted a practical exam within the class. Matsuki told Tanemura Toshihiro about what happened in class. However, Matsuki slightly embellished the students' complaints, as their criticisms were quite strong. I just wanted to motivate them to practice more seriously, and I did not expect something like this to happen. I am truly sorry, Matsuki said apologetically. It is my fault for being too harsh in my evaluation. I should have been more lenient with them. Matsuki shifted all the blame onto himself. Although it was Tanemura Toshihiro's inadequate teaching that led to the students' dissatisfaction, Matsuki merely ignited the situation. But Matsuki did not want any flaws in his own character, so he chose to directly inform Tanemura Toshihiro about everything, admitting fault and stating that he unintentionally did something with good intentions. Even if the ins and outs of the matter are thoroughly explained, Matsuki will not be considered a person with ulterior motives. After all, he informed Tanemura Toshihiro about everything right after it happened. Someone who cares so much about their colleague cannot have any malicious intentions. Well, Tanemura Toshihiro did not know what to say for a moment. He knew the students were right. His teaching skills were indeed inferior to Matsuki's, quite average in comparison. But at the academy, there was no one who could be compared to Matsuki. A new sensei who, within 1 or 2 months, became well known throughout the school, gained recognition from both staff and students and even received praise from Lord Third after being summoned. Comparing himself, an ordinary sensei, to Matsuki was simply uncomfortable. I've asked them not to criticize you anymore, but they are just kids. They might agree on the surface, but you never know what's in their hearts, Matsuki sighed, expressing regret as he looked at Tanemura Toshihiro. It is okay. I will not mind. After all, they are just 6-year-old kids, Tanemura Toshihiro said with a hearty laugh. Even if criticized directly by the students, Tanemura Toshihiro would not give up the position of Taijutsu Sensei for Class 1-1. This is because the class has excellent practical combat results, not only securing the top 2 positions in the grade level practical combat but also leading in the average scores for class level practical combat in the first year. Although he knows these achievements have little to do with his teaching, these are tangible results. There is no need to worry about performance, and the bonus will only increase. Yumi-sensei, I know you're definitely thinking about the students. Tanemura Toshihiro expressed that he understood Matsuki's good intentions. Despite the unexpected incident, Tanemura Toshihiro still regarded Matsuki as a good colleague. In the event of trouble, Matsuki immediately came to apologize and inform him. Originally, it was Tanemura Toshihiro's Taijutsu class in the morning, but he had something to attend to, so he switched with Matsuki for the afternoon class. Matsuki readily agreed at the time. Tanemura Toshihiro had heard about Matsuki helping other senseis with substitute teaching, but doing it himself would be challenging. Once or twice might be manageable, but having a sensei ask him to fill in every week would be difficult to endure. High teaching proficiency, leading the class in academic performance across the entire grade, praised by Lord Third, handsome with a good temperament. Tanemura Toshihiro could only admit that the female senseis in the office had some valid points when they discussed Matsuki every day. Understanding his own situation, Tanemura Toshihiro knew the fundamental reason for this matter was that his teaching was indeed mediocre, a status quo that had persisted for many years. However, Tanemura Toshihiro was not willing to voluntarily give up the position of Taijutsu Sensei for Class 1-1. Teaching at the academy was about earning money without danger, and this was a chance to effortlessly receive substantial bonuses. Tanemura Sensei, if you think like that, I can rest easy, Matsuki said, appearing much more relaxed and showing a gentle smile. Haha, when you have time, let's go to an izakaya for drinks together, Tanemura Toshihiro said with a laugh. Matsuki nodded with a smile, and after exchanging some trivial and unimportant topics with Tanemura Toshihiro, he found an excuse to leave. Upon returning to the office, Tanemura Toshihiro's neighboring female sensei curiously asked, Tanemura Sensei, does Yumi Sensei have something to discuss with you? Nothing serious, just some minor issues between students. But Yumi Sensei, there's really nothing bad one can say about that person, Tanemura Toshihiro said as he sat down. Feeling embarrassed to reveal that students were criticizing his teaching skills, Tanemura Toshihiro found it convenient to use Matsuki as a topic of conversation with the female sensei. After the bell for the class rang, Tanemura Toshihiro headed towards Class 1-1. Entering the classroom, Tanemura Toshihiro did not sense any significant difference from before. Following the usual routine, he started with some theoretical knowledge of taijutsu, then led the students in some running exercises. After the run, Tanemura Toshihiro began teaching taijutsu forms, demonstrating once before allowing the students to practice freely. Tanemura-sensei, can you go over it a few more times? I did not quite understand just now, Anko asked. These are the basics. If you do not understand, it means you need more practice. Just keep practicing, Tanemura Toshihiro replied. But Yumi-sensei demonstrates many times each class, and the breakdown is very detailed, Anko retorted. Ninjutsu and taijutsu cannot be the same, Tanemura Toshihiro explained. But taijutsu also has many practical techniques and details. Should not those be explained in detail too? Kotetsu asked. Tanemura Toshihiro was at a loss. As a mediocre Chunin sensei, he did not have a wealth of practical details and techniques. He casually brushed off the question. Then, a multitude of students raised various questions and offered suggestions. Stop, stop, stop. Focus on your training now, and ask your questions in the next class. Bombarded with questions from dozens of students, Tanemura Toshihiro felt like his head was about to explode. Tanemura-sensei, how about we all take a step back? We will not ask questions, and you do not have to teach us either, Izumo suggested. Tanemura Toshihiro was puzzled, wondering why the students were suddenly taking this stance, directly asking him not to teach anymore. But even more confrontations awaited him. Tanemura-sensei, I think it is better for you to retire early. Since learning your shuriken throwing, I've never hit the bullseye once. Tanemura-sensei, ever since we took your taijutsu class, the whole grade has been praising our class for excelling in ninjutsu. Listening to the students' aggressively worded comments, Tanemura Toshihiro was somewhat dumbfounded. He had been teaching for over 3 years, and this was the first time he encountered such a situation. He pondered that the classes he taught before might not have been particularly fond of him, but it never reached this level. Tanemura Toshihiro was grateful for Matsuki's early warning, otherwise, he would have been completely bewildered about the situation. Cough, cough, everyone quiet down, let me demonstrate a few more times, Tanemura Toshihiro said reluctantly. Then, Tanemura Toshihiro noticed something interesting. Despite the students' dissatisfaction with him, the training did not stop. In fact, it seemed even more focused than before. He was a bit puzzled. Logically, if they disliked him so much, why were they practicing with such enthusiasm? Tanemura Toshihiro felt that Matsuki's words had an impact, causing the students to be dissatisfied with him but still not daring to slack off in their training. Tanemura Toshihiro was somewhat relieved and also envious of Matsuki's control over the class. Let's just get through this year first. Tanemura Toshihiro did not want to give up the position of taijutsu sensei for class 1-1. Perhaps he could still come across an outstanding teacher. If this were an ordinary class and students spoke to him in such a manner, he would have immediately educated a few students to show them the strength of a Chunin. However, this was class 1-1, the best performing class in the entire school. The more Tanemura Toshihiro taught, the more the students realized that his skill level as a sensei was indeed lacking, solidifying their determination to change their sensei. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Reciprocity among friends. On Thursday at noon, Tanemura Toshihiro approached Matsuki. Yumi-sensei, the first-year class is really unruly. They are disrupting my classes so much I cannot teach properly, complained Tanemura Toshihiro. He admitted that he had underestimated the first-year students when he previously claimed not to care. After teaching all afternoon yesterday, he was exhausted and just wanted the school day to end quickly. There was no first-year class for him on Thursday, but he had one on Friday morning. To prevent a repeat of the disastrous Wednesday afternoon on Friday, Tanemura Toshihiro sought out Matsuki in advance, hoping to leverage Matsuki's influence among the students. These kids. They all promised me, but... Matsuki sighed, expressing sympathy for Tanemura Toshihiro's plight. Tanemura-sensei, rest assured, this afternoon, I will definitely talk to them and make sure they do not go against you. Upon hearing Matsuki's words, Tanemura Toshihiro breathed a sigh of relief but still expressed some concern. Yumi-sensei, could you come by during my class on Friday? I am afraid they will not listen to me again. If the classes with the first-year students continued to be as challenging as they were on Wednesday throughout the whole year, he was not sure if he could endure until bonus time. Being denied by 1 or 2 students could be ignored, but if the whole class denied him, it would indeed be a bit unbearable. No problem, Matsuki nodded, agreeing. With Yumi-sensei's assurance, I feel at ease, Tanemura Toshihiro expressed gratitude with a smile. After the conversation, Tanemura Toshihiro turned and headed back to his office. Watching Tanemura Toshihira's departing figure, Matsuki thought to himself that Tanemura Toshihiro had a tough 3 years. Understanding the student's psychology was truly unpredictable. Forcing Matsuki to suppress the students this way would not make the students dislike Matsuki. Instead, they would resent Tanemura Toshihiro even more. From the student's perspective, Matsuki was helping a struggling colleague, displaying no issues and could even be considered quite generous. On the other hand, Tanemura Toshihiro seemed unaware of his own shortcomings, lacking self-awareness, and attempting to use his role as a teacher to exert pressure on them. Upon careful consideration, Matsuki realized that perhaps he had misjudged Tanemura Toshihiro. Because this was the academy, the situation was different from his previous life. If it were not for the excellent performance of the first-year class, Tanemura Toshihiro would not have ended up in such a predicament. Shaking his head, Matsuki decided not to dwell on these trivial matters and headed towards his office. Since it was Tanemura Toshihiro's request, what else could he do? Refuse and be called stingy? No, he would, of course, agree and carry out the task. After all, he was the universally acknowledged perfect colleague, Matsuki Yuma. Back in his office, Matsuki resumed practicing calligraphy. Hey, Yumi-sensei, you changed your brush, did not you? Aya noticed that Matsuki was holding a different brush than before. It is a gift from the students. Matsuki smiled and nodded. That's nice. I've been teaching for years and never received a gift from students, Aya said enviously. Upon hearing Aya's words, Shitani-sama saw an opportunity to attack and spoke up. Have you ever considered Yumi-sensei's teaching level? He's so popular among the students. Comparing yourself to him shows a lack of self-awareness. Aya was momentarily speechless. Lies might not hurt, but the truth was a sharp knife. Seeing Aya's frustrated expression, Shitani-sama felt an instant sense of satisfaction. Maybe it is because Yuda-sensei's students are more reserved, wanting to give gifts but too shy to do so, Matsuki remarked. You sure know how to talk, Yumi-sensei. Aya smiled, acknowledging it as comforting words. After all, who does not like compliments? Kimura Shugito, observing the scene, felt that Shitani-sama being perennially single might have some logic to it. As the time for class approached, Matsuki left his office and arrived at the classroom. He did not rush to start the class but instead took care of the tasks Tanemura Toshihiro had assigned. Did not I make it clear? Do not speak ill of Tanemura-sensei in front of others, and definitely do not disrupt his class, Matsuki said with a concerned expression. Yumi-sensei, did Taijutsu-sensei complain to you? Kotetsu was somewhat speechless. It was the first time he heard of a sensei complaining about students, and the details seemed exaggerated. We did not disturb him during his teaching. We only asked for guidance after he stopped. Izumo felt they were being unjustly accused. They had not disrupted the class. Although the teaching was not great, nobody criticized Tanemura Toshihiro while he was teaching. Everyone was diligently watching and learning, and they completed their training seriously. Everyone was focused on achieving good results in the final practical assessment, and they certainly would not resist training. Make sure not to disrupt Tanemura-sensei's class and do not speak ill of him, Matsuki reminded, avoiding directly answering Kotetsu's question. His intended effect was for everyone to understand that he was not revealing Tanemura Toshihiro's complaint, but they all knew it was because of Tanemura Toshihiro that Matsuki was giving this lecture. We understand. The students nodded one after another, but how they would behave later remained uncertain. Matsuki nodded, smiled, and then proceeded to start the lesson. Lesson completed. Evolution. Reward. Earth release Earth Dragon Bullet. After school, Matsuki trained his disciples as part of his daily routine. In the evening, he returned to his home in the main city area. This time, it was not Matsuki giving a free meal. It was Matsuki going to Maneto's house for a meal. We have eaten at your place so many times. It is a bit embarrassing. Today, Matsuki, just take a break and taste our cooking, Maneto said and then brought Matsuki to his home. Maneto and Kushina teamed up, each preparing 2 dishes. Maneto and Kushina asked Matsuki to taste the dishes first. Initially, Matsuki wanted to suggest they all ate together, but seeing the expectant looks from the two, he knew what to do next. Matsuki first tasted the grilled fish made by Maneto. Honestly, this grilled fish was not the same as the grilled fish Matsuki remembered. It was not even a whole fish. It was just a palm-sized piece of fish marinated and directly grilled with a sprinkle of salt. Preserved the original flavor of the food very well, very delicious, Matsuki praised. However, Matsuki did not just praise. He also pointed out some shortcomings, such as not managing the grilling time well. The next 4 dishes received similar evolutions from Matsuki, but for some, he praised more, while for others, he pointed out more flaws. Home-cooked dishes are not bad, Kushina said with a happy smile. Getting approval from a culinary expert like Matsuki for dishes they made themselves made Kushina very pleased. Minato and I have been practicing making braised pork belly. You must come and taste it when it is ready, Matsuki, Kushina said. Matsuki smiled and nodded, jokingly expressing that he must taste it and check the learning outcomes of these two students. Next, they chatted while enjoying their meal. Minato also told Matsuki that he had heard discussions about Matsuki from other jonin recently, mentioning that their kids criticized them, saying their teaching was not as good as the school's Shunin sensei. On this topic, Kushina affirmed Matsuki's teaching abilities. Although she had not seen how Matsuki taught at the ninja school, she had seen Matsuki explaining how to cook. At this point, Matsuki did not downplay himself excessively but instead praised Minato and Kushina, stating that if Minato became a sensei, he would surely be a popular and good sensei, and the same for Kushina. In this pleasant atmosphere, everyone happily spent dinner time, each achieving their respective goals. Chapter 54. Taijutsu must be practiced well. Friday morning, Academy Class 1-1 classroom. The students are discussing how to approach the upcoming Taijutsu class. Should we do it like last time? A student asked. Not today. According to Yumi-sensei's words yesterday, our Taijutsu-sensei must have informed Yumi-sensei about our actions in the Taijutsu class with added details, speculated Izumo. With Yumi-sensei's personality, he might come to inspect during the Taijutsu class and help out till the end. I cannot believe our Taijutsu-sensei. It is the first time I've heard of a sensei filing a report on students, complained Kotetsu. Filing a report is one thing, but including personal opinions makes it even more bewildering. Let's all give face to Yumi-sensei today and not try to discourage anyone from acting badly, said Izumo. The students felt that Izumo's words made a lot of sense, deciding to treat the Taijutsu class as Matsuki's class. This Taijutsu-sensei is really annoying, Anko said with a frustrated expression. Teaching Taijutsu poorly resulted in her being criticized by Matsuki, and she had to see bad things about her being reported to Yumi-sensei. The students in Class 1-1 nodded in agreement, and Tanemura Toshiira's actions successfully made them lose favor with them. After the bell for class rang, Tanemura Toshiira entered the classroom. Seeing the students sitting quietly at their desks without speaking, Tanemura Toshiira breathed a sigh of relief. But he did not let his guard down because during the last class, the students did not initially show such strong aggressiveness. Let's warm up by running 3 laps around the field, Tanemura Toshiira said with a slight cough. The students followed Tanemura Toshiira's instructions, went downstairs to the field, and started running. No one discussed Tanemura Toshiira. After the run, Tanemura Toshiira began teaching Taijutsu routines, and after explaining them twice, he let the students practice freely. During this time, not a single student spoke ill of Tanemura Toshiira, calmly making Tanemura Toshiira feel that this class was different from the previous one. I really need to invite Yumi-sensei for a drink, Tanemura Toshiira thought, grateful to Matsuki. He knew what caused this change. It must have been Matsuki's intervention, or else the student's performance would not have varied so much before and after. At that moment, Matsuki passed by the field as per Tanemura Toshiira's request. Matsuki and Tanemura Toshiira exchanged greetings and spent some time on the field. After class, Izumo triumphantly said, I was right, Yumi-sensei was sure to come. Does that mean we will not take any action from now on? A student unwillingly asked. The more Matsuki helped Tanemura Toshiira, the more the students disliked him. Of course not. Yumi-sensei is not free every day like this. We can continue our actions in the next class, Izumo said. In class 4-2, Rin, observing Obito next to her, who was scratching his head while doing his homework, asked with concern. Obito, what's going on with you lately? You seem so diligent, studying every time you have a moment. While diligent studying is a good thing, Obito's sudden enthusiasm for theory made Rin somewhat worried. Upon hearing Rin's words, Obito's pin paused, and he felt an urge to shed tears. Is this him being diligently in love with learning? No, this is the consequence of not practicing Taijutsu well. Doing homework in installments comes at a cost. For example, if there were originally 10 questions, breaking it into installments might turn it into 11. This means that although Obito does not have to do a lot in one day, he needs to tackle questions every day. What's more troublesome is that there's training every day, meaning he accumulates new questions daily and continues breaking them into installments. But doing them all at once is not feasible for him. It feels very painful and would also affect his training. Because everyone's grades are improving, and I cannot fall behind, Obito said with a forced smile on his face. He definitely would not mention the embarrassing reason of being punished to do homework due to his lack of taijutsu skills. It is great that you have such thoughts. It feels like you've grown a lot all of a sudden, Rin said with a pleased smile. Since the beginning, starting with Obito being late to school, Rin has always taken care of Obito like a younger brother. Seeing Obito now excelling in practical combat and finally passing in theory, Rin is genuinely delighted. Haha, is that so? Obito, upon hearing Rin's praise, felt as if his initially stiff smile, like withered plants receiving water, quickly regained its naturalness. With Rin's encouragement, Obito's speed in completing his homework increased, to the point where he felt he could pay off tomorrow's installment ahead of time. As the weekend is approaching, Obito, what are your plans? Rin asked. Wait, today is already Friday. Obito's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. These days, taijutsu training and various assignments had blurred his sense of time. We are going to have a break after class. Are not you happy, Obito? Rin asked with a smile. Upon receiving a positive answer from Rin, Obito could not help but feel a moment of darkness before his eyes. From Monday to Friday, they only needed to practice from after school until the sun went down, but weekends were different. They practiced from morning until the sun set. A significant amount of practice time meant more battles with Might Guy, and more battles meant more assignments. Obito could almost see a stream of questions and test papers rushing towards him, engulfing him. What's wrong, Obito? Your face looks a bit off. Do you want me to take you to the infirmary? Rin asked, noticing Obito's unpleasant expression. Nothing, I am just so happy about the break. Obito forced a smile and said. Yes, I am really happy. With such a long break for training, and significant improvement in strength, I'll achieve first place in the whole school. Then, I'll bask in Rin's admiring gaze. Obito had already started self-hypnotizing in his mind. Promise me, Rin, you must excel in taijutsu. Obito could not help but say. Yes, I know. Taijutsu is crucial, Rin nodded, not realizing the pain in Obito's words. After school, Obito headed to the training ground in the southern border forest. Might Guy was already there, starting his training ahead of Obito. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the desire for victory in each other's eyes. Both of them were well aware of what the weekend meant for them. This was no joke. A slight misstep could mean facing a countless number of assignments. If only I had Sharingan, I could definitely do it. Obito, for the first time, yearned to unlock the Uchiha clan's Kikki Jinkai. Sharingan possessed powerful dynamic vision, easily deciphering the movements of enemies. He had a premonition that by the end of this weekend, the pending assignments might extend straight to the end of the semester. I absolutely cannot let that happen. Obito fiercely punched the training dummy. On the other side, Might Guy was silently holding up a massive rock, performing squats to strengthen his thigh muscles. Not only did he not want to break up his assignments into installments, but he also aimed to secure the top spot in the grade. Matsuki, observing both of them enthusiastically exercising, revealed a satisfied smile. Maintaining this level of training, a month later, Hyuga Kamen would not be their match. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. New Body Flicker Jutsu. Shizu wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand and leaned against a big tree to take a break. Might Guy and Obito also finished their training and were about to start a battle based on the number of questions. Today's youth has come to the time it should be released, Might Guy said with a serious expression, his muscles tense, already preparing to make a move. In reality, Might Guy felt more pressure than Obito because he initially carried a debt of 50 questions on his shoulders and had to continuously hit Obito to reduce it. Absolutely cannot exceed 30 questions, or else there will not be time tomorrow night. Obito took a deep breath, his eyes filled with the desire for victory and fear of the questions. He also wanted to go out and have fun with Rin on Saturday night, and he definitely could not accumulate too many questions. Begin, Matsuki shouted. As Matsuki's words fell, Might Guy instantly charged forward, swiftly delivering a powerful whirlwind kick towards Obito. Obito rapidly distanced himself, aiming to minimize the chances of getting hit. After standing for a while, Shizu sat down, watching Obito and Might Guy engage in such a serious battle, could not help but exclaim. It is really good, the joy of companionship in normal times, and when sparring, giving it your all for mutual progress. Shizu felt the camaraderie between friends was truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, Obito nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. If he did not give it his all, he would indeed have to sprint madly and progress like crazy on the solitary path of solving problems. If it were not for the fact that he could not beat him, Obito really wanted to ask Matsuki if Shizu could join this kind of training. Although he did not fall, Obito was successfully seized by Might Guy, who took advantage of the opportunity, adding one more question. With this experience, Obito temporarily corrected his tendency to be easily distracted and focused all his attention on countering Might Guy's attacks. 5 minutes later, Matsuki beside them announced the outcome of the battle. Obito, 35 questions. Guy, 15 questions. 35 questions. Obito's face revealed a bitter expression. It was 5 more than his baseline, and doing so many questions could make a person dizzy. How was he supposed to go and play with Rin? Might Guy's expression also showed some discomfort. Getting beaten every day, Obito had made significant progress, and now he could not reduce the questions to just 10 as he used to. No worries. If you cannot finish them today, you can do it in installments. Take a week to complete it. Just 5 questions a day. Consider 4 questions as interest, Matsuki said with a smile. Doing too many questions in a day might be too much for Obito's brain to remember. It would be like doing them in vain. Obito was a bit hesitant about installment payments because originally, there were only 35 questions. But with installments, it would become 13 questions. However, if he did not do it in installments, finishing them in a short time would be exhausting, and he would not have the energy to play with Rin. Then let's do it over 7 days, Obito replied weakly. Although installment payments would increase the total amount, Obito could not quit this habit. It really made things much easier. Matsuki nodded and recorded Obito's latest installment questions. Let's finish today's tasks today, Might Guy declared. He had no intention of doing it in installments. He wanted to complete the questions today. Matsuki agreed with Might Guy's decision not to do it in installments because solving questions itself served as a motivational tool and simultaneously enhanced their theoretical scores. Matsuki thought this method was good. The questions did not even have to be limited to ninja school knowledge. They could use the questions to broaden their knowledge. After resting, Shizu resumed his training. Currently, his focus was on the body flicker jutsu and genjutsu. Although he was encountering these 2 types of techniques for the first time, he learned quickly even faster than when he initially learned fire release. Disciple Shizu, under your guidance, has diligently trained, and his strength has experienced significant growth. As a reward, you gained the skills or proficient level. When Matsuki saw this reward, he paused for a moment. In the world of Naruto, he did not recall a technique named Soru, but it sounded familiar from the neighboring One Piece world. When numerous memories of practicing Soru appeared in his mind, Matsuki instantly understood what was going on. It was the Soru he remembered as one of the Rokushiki techniques, but it had been modified into a version for the Naruto world by the system. It belonged to Taijutsu and could also be considered a form of body flicker jutsu, requiring the use of chakra. Satisfied, Matsuki nodded. If it were the Soru from the world of One Piece, his petite stature might not be able to execute it, as the creatures in that world were incredibly resilient. Comparing his own proficiency in body flicker jutsu with Soru, Matsuki decided to use Soru for his body flicker jutsu in the future. He felt that the most basic body flicker jutsu he knew was completely overshadowed by Soru. Shizu, I've noticed your recent efforts, and compared to 2 months ago, your strength has improved significantly. Keep up the training, and in a while, I'll teach you an even stronger body flicker jutsu, Matsuki praised Shizu with a smile. It seemed like another valuable discovery, and Matsuki was in a good mood. A stronger body flicker jutsu. Shizu's eyes lit up. He was very interested in body flicker jutsu and felt that this type of ninjutsu suited him well. You need to focus on strengthening your physique. That body flicker jutsu falls under taijutsu, and if your body is not strong enough, it can put a lot of pressure on your legs, Matsuki nodded. After all, it was modified from the world of One Piece, and even though it involved the use of chakra, it still required a certain level of physical strength. Not to mention Shizu, Matsuki himself needed to enhance his physical training. He already had a luxurious set of ninjutsu in the early stages, and the arrival of Soru perfectly enhanced his mobility. Yumi-sensei, I feel like I've made significant progress too. Can you teach me as well? Obito scratched his head and chuckled. He really wanted to learn body flicker jutsu, not for combat, but because he found it cool. If he could use body flicker jutsu during the youth ninjutsu tournament, he would not have to walk up. He could appear on stage with a swift movement, just like Kakashi. Of course, you can, Matsuki nodded. That's awesome, Yumi-sensei. You're the best sensei in the ninja world. Obito was delighted when Matsuki agreed directly, and he immediately cheered. Yumi-sensei, I've actually made significant progress too. Might Guy also wanted to learn the new taijutsu. Sure, everyone can learn, Matsuki smiled kindly. As long as you achieve the top position in the final exams, you can learn this body flicker jutsu from me, Matsuki stated the precondition. But both Guy and I are in the 4th grade. Does not that mean one of us will not be able to learn? Obito expressed his confusion. In that case, aim for the top spot in the next exam, or complete the Taijutsu challenge I assign. If you succeed in either, you can still learn, Matsuki replied. Is the challenge difficult? Obito asked tentatively. At your current level, you probably will not be able to endure it, Matsuki said straightforwardly. Obito fell silent. It seemed that the only way to learn was to achieve the top position in the grade. Obito felt like he had another reason to aim for the top spot in the final exams. He looked at Might Guy, who gave him a bright smile and a thumbs up. Absolutely will not hand over the first place easily, right? Perfect. Practical exams do not forbid the use of ninjutsu. Obito felt a surge of motivation. First, defeat Might Guy, then take down Kakashi, then he would be the genius at Obito. These are the questions you need to tackle. Remember to do them well. Matsuki handed the exam paper to Obito. The flames on Obito's body were instantly extinguished as he looked at the waiting questions. He suddenly felt overwhelmed. And here's yours, Guy, Matsuki smiled, handing over Might Guy's portion. As Might Guy looked at the black and white exam paper, the smile on his face gradually faded. The thumbs up that was once proudly raised slowly lowered. Even the toughest of men could not escape from such challenges. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. The Anomaly of the Uchiha. Shall we go back together? Shizu asked Obito, who was busy grading papers. Shizu, are you planning to go back early today? Obito asked with some confusion. Both of them belonged to the Uchiha clan, and their homes were not far apart. However, they rarely went back together because Shizu often had to return later than them. It is not that Obito was unwilling to practice more, he was just concerned that returning too late would worry his grandmother. Yumi-sensei said to go back early today to rest and prepare for tomorrow's training. Shizu nodded in agreement. The reason he returned late every day was that there was no one at home, and it did not matter where he went. Well, Shizu, you really need to rest well. Tomorrow's training is bound to be exhausting, Obito reminded, his gaze towards Shizu carrying a hint of pity. After all, if Matsuki said so, the training Shizu would face tomorrow would definitely not be easy. I've guessed a bit. It should involve strengthening physical exercises, Shizu said. Since Matsuki mentioned that the new body flicker jutsu would put greater pressure on the legs, physical conditioning is definitely necessary. Maybe I'll join your fights too. At that time, I'll give it my all, Shizu joked. I hope not. Obito prayed silently to the Sixth Path Sage with his hands clasped together. While doing problems, he had seen Shizu practicing the body flicker jutsu, and the speed was too fast. In a battle, he would not stand a chance. If Shizu became the opponent, he feared the number of problems he would have to solve in a single fight would double. It should not be the case. If it were, Yumi-sensei would have mentioned it in advance. Shizu could not help but laugh at Obito's devout praying expression. In a somewhat harsh statement, neither Obito nor Might Guy can provide any pressure to him now, so Matsuki would not arrange for them to train together. Unless Matsuki's intention is to put pressure on Obito and the others. As the two walked, Obito suddenly stopped, and Shizu looked at Obito with some confusion from behind. Shizu, wait a moment, it looks like there's an old lady over there who needs help, Obito said, pointing to an elderly woman hunched over with a large bundle on her back. Shizu looked in the direction Obito indicated, and indeed, there was an old person struggling to move along the street. Is Obito's observation really that keen? Shizu was a bit surprised, as he had not noticed it just now. After Obito found out what difficulties the old woman was facing, he immediately offered to help carry her luggage and accompany her to her destination. I am fine, dear. Do not be fooled by my appearance. I'll be a ninja next year, and I am quite strong. Obito patted his chest and grinned. After saying this, Obito even performed a set of taijutsu movements, which genuinely impressed the old lady. In the end, she handed her luggage to Obito. As Obito walked ahead, the old lady followed, and Shizu, who was walking at the back, showed a pensive expression. After helping the elderly woman, the two resumed their journey home. After a while, Obito stopped again, this time assisting an old lady with a cane to get home. Shizu now understood why Obito was considered an anomaly. The first principle Uchiha children typically learn is not about respecting teachers and elders, but rather the supremacy of strength where ninjutsu power is paramount. The idea is that nothing matters more than enhancing one's strength. As long as you are strong enough, everything else is secondary. Shizu was not very old, but his innate strength was evident, making even kids several years older than him look up to him. Obito, on the other hand, was different. He did not show much enthusiasm for training that could enhance his strength, but he was genuinely interested in actions like helping the elderly. Shizu thought that this might be the reason why Obito could notice and be willing to help the elderly. Shizu. Upon entering the Uchiha territory, they began encountering familiar faces of similar ages. Uchiha Teka greeted Shizu upon seeing him, but his curiosity was piqued when he noticed Obito standing beside Shizu. Teka. Shizu also greeted. "I am heading home first," Obito said hurriedly, eager to see his grandmother. He bid farewell to Shizu and went back directly. He did not exchange greetings with Uchiha Teka, as they were not familiar with each other. "All right," Shizu nodded. "Why are you with him, Shizu?" Uchiha Teka asked curiously. Before this exam, Obito was always considered an odd Uchiha in his eyes, poor grades, no apparent ambition, and seemingly foolish. His behavior did not match the typical Uchiha demeanor. Although after the exam, some labels had faded away, Uchiha Teka still thought of Obito as a peculiar Uchiha. It was not just his personal opinion. Others of the same age in the Uchiha clan shared this sentiment. "What's the matter?" Shizu asked. "Well, it is just surprising. After all, he's Uchiha Obito," Uchiha Teka thought for a moment and said. "After getting to know him, you'll find that Obito is a really good person," Shizu replied. Shizu did not explain much and quickly returned home after a brief chat. Could Obito's progress be due to Shizu teaching him some secret training techniques? Uchiha Teka wondered as he watched Shizu's departing figure. Feeling a bit resentful after being defeated by Obito, Uchiha Teka had been putting in continuous effort into training recently, aiming to regain his pride in the upcoming final exams. In the morning, Shizu and Obito woke up early and headed to the training grounds in the southern forest. As Shizu expected, Matsuki had arranged a substantial amount of physical conditioning for him. Basic exercises like push-ups and squats were just the beginning. The training included swimming, running laps around Konoha, and the intensity was beyond what Shizu had imagined. "Is it a bit excessive for someone my age to undergo this kind of training?" Shizu could not help but ask. While some say that ninja bodies have unlimited potential, the truth is that excessive training can leave hidden injuries on the body. Hearing Shizu's question, Obito curiously came over to take a look and was immediately stunned. Suddenly, he felt that his own training was quite relaxed in comparison. "Normally, such a massive training volume would be impossible, but I have a special elixir that can alleviate fatigue after training and treat the body," Matsuki explained. Shizu was unaware that this was actually a generous reward from Matsuki. Since the system provided a limited amount of the elixir, Matsuki had decided to keep 2 for future research and allocated the rest sparingly. Among Matsuki's 3 disciples, only Might Guy followed the Taijutsu path, and initially, Matsuki intended to reserve the elixirs for him. However, impressed by Shizu's performance, he decided to use 2 elixirs to enhance Shizu's training. Shizu currently had the highest potential among Matsuki's disciples, and Matsuki hoped that Shizu would enter a period of rapid growth. This way, the chakra provided during self-cultivation upon returning to the clan would be quite substantial. Elixir? Shizu was surprised. It made sense if it was a special elixir with unique effects. Given Matsuki's usual training plans, he was not someone who would unreasonably increase the training volume without cause. "Yumi-sensei, how much does this elixir cost?" "My family has set aside quite a bit of money for me," Shizu asked. Even though his grandparents and parents were no longer around, they had left their assets to him. "You do not need to worry about that. Your sincere dedication to training is the best repayment for me," Matsuki smiled. Looking at Matsuki's sincere expression, Shizu felt deeply moved. He could sense that these words came straight from Matsuki's heart. To be honest, the warmth that Matsuki brought him surpassed even that of his uncle. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. The real exam began before entering the examination room. The physical training is much harder than what Shizu had in mind. Before this, he usually exercised his body through running, and rarely ran to the point of exhaustion. But today is different. Shizu almost went through exercises for every part of the body. After completing 800 push-ups, Shizu felt that his arms no longer belonged to him. After 800 squats, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and after 800 sit-ups, his abdomen ached. After completing all these basic exercises, Shizu, sitting next to the tree, felt that he had lost control of his body. Usually, watching Might Guy train vigorously does not feel like much, but when he himself does it, he realizes how uncomfortable it is. Towards the end, he almost relied on willpower to endure. His body's sensory perception had become blurry, relying only on willpower to complete the mechanical repetitive movements. Shishu almost could not resist using chakra to assist in his movements. It was just too exhausting. Imagine, sweat continuously streaming down, blurring your vision. The salt in it makes your eyes uncomfortable. Every move of your heavy limbs is a test of willpower and strength, but you cannot stop because you have not reached the training goal yet. 412, 413. Watching Might Guy, who is still doing frog jump training not far away, Shishu could not help but feel admiration. He and Might Guy started training almost together. Might Guy's movements are even more challenging than his. While Shishu does push-ups, Might Guy does push-ups with an additional weight, carrying a stone on his back. Even so, within the same time frame, Might Guy does more than him. Even after he's exhausted, Might Guy still has the strength to continue training. In pure taijutsu combat, Shishu would not lose to Might Guy. He might even be stronger. However, when it comes to physical strength alone, he lags far behind Might Guy. When Might Guy took a break, Shishu could not help but ask, "Guy, you've been training regularly before, right? You can handle such a massive training volume?" Might Guy nodded and replied, "I started before joining the academy. My father trained me back then." Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Shishu felt a bit melancholic and envious because he had lost his parents at that age. Shishu believed that if his parents were still alive at that time, they would have taught him ninja knowledge. "Do you feel too tired to complete the training, Shishu? I have a training secret here. Would you like to hear it?" Might Guy decided to share the training method his father passed down to him with Shishu. Although they did not have the same family relationship as Obito and Shishu, and their interactions were not very frequent, training together and sharing meals had made Might Guy see Shishu as a trustworthy companion. What secret? Shishu became interested. Exercise self-restraint. Treat these completed exercises as a challenge. If the challenge is not completed, accept punishment, such as doing an additional 500 push-ups if you fail to finish 3,000 on time, said Might Guy. Forcing oneself by putting on mental shackles is indeed a good training method, Shishu thought for a moment and remarked. He felt that Might Guy's approach had a similarity to Matsuke's approach to battle problems. Shishu did not expect Might Guy, who seemed rough and straightforward, to come up with such a self-motivating method. It is pretty effective. My father taught me this. Every time I face a challenging task, I impose self-restraint. Might Guy scratched his head and chuckled. Your father must be a formidable jonin, praised Shishu. Seeing the kind of person Might Guy turned out to be, he believed that Might Guy's father must have been exceptional. Haha, just a genin, but I think my father is amazing, Might Guy laughed heartily. Even though he's been a genin for years, it does not hinder Might Guy from believing in his father's strength. Genin? Shishu looked somewhat surprised, becoming even more curious about Might Guy's father. Considering Might Guy's age, his father must be at least 28, and being in his 30s would be normal. Being a genin at this age is a rare situation. I have a chakra utilization technique related to taijutsu. Let's discuss it, Shishu suggested, offering something in return. At the academy, inside the classroom for the first-year class. The first part of the ninjutsu theory class concludes here. There are 2 weeks left until the final exams. Let's focus on reviewing and preparing for the exams, Matsuke said. Originally, the material could have been covered in a week, but Matsuke went through it quickly, leaving 2 weeks for revision. Do not forget my dango, Yumu-sensei, Anko spoke up. As long as you perform well, your dango is guaranteed, Matsuke smiled. Yumu-sensei, I want snacks, Kotetsu raised his hand. Focus on preparing for the exams, and there will be rewards when the time comes, Matsuke organized his materials and said. Ring, ring, ring. The dismissal bell rang quickly, accompanied by a system message. Lecture completed. Evaluation. Reward. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Matsuke nodded to himself as he picked up the lesson plan. This fire release ninjutsu seemed to be quite practical. Reviewing for 2 weeks feels exhausting just thinking about it, Kotetsu complained. Then do not review. You are not always paying attention in class anyway, Izumo suggested. Due to Kotetsu's unreliability, Izumo felt he had to rely on himself to find a girlfriend. He had already inquired, and the girl next door also attends the academy, in the first year, class 6. He's planning to secure the top spot in the theoretical exams and then use that position to get closer. While Kotetsu scored a bit lower than him in the last exam, the recent mock exams show little difference between them. Izumo feels that Kotetsu is a formidable competitor for the first position. That's why he wants Kotetsu to give up on the idea of reviewing. Not reviewing sounds good. My cousin once told me that sometimes facing exams with a more relaxed attitude, without reviewing too much, can actually lead to better results. Kotetsu nodded. In fact, Kotetsu's initial complaint was a setup for this statement. He wanted Izumo to abandon the idea of reviewing, so that he, Kotetsu, could strive for the top position. Because he had boasted in front of me that he could secure the top spot in the theoretical exams, Izumo became his main rival for the first position. Really? Is that true? Anko was somewhat intrigued, feeling that reviewing for 2 weeks was tiring. Kotetsu and Izumo nodded in agreement. Shizu, do you usually review for exams? Anko asked Shizu from behind. Shizu shook his head. He remembered everything from class. Seeing even someone like Shizu, who secured the top spot in the last theoretical exam, saying this, Anko's eyes instantly lit up. She felt like she might not need to review either. Well then, let's hang out together this weekend, Anko invited the two good friends. No, I have something to do at home this weekend, Kotetsu declined, shaking his head. He did not want to go out. He just wanted to study and secure the first position. And what about you, Izumo? Anko turned to Izumo. Izumo also shook his head, saying, there's a lot going on at my house lately, so I cannot make it. Having finally persuaded them to avoid reviewing, he, of course, planned to stay at home and study hard. Oh, I see. I'll find someone else to hang out with then. Anko did not doubt their words. The real exam had already started on the sidelines, and Anko had already been eliminated. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Mutual harm is unacceptable. Finally. I finally did it. Obito could not help but cheer after completing the last question. After more than 10 days of hard work, he finally finished the staged questions. From today onwards, he no longer had to solve problems every day. What did you complete, Ache Obito? Why are you shouting like a ghost? Get up and answer the questions. Chaitanya-sama, who was startled by Obito, said displeased. But to his surprise, Obito answered correctly. Chaitanya-sama had no choice but to nod and let Obito sit down to listen attentively to the lecture. Ren, let's go out tonight. Obito, who had sat down, grinned. Tonight? Tomorrow is Saturday. How about going out tomorrow? Ren suggested. Oh, is it already the weekend again? Obito widened his eyes, looking shocked, and asked. He had just finished the staged questions, and now it was already the weekend for receiving new questions. Obito, have you been confused about your studies lately? Today is already Friday, Ren joked. She had noticed Obito's recent efforts, and it was indeed different from before. Finally, the weekend is coming. It feels like class time passes so slowly, but the weekend flies by in the blink of an eye. Yee, those semester breaks feel like they have not been to school for 5 days. Obito. The joys and sorrows of humans are not shared. He just felt that they were noisy. He felt like his Monday to Friday time was stolen. Every time he became conscious, it was already Friday afternoon, followed by the extremely long weekend. Ren, let's still go out tonight. I might not have much energy tomorrow during the day. I'll be practicing, Obito said weakly. Approaching the end of term exams, the weekend training was even more challenging than before. Previously, during his battle with Might Guy, he could use the forest terrain to his advantage. However, later, he was arranged to fight on a large flat ground, and then, he could only rely on speed and agility. So, Obito decided to go out and have fun with Ren tonight. The training on Friday was relatively light. Oh, I see. Then let's make it today. After school and dinner, I'll come find you, and then we'll go look for Kakashi together. Ren nodded and said. Obito really wanted to ask why Kakashi was involved, but he opened his mouth and, in the end, did not ask. Maybe she thinks Kakashi does not have anyone to play with, so she brings him along, Obito thought to himself. After school, Obito went to the usual training ground. As always, he was the last to arrive. Just like before, he started with various exercises to strengthen his physique, such as push-ups, pull-ups, squats, and so on. After exercising for a certain amount of time, it was time for combat. Today, I'll change the rules of the fight, Matsuki called Might Guy and Obito together and said. For each successful hit on the opponent, they receive 2 additional questions, and the attacker loses 1 question. The combat time is 7 minutes. 2 extra questions for each hit, and 7 minutes. It is as if I can see a tidal wave of exam questions coming towards me, Obito exclaimed. Previously, it was just 1 additional question for a successful hit, and the combat lasted only 5 minutes. This is a direct and significant increase. The only advantage is that hitting the opponent can reduce 1 question. As long as he manages to land enough hits, he will not have to answer any questions. The problem is, he had been at a disadvantage in the previous battles. He felt fortunate that he had the foresight to invite Ren to play with him tonight. Given this intensity, the weekend was bound to be exhausting, and it would take several days to recover. Sharingan, Sharingan, Obito kept chanting, eagerly wishing to activate the Uchiha Kikki Jinkei. Yumi-sensei, what about the 50 questions that come with the start of the fight? Might Guy eagerly asked Matsuki. Reduce it to 40 questions, Matsuki replied. To maintain balance, some questions cannot be directly removed temporarily because Might Guy's taijutsu is much stronger than Obito's. Although they were not entirely eliminated, at least 10 questions were reduced, which made Might Guy quite happy. Moreover, you can offset the questions through exercise. You can offset up to 60% of the questions. 300 push-ups can offset one question, and other exercises can also be used, Matsuki added. With each hit now resulting in 2 questions, the number of questions would quickly increase. Matsuki decided to use exercise to offset the inflated question count, emphasizing that the goal of solving questions was to enhance both of their learning, acquiring more knowledge rather than being purely punitive. All those questions need to be discussed. It is not just about completing them, Matsuki stated. Offset 60%. Obito's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but the realization that 300 push-ups equaled just one question brought a sense of immense pressure. 300 for one question. Ha ha ha. Might Guy burst into laughter, indicating that he would certainly max out the 60% offset. Watching Might Guy laugh wildly, Obito, inspired by the prospect of facing a mountain of questions later, calmly spoke. Yumi-sensei, this does not seem right. Using exercise to offset questions should be aimed at giving us better training. It should be based on each person's training progress. How can we fix a specific number? He did not want to be stuck doing a bunch of questions alone. Obito, you make a valid point. So, Guy, let's make it 1,000 exercises to offset one question. Matsuki thought it over and agreed. Might Guy looked at Obito with a puzzled expression, and the smile on his face froze. Guy, I understand. You surely want to get better training, right? No need to thank me. Obito smiled and gave a thumbs up to Might Guy. Well, Obito, you must also yearn for a battle where we give it our all. Might Guy began to warm up his legs, preparing to engage seriously with 120% effort. The battle ended 7 minutes later. Obito, 100 questions. Guy, 20 questions. Matsuki announced the outcome of the battle. Obito, I get it. You want more questions to study, right? No need to thank me. Might Guy flashed a bright smile and gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, Obito felt like slapping himself 7 minutes ago. What were you thinking? Now, both sides are worse off. With too many questions to handle, there was no way they could finish them in a day. They had to offset a portion through training and divide the rest for staged completion. As Rin mentioned playing together with Kakashi, Obito decided to ask Might Guy if he wanted to join. After all, it was not just his and Rin's 2-person date anymore, and Might Guy and Kakashi were also good friends. To Obito's surprise, Might Guy declined, mentioning that he had plans to go for a night run with Shizu to exercise. However, they still met in the evening. While they were playing, they encountered Shizu and Might Guy, who were out for a run. Shizu, trust me, give my type of tight-fitting suit a try next time. It is perfect for exercising. Might Guy attempted to promote the green tight-fitting suit he was wearing. Glancing at Might Guy's striking poses, Shizu imagined himself wearing the green tight-fitting suit and quickly shook his head in refusal. That was just too strange. Who's that beside Guy? Kakashi asked, looking at the unfamiliar figure next to Might Guy. The genius of our Uchiha clan. Someone even more of a genius than you, Obito teased intentionally. Hey, and what does that make you? The Uchiha's trailing genius. Kakashi remarked casually. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Ren becoming the third wheel. I am not an Uchiha tailgater. In the last grade level practical combat, I ranked third. Obito noticed that Kakashi's impression of him was still based on the time before he studied with Matsuki, so he directly revealed his last exam results. If being third also counts as a tailgater, then in that grade, there are only 2 people who are not, and I was careless last time. Next time, I'll definitely be first, Obito said indignantly. Kakashi hesitated for a moment. Being third in the grade certainly did not qualify as a tailgater. Considering Obito's performance in the youth ninjutsu competition, he thought being third was quite normal. However, Kakashi could not stand Obito's arrogance, so he spoke up. I really do not know if third qualifies as a tailgater because I've always been in first place. I have no idea what it feels like to be in third. Obito opened his mouth but found himself unable to argue because it was the truth. When Kakashi was in school, he had absolute dominance, consistently ranking first. Oh, by the way, were you third in the theoretical exam? I ranked first in the theoretical exam, Kakashi added, striking a blow. Obito felt like an arrow had struck his heart. Theory was his eternal pain. Forget about being third. He barely passed because Matsuki helped him with extra lessons. Although his theoretical grades were indeed not good, Obito would not admit it in front of Kakashi. So, he stubbornly said, during the last theoretical exam, I did not sleep well the night before, so I performed a little worse than in practical combat. But this time will be different for sure. Performing a little worse means how much worse. It cannot be so bad that you did not even pass, right? Kakashi, who knew Obito very well, deliberately remarked. As he expected, Obito immediately blurted out the truth. No, it is not like that. I just barely passed. Obito retorted. It was his first time passing. Barely passing is a bit worse than being third. Your definition of barely seems quite broad, Kakashi said, a hint of a smile appearing on his tone. Obito fell silent. If he could become the Hokage, he would definitely issue a decree to abolish the theoretical exams at the academy. They were too torturous. Obito has been working very hard lately. I see him studying every day. Perhaps he will make remarkable progress in the final exams. Rin spoke up for Obito. Obito, who had been somewhat subdued, instantly returned to his usual self, feeling that the world was so beautiful. Looking at the gradually receding figures of Might Guy and Shizu, even their silhouettes seemed a bit cute. Wait, Guy and Shizu are training, and here I am wasting time arguing with Kakashi. Obito suddenly realized a problem. With the give-and-take relationship, Might Guy would undoubtedly become stronger than him. When that happened, he would have to do more tasks, leaving him with less time to play with Rin. Playing with Rin means having to do more tasks. Doing more tasks means less time to play with Rin. So playing with Rin means not having time to play with Rin. Obito came up with this somewhat strange logical chain in his mind. Obito was somewhat puzzled about why Might Guy and Shizu would train together at night. One was from his clan, and the other was a classmate, yet he felt like an outsider. Recalling the situation, Obito realized that he had been invited, but he had declined because he wanted to go and play with Rin. At this moment, Obito was in a dilemma, wondering how to resolve this issue. Then, he noticed Kakashi, and an idea sprouted in his mind. Even if he did not admit it verbally and maintained a tough exterior, Obito could not deny in his heart that Kakashi was genuinely formidable. Graduating at the age of 5 and becoming a chunin at 6, when they were still in their second year at the academy, Kakashi had already advanced to the rank of chunin, on par with the school's senseis. If he could learn something from Kakashi, maybe he could gain an advantage in his battles with Might Guy. Kakashi, what would you do if your opponent is faster and stronger than you? Obito asked Kakashi. Create distance and then use ninjutsu, Kakashi replied. Only in a situation where taijutsu is used, Obito added a condition. Why not use ninjutsu when I can use ninjutsu? Kakashi refused to answer. Obito scratched his head, inwardly cursing the annoying Kakashi. Because at that time, chakra was running out, and I could not use ninjutsu. Obito thought for a moment and explained. Then face him head-on. Why? With disadvantages in strength and speed, how can you win in a direct confrontation? Obito was quite puzzled. This way, you can have a more glorious death. Do you think taijutsu does not require chakra? Kakashi replied unapologetically. Obito felt a bit frustrated. This infuriating Kakashi was not playing by the rules at all. Feeling that he had teased enough, Kakashi finally said. Since your body's strength and speed are inferior to the enemy, you need to focus on agility and technique. In a battle, it is all about how I can hit the enemy and how I can avoid the enemy hitting me. Agility allows you to evade the enemy's attacks and avoid injury. Stronger techniques in offense can compensate for the lack of strength. Obito felt that Kakashi's words made a lot of sense, yet it seemed like he had not said anything at all. Upon careful consideration, he realized he had heard similar words from Matsuki before. Are you planning to participate in a taijutsu competition, and is there someone stronger than you? Kakashi speculated. It is not a competition. It is a practical combat exam. Both of my formidable rivals excel in taijutsu. Obito did not disclose the true situation to Kakashi. He felt that if Kakashi knew it was a combat punishment instead of a competition, he might not help him and would instead enjoy watching him do the exercises. If you are really serious about improving your taijutsu, I do not mind helping you, but I am afraid you might not be able to handle the hardship, Kakashi said. The thing Obito, fear the least is hardship. Hearing Kakashi's words, Obito smiled. What hardship could compare to doing 100 exercises after a battle? My suffering surpasses yours, Kakashi. Following that, Kakashi led the two to a nearby training ground. Next, I will not use ninjutsu in our battle, but I will not hold back. Are you sure you want me to help you with your training? Kakashi asked in the end. Just go all out, Obito said nonchalantly. He wanted to test Kakashi's strength. There was no doubt that Kakashi excelled in ninjutsu, so Obito believed that in a pure taijutsu duel, the difference should not be too significant. Alright, then I'll begin. Kakashi, seeing Obito's attitude, decided to fulfill Obito's wish. In the next moment, Kakashi directly used the body flicker jutsu, appearing in front of Obito. A kick sent Obito flying before he could react. Obito, who had just been chatting with Rin, felt a bit dazed. He brushed off the dirt from his clothes and said, I was careless and did not dodge. Continue. 1 minute later, Obito's body was covered in dust, bearing several shoe prints. With Rin watching on the side, even though Obito fell several times within a minute, he still pretended to stand up effortlessly and shouted to continue. Rin watched the two who had entered a serious state, feeling somewhat hesitant to speak. It seemed like she was a bit redundant here. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Learning Sealing Jutsu. After concluding the disciples' training on Sunday afternoon, Matsuki went to the main city area, skipping a visit home and heading directly to Minato's house. During dinner at Matsuki's place last night, Kushina and Minato informed Matsuki that they had almost completed their pork belly practice and were planning to officially start cooking it the next afternoon. Matsuki was invited to drop by if available. When Matsuki arrived, the two had just finished boiling the pork belly and were preparing to color it with soy sauce. As Matsuki was about to offer help, Kushina stopped him. Matsuki, you can just watch. If you notice any mistakes in the process, feel free to point them out, but there's no need to assist, Kushina said. Having dinner at Matsuki's house almost every night, Kushina did not want to inconvenience Matsuki by asking for help. Minato handed Matsuki a fruit plate and poured a glass of water, gently smiling. You do not need to help today, Matsuki. Be our exam proctor for once, Minato said. Minato and Kushina had the same idea, thinking that this time they should do it themselves. Well then, I guess I'll take it easy, Matsuki said with a smile. You can use a chopstick to poke some small holes in the pork skin before pouring the soy sauce. This way, the pork will absorb more flavor, and when frying, it will turn out more fluffy, Matsuki reminded. Kushina and Minato only then realized they had forgotten about this small detail. With Matsuki's reminder, Kushina and Minato efficiently completed each step of frying, slicing, preparing the seasoning sauce, and steaming. By the time the two finished their busy work, it was already dark outside. Although this pork belly is delicious, it is quite troublesome to make. Matsuki, you must be hungry by now, Kushina asked. Compared to the usual home-cooked dishes she prepared, making pork belly was much more complicated, involving boiling, frying, and steaming processes. I'm okay. After all, I just watched from the sidelines, Matsuki replied. While the two were talking, Minato brought over the completed pork belly. Next, let's have Yumi-sensei give us a score, Minato joked. After all the hard work, why do not you taste the fruits of your labor first? Matsuki did not rush to taste the dish and instead chose to let Minato and Kushina eat first. Then let's eat together. A hungry Kushina decided not to make it overly formal. The three quickly served their meals, and without any formalities, they declared, let's dig in, and started eating. That's right, it has that perfect balance of richness without being too greasy. Picking up a piece of meat and putting it in her mouth, then grabbing a mouthful of rice with chopsticks, Kushina's face lit up with excitement, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She felt her time was not wasted. She had successfully learned to cook a delicious dish. Although she still thought Matsuki's cooking was taster, Kushina believed that in this world, there was no one who could cook better than Matsuki. Being just a bit short of being the best in the world seemed perfectly normal. When Jiraiya-sensei returns, I'll definitely make this for him to taste, Minato said while eating. Minato was also very satisfied with this plate of pork belly and wanted to share it with Jiraiya. Well, it is well executed with no major flaws, Matsuki praised after tasting it. Not entirely seeking to please, Matsuki recognized that this dish was originally a simple home-cooked meal, and with his guidance, the final product naturally turned out well. However, a slightly awkward situation soon unfolded. The pork belly was quickly devoured, leaving the three of them staring at empty plates. Sorry, forgot to make other dishes, Minato realized, looking at the no empty plates. I got too focused and completely forgot, Kushina admitted with a sheepish smile. I'll stir-fry a couple of dishes, Matsuki offered, getting up. That's not right. You're our guest. We cannot have the guest doing the cooking, Kushina hesitated, feeling it was inappropriate. Then should I go home, cook, and bring them over? Matsuki asked with a smile. I'll wash the vegetables. Minato quietly stood up. After considering the taste of Matsuki's cooking, Kushina ultimately could not resist nodding in approval. Matsuki, since you're interested in sealing jutsu, are you currently learning any sealing jutsu techniques? I can teach you some tricks in sealing jutsu, Kushina could not help but ask while sitting idly at the dining table. Feeling a bit awkward about frequently having meals at Matsuki's place, Kushina wanted to repay him somehow. I am currently going through various theoretical books. Do you have any recommended sealing jutsu, preferably ones available in the library? Matsuki thought for a moment and asked. If you have not started yet, how about I teach you an introductory sealing jutsu from our Uzumaki clan? It can also test your sealing jutsu aptitude. If you manage to learn it within a day, you are a sealing jutsu genius. Within a week, you have the talent for sealing jutsu. If it takes more than a month, I would not recommend wasting time on sealing jutsu, Kushina suggested. How long did it take you to learn it, Kushina? Matsuki asked as he heated oil in the pot. Just a day, Kushina proudly replied, waiting for Matsuki to inquire. Then you're a sealing jutsu genius, Matsuki praised. Average, just learned most of the sealing jutsu from our Uzumaki clan, Kushina casually remarked, her smile uncontrollable. After finishing the meal, Kushina handed Matsuki a scroll and then went to wash the dishes, leaving Minato to explain it to Matsuki. Matsuki listened very attentively, more serious than ever before. The sealing jutsu is called One Finger Quick Seal. It rapidly creates a seal that blocks chakra, but the binding strength is not strong. It is easy to break through and does not have much practical combat significance. It is generally only used for introductory training, Minato explained. Whether it was due to Minato's high proficiency in sealing jutsu or Matsuki's innate talent, he felt like this one-finger quick seal was quite straightforward. Matsuki did not show much interest in that aspect, just occasionally asking questions. On Monday, Kotetsu arrived early at the academy. Seeing Izumo had not arrived yet, he nodded in satisfaction, placed a novel on the desk, and began reading. When he felt Izumo was about to arrive, Kotetsu closed the textbook, leaving only the novel on the desk. You said you would not review, Kotetsu. Why are you here so early reading a book? Izumo, who had studied until 1 the night before, asked in surprise. Again Kotetsu raised the novel in his hand and replied, who said anything about reviewing? This is the latest ninja novel that just came out. It is really good. Izumo, looking at the cover and title, relaxed and said, reading a novel for relaxation is indeed a good choice. Seems like Kotetsu enjoys reading novels. I'll buy him a best-selling novel tomorrow and let him enjoy reading for 2 weeks, Izumo thought to himself. He felt that his position was becoming more stable. Izumo, you look a bit tired. You did not stay up late studying, did you? It is not good for your health and not conducive to exams, Kotetsu asked with a concerned expression. No, I was playing games with my cousin and others last night, lost track of time, and slept very late, Izumo casually replied. Playing games to relax. Who? That's not bad, Kotetsu smiled, feeling that his position was becoming more stable. Great, he thought. Izumo likes playing games. He decided to gather information about various games after school, aiming to let Izumo enjoy playing different games every day for the next 2 weeks. What novels? What games? Anko, entering the classroom, showed interest. Chapter 61. Chapter 61 Sealing Jutsu Talent. Seal. On a Monday afternoon in the southern border forest, Matsuki was practicing the one-finger seal taught to him by Kushina. As it is a sealing jutsu used to seal chakra, Matsuki experimented with his own shadow clone. I cannot condense chakra. It appears to be successful, the shadow clone provided feedback. But it feels like using full power could break through the seal, the shadow clone added. Matsuki nodded, understanding why Minato said this sealing jutsu had no practical value in combat. Although he had just learned it, the fact that his shadow clone, which only had half of his chakra, could instantly break through indicated the restraining force was not formidable. However, I've still learned it pretty quickly. Could it be that I have a talent for sealing jutsu? Matsuki thought to himself. The sealing jutsu was given to him by Kushina last night, and he managed to master it today. According to Kushina, he could be considered a genius in sealing jutsu. Strictly speaking, he practiced for less than half a day. To be precise, he spent some time practicing last night and then practiced for a short time this afternoon. Many speculations flashed through Matsuki's mind, including the innate talent of the original owner, his own talent, or the combined result of the two. The reason does not matter because this is absolutely good news. Even if he does not look ahead to learning those powerful sealing jutsu in the future, just limiting himself to the present has shown him the dawn of deciphering the root forbidden seals. After reading books on sealing jutsu and seal-related techniques, and learning this sealing jutsu, Matsuki has realized that seals are essentially a small category of sealing jutsu. The cursed tongue eradication seal is essentially a sealing jutsu, a rather special one. Sealing jutsu can generally be resolved in two ways. The first is to break through directly with powerful chakra, and the second is to use the corresponding unsealing technique to lift the seal. Matsuki finds the method of forcefully breaking the seal with chakra unreliable. This is because the cursed tongue eradication seal is of a high level, and if he could break it forcefully, it would probably not be difficult to kill Danzo. So, Matsuki is preparing to learn more sealing jutsu and then research the cursed tongue eradication seal, ultimately developing the unsealing technique for the cursed tongue eradication seal. He deliberately kept a ninjutsu proficiency scroll unused, intending to use it for sealing jutsu. The system rewards him with corresponding nature transformation knowledge for any chakra attribute ninjutsu he has not mastered. Therefore, Matsuki speculates that if he directly elevates a certain sealing jutsu to proficiency, he can also gain some sealing jutsu knowledge. Matsuki does not plan to use the proficiency scroll on the one-finger seal. He feels that this sealing jutsu should be equivalent to the 3 basic jutsu, and using the proficiency scroll on this sealing jutsu would be a bit of a loss. After finishing the disciples training, Matsuki went directly to the main city area. Since he was invited to dinner by Kushina and Minato yesterday, Matsuki rightfully called the two over to his house for a meal. Today, Matsuki made chili fried eggs, tempura, and stewed potatoes with meat. Matsuki's personal favorite is chili fried eggs, a dish that his mother often made for him in his past life. Matsuki can be said to really enjoy eating eggs. He accepts them steamed, boiled, or fried. Coupled with his preference for spicy food, there is rarely just simple chili fried eggs at his home. It is mostly chili fried eggs. He starts by cracking the eggs into a bowl, quickly whisking them with chopsticks, then pouring chopped chili directly into the egg mixture, stirring it, and finally pouring it into the pan. Despite having the skill of a chef, making this dish always brings back memories of his past life. Matsuki, what's wrong? Are you afraid of your own cooking being too spicy? Kushina teased as she watched Matsuki picking up the chili fried eggs but not eating them. It is amazing. Chili and eggs fried together taste so good, Minato praised. If he were to cook, there's no way he could combine chili and eggs like this, let alone fry them together so boldly. Yeh, chili fried eggs are delicious, Matsuki said, putting aside the reminiscing and displaying a gentle smile. He then took a piece of chili fried egg and put it into his mouth. Tasty. The three of them continued chatting while enjoying their meal, eventually discussing the sealing jutsu that Matsuki was currently learning. Matsuki, can you perform the one-finger seal now? Kushina asked. Matsuki shook his head and said, every time I visualize it in my mind, it goes smoothly, but I just cannot use it successfully. It feels like something is missing. Matsuki was not planning to reveal that he learned it in less than half a day. That would be too extraordinary, especially since Kushina claimed she learned it in just one day. Where there's Kushina, there's likely ambush surveillance, and he did not want to appear too exaggerated. He planned to pretend that it took him 7 days to learn, making it seem not too genius while still indicating his talent in sealing jutsu. It is normal. Very few people can learn it in just one day. Your situation is quite normal, Minato reassured him. He was worried that Kushina's previous words might affect Matsuki, leading to a mindset issue. Yes, as long as you can learn it within a month, there's no problem, Kushina added. If there's anything you do not understand, feel free to ask us. No need to be polite, Kushina said while enjoying her meal. Minato also nodded, indicating that it was not a problem. As long as you do not find it troublesome, Matsuki said with a smile. Thursday afternoon, southern boundary forest of Konoha. Obito, 85 questions. Might Guy, 30 questions. Matsuki announced the results of this afternoon's training. Only 85. Obito's face could not hide his excitement. He felt that enduring the beatings from Kakashi was not in vain. This was the least number of questions after the change in combat rules, indicating his progress getting hit less and hitting more. Obito planned to use 40 for training compensation, do 10 on the same day, and allocate the remaining 50 for installment payments. After distribution, he even felt that there were not many questions left. 30 questions. Might Guy clenched his fists in disbelief. This was the highest number of questions since the rule change. Even if he maxed out the ratio of questions to training, he would still need to do 12 questions. Not bad. All of you have made significant progress. If you choose to do installment payments today, I'll waive the interest, Matsuki said with a smile. Obito's eyes instantly lit up, thinking he could do more questions in installments without need to train to reduce their numbers. Might Guy considered the option of interest-free installments. It was practically a gift. Without hesitation, he applied for installment payments with Matsuke. After the training, Might Guy approached Shizue, hoping he could assist with some intensive training. Obita's progress triggered a strong sense of crisis in Might Guy. Although he still had a significant advantage in a combat situation, Obita was not allowed to use ninjutsu, leaving him at less than half his full strength. Recalling Matsuke's words, Might Guy realized that real battles were crucial for improvement, not just training bouts like those with Obita. Actual fights where one goes all out to test and enhance their abilities. All out strength? Shizue inquired. Might Guy nodded in confirmation. Then I'll be serious, Shizue informed in advance. Might Guy tensed his muscles, ready to unleash his taijutsu at any moment. However, in the next instant after Shizue finished speaking, a large tree sprouted from the ground, binding Might Guy. Just as Might Guy was wondering what ninjutsu Shizue had used, the tree that had bound him suddenly disappeared. Shizue, now holding a kunai at his neck, signaled the end of the fight. Might Guy understood what had just happened. He had fallen victim to Shizue's genjutsu. The road to becoming the strongest is still long, thought Might Guy, who had been defeated in a single strike. Again, please. Although the path was long, Might Guy was not one to give up.